the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned. Just
shape, thinking out the box, I'm an astronaut. I'm blasted off the planet, rocking cause catastrophe in that madness mode because I had it. Now I had a problem. I freaking had to go in opposition, kind of shocking. They run static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback.
Welcome to the Death Star.
Salute Raider Nation, welcome back, man, for Friday evening with the panel here with Rudy, Will, and Cortez. It's going to be a pretty interesting night. We're going to be speaking on leading up to the game this week with the Niners. A lot of talk with, obviously about Derek Carr and people on the team and roster. Josh, it's going to be one of them nights again, like always. So basically, we're going to start off the night with Week 17 leading up to the game, Niners versus Raiders. Basically going to start off with Rudy and then go around from there. So feel free to start whenever you want, Rudy.
Yeah, this is just an exhibition game. It's like seeing a super late preseason. That's what it is. I mean, this is this is not what the fans wanted to see. I mean, people forget what football is about. People say, oh, it's a business. It's more than just a business. Bad business. This is a bad business deal. Playing some B-rated third-string quarterback like Jared Stem can't throw a freaking football. He throws it so soft and everything. This is going to be a bloodbath. I mean, I don't care if the 49ers have a third-string quarterback. Their quarterback's more seasoned, and he's ready to play. Jared Stidham hasn't played at all, only a few little games. I mean, this is just – they're going to run the ball, and then what's going to happen is the 49ers are going to know what they're going to do. They're going to run the ball regardlessly, and it's going to be a shit stain. I don't think the Raiders are going to score a single touchdown, to be honest.
And I don't think he's ever scored or played a game. I think he's been active on
like 40
or 60
all he did was give the ball to
I don't think he's ever started.
The running back.
Now he first start too. Guys, our linebacker is on life support right now, facing a hot George Kittle.
Hey,
but
the other finish, Rudy. Hold on.
Yeah,
let him go.
Yeah,
let him finish.
I understand everybody's saying about the linebacker situation because it's true. No Denzel Perryman. He's actually one.
And by the way, he had surgery today.
Yeah, I feel bad for Denzel Perryman and everything. Like I said, it's really bad for the Raiders. It's just going to be a bloodbath. I mean, I don't think Josh McDaniels cares, though. We're going to lose this game. And when you take Derek Carr out, you're setting up for failure. And I remember Al's Ghost was saying, they're using Derek Carr as a scapegoat. Scapegoat is the poorly managed team is the coach. The coach is responsible for everything. He inherited a team that has playoff capability. Now, I'm not going to say it's playoff team, just capability. It depends on what you put around it.
Let's stick to the game right now.
Okay, but I'll say it like this, though.
Let's stick to the fact of us playing the Niners this weekend.
Yeah, we're just not going to do it. Our defense might do a little bit, but it won't be enough, Sure, we might sack the quarterback once, but that might be it. But it won't be enough. Maybe there might be a
Team Crosby. Let's go.
Mad Max Crosby is going to play his ass off, but you know what? At the end of the day, though, when these players start to see it, and guys like Mad Max, he's going to, he has to go with his contract. I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna hate on him or any other player.
No.
I understand some people, we get pissed off at everything, but the person we should really, truly be pissed off is Josh McDaniels and Ziegler. I'm sorry. They're going to rebuild this team. What? You're not going to win. You're talking about
maybe
Andy
they didn't
Reid.
want to.
He's the king of our division, and you're not going to dethrone him by going backwards, and that's what's going on.
Maybe all this was for him, not for us to not win in the first couple of years.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I had to raise a question, does it actually seem like we wanted to win from the start? We're going to answer that a little later, though. I think to stick to this game, though, regardless of who we threw at quarterback, I don't think it would have mattered with how depleted this defense is. Like, let's be honest, the linebacker core is down to 3 guys, and it's Curtis Bolton, Luke Masterson, and Darren Bell.
Yeah.
And they brought another one up.
Brought dude from the Patriots and got him on the 53-man right now. And then they also brought in the DN from the Jets, and he's on the 53-man right now.
Yeah, from Cleveland. Wasn't he from Cleveland's practice squad they took him from?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was the Jets, but it could be wrong.
It doesn't matter exactly for them because none of the guys we would be able to bring in would be a lifesaver. This defense, the secondary is questionable at this point. As far as like Max Crosby, as good as he is, I don't believe the way that the 49ers are schemed and playing. I don't think we're going to get a sack because they just get the ball out so quick that I just don't know if we're going to get a sack. They're a lot more talented than us if we're just being honest, and they're going to beat it.
If they run the ball right, then it'll take Mad Max out of the edge, though. You might.
Right. I mean,
no. So the difference between Christian McCaffrey and they're calling their rookie running back beast mode because he runs supposedly like beast mode. But the thing from him, the running back's a power back, and Christian McCaffrey runs towards the tackles.
He's a scat back receiver.
Scat back.
Yeah.
Well, no, I was going to say, even when you run the ball, you can't take Max Crosby out of it because he's always.
They're going to avoid him. They're going to avoid him as much as they can. That's a smart thing to do.
And then, if you go to Clee's side, Clee's a running DN. He's better.
He's going to be put in the D tackle. He'll play the D tackle for the run stopper, and he'll probably play it with Tillery, Billings, and frickin' Pecco. So. He'll probably be right next to Chandler. Probably is where he's going to stay. Next
Chandler, I thought he's out.
No. Then Bauer.
Oh, yeah, Chandler. But, no, you're right, Chandler. But I'm saying, like, if that's where they're going to play him, he'll probably play there. But, like I said, why wouldn't Kuntz play over there? Kuntz been playing all year. They've been playing him a lot more in the last few games, and he's been showing up. And I would play Kuntz over there over anybody on that team. So, if you move Clee to the outside, and then you can put, you still got Bly, Nichols, frickin' Butler. You still got a lot of people, and I don't know. I haven't seen the inactive list.
Dang goodness!
Salute Trevor Lee. We haven't seen the inactive, but
we only got I think there's 3 players. Oh no, 2 questionable players.
No, I'm saying I seen Carr was the only one on the list that was on there, but what I'm saying is what the inactive will be when we get to the game. Are we going to inactive Neil Farrell? Are we going to play Neil Farrell? Are we going to play Matthew Butler? A lot of those things are going to come into play. So, plus, like I said,
they were playing
I think we're going to go in this game. These guys keep talking about how over the last few weeks, the Raiders got a top 5 defense because we're playing trash ass motherfucking team.
No.
So I mean, if dudes want to go around and look at his stat for a 6-week time span against probably some of the weakest teams and depleted teams we played in that time span, and then you want to sit and say like, when you looked at us playing weak teams, nobody was getting over 14, 17 points, and then look at that one game in the middle of those 6 games with Seattle, and we were up 34 points. Then go back, because you can't just negligate 11 games like they never existed, and go back to those 11 games and see just how shitty the defense was. So I've always said if you can be a poor evaluator by looking at weak scheduled games and talent and think your team's better than what it is, but if you're playing weak shit and you evaluate yourself right, you would know like we were struggling in there. We're gonna go in here against the Niners with Jared Stidham, which I think it actually favors us with him. I'm not saying Carr. What I'm saying is in the game, him not having a strong arm, I think would favor us more because he'll do check downs, drags, slants, curl routes, in and outs. Like he'll evaluate the field a lot faster and
He's going to
take
go
off for
3 and out,
running.
though. Go 3 and
We'll
out.
wait
we
and
don't
see.
know
We
exactly
don't.
what the game
Yeah,
plan's
we'll
gonna be.
wait and see. So,
And here's the
but at
thing.
the same
I
time,
think
when
the biggest-
you're looking at the way that he plays, he plays a whole different style of ball. And I've said this for weeks on weeks, obviously, but Josh McDaniels is a fucking scheme fit system. So if he can go in there with frickin' Stidham, and he can show that he can stay competitive and move the ball downfield and stay within the game, which again I think it favors in Devontae with having Stidham because he don't have an arm, so he's not going to push it downfield. Where Devontae, in my opinion, is a better receiver in the short routes because he can open up the field and he works more off of his moves. He can better step you. He can move off. He knows how to move better than anybody in the NFL. So I think in that aspect, I think it would help him. But if we're being real, I mean, I think we're going to go in. We're playing a fucking, we're playing a 7th round pick quarterback, which is good. I mean, when you have guys loaded up on the offense and being in Kyle Shanahan's defense,
offense,
he's one of the best gurus ever to do halfbacks, wide receivers, just like his dad. So you're taking a lot of pressure off them, having 2 halfbacks, having the receivers you do. I don't know if Debo's coming back in this game or the next. I didn't read about. I know I seen him out in I seen him on the field, but I didn't see if he was playing. So
I don't know if he'll play.
Long story short, I think the Niners are gonna they should beat on us. Like I really believe like the score should be pretty favored in the Niners way because the way they've been playing other teams right now. They've been putting the beating on people, 35 points, 28 points. So
I see us lose badly, but I think we're going to move the ball. Now I'm not saying we're going to move the ball a ton, but I'm saying when we do, it's going to look okay just because it would be nice if we can see the DUIs. It's sad. That wasn't, like, to me, all that impressive. You were facing a backup group.
I'll say that that was the best defensive team we had all year. You're right. But that weak-ass fucking line, weak-ass offense, depleted team. Yeah. I mean, I think Keelan and them just came back. Keelan came back. Mike and Williams came back and left because he had an ankle injury in that game. The O-line was fucking brought down. You look at them, just 2 weeks later, it was a whole different team. So I would like to see that team against this Niner team against good competition. 100%. I 100% are with you on that.
Yeah, I do think Stidham and Devontae will be able to get the ball because I think Devontae being on the short routes, I think he's going to get the ball. It also helps with Renfro because he's a short routage guy. Those are guys that can work in the short field. So we'll see exactly, but I'm not gonna push off of Stidham because I think he knows his system. I mean that's the biggest.
I think where Stidham and you can watch and mark it. I think where Stidham's gonna be different than Carr, and this is why I think. And again, it'll be a topic later on. But the thing I think the reason why Stidham is going to work better in this system, and I strongly believe this because if you look at him in the preseason. It was against the West. I don't care about all that. What I say is when you look at a player that knows scheme, the thing about him is, and you can go back and watch tape, see if I'm lying. I mean, I identify shit a lot, but listen, in the preseason, when Stidham went through his reps and he hiked the ball and went through his routes, he usually went through once, came back, and then dropped and went. That's what he would do. He wouldn't sit back there looking. He already went through his progressions, and then the minute he went through his progressions, he would just take off. And
I would say
I think in those type of schemes, this is what Josh is going to argue, and you can mark my words. And I'll say it. I've been saying it for months now. Josh is going to go in there and tell Mark, hey, listen, look at what Stidham did. He's $15 million quarterback. He fucking knows the system. He goes through his progression. He drops and moves. He's picking up the downs. He's moving the ball. I think, like I said, I don't want to speak on what we're going to speak on later. But I believe, in my personal opinion, he will play better in this system. And you got to think about it. People say, well, it was just preseason. Motherfucker got Devontae Adams, Waller, Renfro, Jacobs. He got the starting goddamn line. So I don't think preseason matters for shit. He's going to throw the ball to them. They're going to catch a fucking ball, and then it's going to be up to them what they're going to do with it. So outside of that, I think we should have a good chance to compete with them in the offense. I just don't know how well we will on defense. I mean, come on. Luke Robinson in the outside, get the hell out of here.
Nah, he needs to go.
Put him at safety, do something, freaking.
Yeah. Hey, salute, Al's Ghost.
If you can, Cortez, just send him the link so he can join up.
Right.
I was gonna say, regardless.
Hey, Al Ghost, I'm gonna privately send it to you on Discord.
I was gonna say, regardless.
Or just tell him. Well, I don't know if he knows Discord too well. He can go to that chat, but send it to him in Discord.
I was gonna say,
I saw his comment on YouTube on that interview too.
Regardless of these next two games outcomes, I think we're going to keep Stidham around regardless of how you guys feel about him. I think he's going to be here because he just knows the system, and it's not like he's a horrible quarterback to have on the roster. Regardless of what.
They'll figure all that out later. I just think against this game, dude, it's like you say, their defense and offense is ready to go win a Super Bowl. So if we're going to go into this game with Stidham and think we're going to fucking win a Super Bowl with Stidham, there's going to be an issue there. And, hey, if he wins the game, man, if he wins the game, then that's what it's going to be, right? So it is what it is.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about winning or anything. It's just based off, I think, the fact is he's going to want Stidham back. I think Stidham is the quarterback that, at least knows the system. I don't think that's bad to have in your team, especially for cheap. Like, why would you not keep him around, right?
Salute, Al.
What's up, fellas? How's it going? Happy Friday.
Yeah. Happy freaking New Year's weekend.
God damn, it's almost New Year's.
Hey, I just want to speak real quick, man. Just stay safe, man. Don't drink and drive, man. It's probably not going to kill you. It's going to kill somebody else's family. So, drink and drive by Uber. No.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I hope you guys all have a good New Year.
Nowhere when I drink.
Heck, chill.
Stay home.
We don't need a Henry Ruggs. We don't need a Henry Ruggs.
We got a good segment tonight, Al Ghost. I want your opinion on these.
Yeah, guys. I mean, I just joined, so I'm not sure which topics you covered, but
we're just gonna speak on the Niner game right now, and then we'll go into topics here in a few.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what Jared Stidham, does in the game. I think it's gonna be a tough game for him. I mean, first NFL start against the
number one defense.
Against the number one defense. So
they truly are the number one.
So I'm not sure how pretty it's gonna look. No pun intended. So I mean, I'm hoping that he knows the offense. I caught what you were saying, Dustin. I agree. I think he should look comfortable. I mean, this guy's been studying this terminology now for a while now. So I think he should look
3-4 years now. He's been there for a minute.
I think he's in his fifth year under this system. I mean,
he was a rookie year when Tom Brady was on the Patriots.
Right, and then he comes from a big time program, right? Actually, two big time programs: Auburn and then the Patriots. And so I think
if you look at him in the preseason, he looked good in a lot of deals. I hate the guy. I just think he has a weak arm, but I think it'll favor him. I mean, you look at Purdy. Purdy is kind of the same deal. He has that low mobility. He has a good low mid-range deal. He goes deep. He's probably getting picked off. I mean, I've watched this guy throw in double coverage numerous times. Just they never came off with it, So I think when you play under with the players you got, like when they're playing Debo, we playing Adams, I think this is my opinion with Carr. I love Carr. I've always said until they say he's cut, that dude's still my quarterback. So I don't give a fuck. Nobody's came out and said it. They can lead to it. It is what it is. Is he going to go? Who knows? But yes, no, I don't know. But long story short, at the end of the day, when you're looking at when we're looking at the quarterback that's going to be going right here with him, I just think he knows the system a lot better. His progressions is going to be short, dude. He's going to look through his progressions, and then he's going to look to go take off for 2-3 yards for first down. Where Carr, he's different, man. Carr looks to Devontae, and he looks for the big play. I can go through, and I've watched a lot of tape recently over this Carr deal, and I'm not going to lie, there's a lot of plays where Waller wide open, freaking Devontae wide open, and he never even looked at him. So it's kind of hard when you're looking at that system really designed like that. But then I went back and watched tape on Stenham in the preseason, and it isn't. See, the difference is Stenham ain't looking to make the big play every single time. Carr, he doesn't put down the ball and run because he thinks like Gruden's probably told him in the past is you have the capability to pick up good yards with your arms, so just wait till the last minute. You know what I mean? And I think that's where Carr's being faltered right now. He just is waiting too long. It's freaking not getting out. He's not scanning over. You go back, look at second half play calling. I've watched a lot of it. Like I said, I've watched a lot of video over the last week or so. But long story short, if we go back and watch second half of a lot of these games, there's a lot of times where he overthrows them. He's not on the route with the guy. But again, I've watched a lot of the players miss balls that were right in their hand, right in front of them, fingertips, dude. Like I said, if they're going to sit and say that these guys are great, top three, Renfro is one of the best route catchers. They got to still catch balls, at the end of the day. So I don't think it's fair what they do to Carr right now because I think it's bullshit. Like I've said, to us, it's been so long not having a quarterback that's been, I don't care if he's not, when people say, go look at his win-loss rate, I don't give a fuck. He's won a lot of good games when he's had the chance. He's had great fourth-quarter comebacks. The team has failed him, and you don't think this ain't going to be failing your quarterback when you get rid of Carr, which I hope Carr just tells him fuck off. So, long story short, you don't think it hurts your team when you're going to cut a player like him. And so what I was going to say is make Carr or your organization look bad. You're going to let go of Carr. You're going to so-called go get Brady and give him a defense. What the fuck is that all about?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
If you're going to do that shit for that motherfucker, why haven't you done it for Carr yet? You can't just...
Our highest ranked defense is 26, I think.
Yeah, it's wild. Derek Carr never got a defense. And you know what's messed up, Dustin, and all you guys, what I think is actually going to happen this weekend? We're actually going to see the best play calling by Josh McDaniels. He's going to simplify the playbook for Stidham. He's going to make it real simple. It's almost going to be like West Coast offense style. And Stidham's actually going to find some success. And people are going to look at Stidham and think, oh, Stidham's like miles better than Carr. And so I think that's actually what's going to happen this weekend.
Yeah, of course, Turbo.
Yeah, that's what it is. A free world. I say that in my Discords, Instagram, everything. This is a free.
We're not going to agree on everything.
Wait, what did you say?
Hey, the only thing I always say, the one thing that will get your ass booted real quick, bring in someone's family, kids, you're gone. Instant. Not even a debate. And
what I do think is weird, guys.
Salute, Mark.
What I was going to say, salute, Mark. What I was going to say, guys, what I do think is weird, and I think, Raider Nation, if you poll us, there's different opinions on Carr. There's pro-Carr, anti-Carr. What I do find weird is people celebrating Carr getting benched as if it's like the downfall of some violent dictator. Like, that's just weird to me. Like, the dude's poured his blood, sweat, and tears over 9 years. Once a Raider, always a Raider. Like, it's just really weird to me when people celebrate. Like, hey, dude, like fucking Saddam Hussein, we just breaking down the statue here. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
I was going to say that.
And again, he's one of our best players for the longest time, win or lose or not. Go look at his freaking deal. He's done a great job for us the whole entire time, dude. So I hate that shit.
Yeah, we don't usually keep a quarterback very well.
The day when he goes to another team and wins, because it's more like a fuck you to our regime, because I do think they're making a mistake. I said this on the show today. If you go check on my channel, I said this. It's not his fault. I think this is McDaniels all the way. They set him up for failure. I do feel like the depth at wide receiver this year was very bad. If you have your wide receiver 2 most of the year being Matt Collins, I'm sorry, as good as he is, he's not a wide receiver 2. We all know
it ain't most of the year. It's been the whole year.
Yeah, the whole season he's been the number 2.
And Keelan Cole, and then DJ Turner, and all these dudes, and you're not even rotating them right. Like, you're not even playing them. Go look at their stats. I think they're 300 yards at best, dude. And we're in week 7, going in week 17.
Nah, we have 2 receivers over 600 yards, and then people, the way that we've had them hype up Foster Moreau, I would say he's had a good year, but that last game was rough. Like, that was horrible.
I'm not a Foster Moreau dude. I mean, I'm not a Foster Moreau guy. The dude's just like, he's so inconsistent.
He's
like,
a tight
he's
end.
got highs,
He's meant to be a number 2 tight end.
Yeah, but he's
and
like
Waller,
inconsistent.
I would trade Waller. Fuck it.
I've said that for the longest time, man. But we'll get to that shit later. We'll get to all that later. Let's just keep on where we're at. We want to start talking about topics later on.
Just a real quick point on that, dude. Everybody talks about how
appreciate you showing up.
The little Richard Lyons.
Everybody talks about how many weapons Carr has. Like, he's got all these weapons, right? Devontae Adams, Darren Waller, Hunter Renfrow, Foster Moreau, etc. Go down the list. How many games have they played together on
3
the
games?
field?
3.
You know, it doesn't make sense to me. How many offensive line combinations, Dustin? You know the number?
15?
How many?
Yeah, it's 18 now. 19. 18, 19. I think it's 19. It was 17, now it's 19.
My number one issue with this team. Like, I feel like they had the line set at one point. Like, I think Thayer Munford should have been the starting right tackle throughout the most of the year. We know this. I just think that Thayer Munford was playing, he was playing really well. And I felt like you could have just started him and then throughout the game just rotated him and Jermaine and Lenore if Thayer Munford struggled at any point. You could have done that. But you just kept going back and forth. Jermaine, right guard, right.
Yep.
Stupid. It's stupid because how is a team, right? And how many teams?
Hey, Richard, we appreciate you showing up whenever you do, bro.
It's all right.
How many teams have succeeded with more than 10 plus O-line different groups? It's just not happening. It's just not a thing, right? What happens if Stidham shits the bed? It don't matter because if we fuck up, it don't matter.
They want that, bro. They want that top 6 pick.
I'll take that top 5 pick, top 6 pick. You telling me
if
I'm okay if he
shits
shits
the bed?
bed.
Would be 6.
Yeah, best is 6.
If he shits the bed, it's fine. I mean, that's not hurting us. Like, but like
I said, Stidham. The problem with that is like, yeah, we've had 19 line changes already, but that's also personnel people. It's not just switching one over or not. It's actually taking a player out of the lineup, putting in another player, rotating them different positions, and so on. So you've had a lot, and you look at it. People keep claiming this, top 9, top 10 offensive line, but don't confuse the run line with the pass line. But that's where I think Stidham will make a difference, in my opinion. Like, I believe that he has a line that can run with him, and when his progression is go through your progression 1, drop and go, he's got the dudes that can do it. And I think Moody is going to play in there, so I think he'll play this weekend. Like, they're going to put dudes that can gap eat real quick. So,
so I have this question. Do you guys think that we'll finally see Britton Brown?
Who?
Britton Brown.
I don't think so, dude.
Probably not. It's just going to be
Josh. Why did they keep him on the 53-man roster if they weren't going to ever use him?
Beats me.
Who on the 53? Who?
Yeah, he's on the 53. Britton Brown. He's a running back.
Why wouldn't you use him? You would be hyping him.
Yeah, but you have 53 on the roster, but only 46 are active. So you're going to have guys on there that are going to, and again, you're going to play him over. You said Britton Brown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it. You got Holt, Johnson, Zeus, Amir, Jacob. You're going to have to pull someone down out of there. Means you'd have to pull Zamir out. Yeah, I would. Believe me, in a heartbeat. I hate that dude. I was fucking most running in the back of motherfuckers that I've ever seen. But I would most definitely put him for Britton Brown, 100%. But I think in the end of these games, we probably will see him in the lineup. We'll probably see Holt get taken out of there, put more of Zeus, and put Britton Brown in there. So if they're truthful to what they're saying about going youth movement, you have a lot of guys in there you want to see right now.
Crazy.
So
if Stidham is shitting the bed, just bench him and put in Chase Garbers.
Well, that's why I think he's also active on the roster too. So
I think Chase.
And again, just so people know, like, listen, we all I'm a fan of the Shield, and I've always said I'm a fan of Carr. I've been a fan of him since he's been here. I've been through the Raiders, dude, when we were going through the most shittiest times. I've been a fan since 1980, so I've seen a lot of some good and a lot of bad. So again, it's not about if I would be a Carr fan or things. It's the fact that until you can show us as fans that listen, I've been speaking on this for weeks, months now. If Josh McDaniels is a system offensive coordinator where it has to be systematic for him to be able to win, then if that's what it takes for him to win as our coach, then go be it. The difference I'm saying is if this guy brings in Stidham, man, falters on his ass because his system don't work, then why are we going to keep holding on to this guy? Like, I don't want to hold on to him. So I've just said if he proves here in this game that his system works, if they're putting in, look, dude, I've said this. Hillary's been a great ad. He's a system person. Him added there is induced our front line. Pecco, good ad back, induced our front line. Putting Cleve back over to D tackle has helped their line. Then you go get Tyler Hall, which nobody's even heard of, comes over here and he's helped out that secondary a little bit. So when they add these system people, and especially like Jerron Harmon, these dudes are system at this level, and this level, and they are working. So if you look at the linebacker that they picked up, it'll tell you a lot that if they are looking systematic, because Josh has said this all year long. You don't want to put people in too early because of the chemistry and them not being able to gel with the players or not. If they picked up that DN and linebacker and they play them because they are active, if they play them, it just shows they're no longer going with that. It's system. It's that, hey, he came from the Patriots. He knows the system. He knows how we run it. So if we put him in, he just needs to do that job. And if it works, and they haven't even been there that long, again, then maybe their system will work, and he's got to do what he has to do going forward. So, like I've said, until we can just prove that it works, I don't want to just go cut the only guy we've had that's done pretty fucking good for our team. And if Josh thinks that he's such a guru, how in the fuck is he fell so quick? He just fell so quick, hop up out of here and be like, yeah, fuck you. Like, oh, Stidham's better? Get the hell out of here with that shit.
Hey, Dustin, question for you and the rest of the panel. And I think this is actually like the most serious question that we could ask ourselves is how much of a sample size do we need on Josh McDaniels? I'm looking at his record as a head coach. He's 17-26 combined, Denver and Las Vegas. No, he's combined record. His lifetime record as a head coach. He's 17-26, so 43 game sample, right? To me, that's a pretty sizable sample. Like you're either good or bad at your job at that point. And to me, he hasn't proven that he's the guy. Not only that, which I think is even more problematic, is we're entrusting. I shouldn't say we. Mark Davis. Mark Davis is entrusting a first-time GM and Dave Ziegler and an unproven head coach in Josh McDaniels to build this shit the right way. That's a hell of an ask for two guys who, frankly, are unproven. And that's where I think the Raiders could go into a really, really dark place. I know, Dustin, you mentioned, hey, you've been a fan since 80 and you've gone through dark times. This shit could get real spooky. Like real spooky.
Yeah, I 100% agree because you're about to fuck with that roster hardcore. And again, these are things we can get onto subjects later because they do intertwine with people's topics. I just say that you're 100% right. We can really fuck the pooch right here by far. And listen, again, I've spoke on this in the last for the last 2 weeks that if we're gonna do it, I think you should just not go for Brady or anybody. I think we need to just get a fucking young quarterback, blow this bitch up, start all over. Like that's where I think. Because then if it's dark time from your whole thing from the bottom up. And yeah, people don't want rebuild or not, but what do you call this? You know, they've been backdooring dudes left and right. They're bringing in certain systematical players here at the end. They're like I said, and they're working. So if they're going to sit here and claim all these deals, you go pick up two corners that are fucking cornerman press corners, dude, that can go out there and play for, 16, 17 games and your playoffs. You're going to induce your linebackers to actual systematic linebackers. I think that would be tremendous for us. And that's what you really need. Like, I think we're always going after these names and what they've done. I think what they're going to do is go after people that play that position great. Like, that's what Bill always said was, It didn't matter if the dude was rated first round, second round, third round. Sometimes he would take a second round that was projected third in the second round. And he would tell them the reason why is because he fits our system very well. He does that one job great. That's what we want, you know. And when you look at that, it has worked. And you look at the way that they're doing things, even with the Luminor and his big penalties, when the line finally gets it together, they've played well. I've said with the Luminor in there, I hate that he's there because he's always going to give you that big penalty. But when you get rid of that penalty, he's played actually pretty good as after going on. It's just how many quarters does it take to get to that? How many penalties are going to take you out? It's a lot, you know. But I do believe that you look at Parham, third round pick, dude. I like him a lot, and he can play pretty much anywhere across that middle section, right guard, center, left guard, and he can do it pretty well. So if you're looking at like Munford, I think he's got a really good stature, really good uses his hands. I think, you know, if you would have gave him more playing time instead of doing the Munford Luminor deal and just played Munford, I think he would have probably developed a lot better. But long story short, if you're just telling me that they got to get 2 more players through the draft or free agency to solidify that, I think they'll do just fine. I mean, I got faith in Zig. I mean, the guy shows he can get good people in certain spots, but he's like any other guy. You're going to pay for dudes in the off season and you're going to draft guys and miss. There's nobody in the NFL, I don't care who their name is, I don't care what team you're on, is ever going to bat 100 for 100 in any off season free agency or draft. So if he can just pick up people and like us, where, for instance, just a year ago, the whole roster's gone in the draft. Like if he picks up some, and 3 years from now, some of them are all starting, and then I would say it's a successful draft. And you're right, Richard. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
Yep. The rebuild on its way, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, the rebuild's definitely on its way. And what I keep on thinking about and harping on is whether or not we have the right guys to build this thing. And I'm just not sold on these guys. I mean, Parham, I think Dustin, I think he could be a solid player. He's been kind of up and down for me this season. But then you look at the other picks that he's had; they haven't contributed like at all, right? Zamir White, Neil Farrell.
But Theo Munford, I said this at the beginning. Dustin knows this. I've been thriving on Theo Munford. I think Theo Munford's better than a Luminor, but they just don't want to throw him out there for some reason.
And I don't think it's not that. I think what they did this year, and I'll show you. If you go back and look at the Kansas City game, right, where people, I think you were just say about Cleveland Farrell or Neil Farrell, he graded really high in that game. They sat fucking what's his name, Jonathan Hankins, Hankins, I think, and then they traded him to Dallas right after that. Because we did play him in that Kansas City game. He graded 83-85 in his first game out there against big competition. I don't think it's not about, look, I've said this a lot of times. I said sometimes where good organizations actually exceed is drafting players and not putting them out first year, because it's learning terminology, learning how to play with others, knowing the system, getting up to the speed. There's a lot that goes through it. And if you look at guys, and again, look, we signed a bunch of dudes at those positions. So you're telling me, unless this dude substantially just shines better than anybody like Neil or Matthew Butler, you got dudes like Bly Nichols, freaking Kyle Pecco, you got other guys you paid in the off season. These dudes are here for 3-4 years regardless. So
let's not forget
what I'll say is when Matthew Butler and Neil Farrell have played, they have played good. So I think what like right now, if you're going out there and you're playing Masterson, Butler, your youth guys, which I don't know how the hell you can do that at cornerback, because your guys are who they are. But long story short, if you're going into the line and then you're saying like, okay, here's Max and here's Kuntz now, because that would make sense, putting Clee back at the D tackle, playing Neil Farrell, Tillery, and then Matthew Butler matching up behind frickin' Farrell. Like I think if you're saying youth, that would be the best way to see right now. And if that's what you're doing and they play well, then let's do it.
And let's not forget that they did a trade to get a right tackle, Heron.
Yeah, it's facts.
And then he may be in the mix for next year because we still have him under contract for next year.
Yeah, I do agree with one thing. If we're playing the 4-2-5 defense, they would put Clem Farrell as a tackle, but on a 3-4 defense, he would play defensive end. So he's kind of Clem Farrell will be a hybrid
But the
player.
thing that gets me so upset, guys, why does he drop his D ends into coverage?
Well, there's teams that done that before. The Steelers
But
have
it
done that.
doesn't like.
The Patriots. It works sometimes. What's called it's what it is a linebacker goes in for where
It's like a zone blitz. Yeah.
Yeah, the Steelers done that a lot. The Patriots have done it before. So
But it hasn't worked for us.
Mike Tomlin. Yeah, because we're
still
not
run
used to
the
that.
play if it ain't working.
We're originally a 4-3 defense, is what we originally.
Look, I'll tell you right now, in my opinion, I don't want Tom Brady and I don't want Jimmy. Listen, Jimmy can't throw touchdowns to begin with. Carr throws way more touchdowns than that motherfucker ever thought. And no, hell no, I don't want Jimmy. And I don't want Brady. I said if we are moving off of Carr, if they say, hey, we're moving off Carr, we're going to go veteran quarterback, I would 100% rather go after Aaron Rodgers than motherfucking Tom Brady. I would take Aaron Rodgers any day of the week. He's still mobile. He's still mobile. He's got a very good vision of the field. His interception to touchdown ratio is massive difference. I'm 100 going for Rodgers.
There's speculations out there with Rodgers going to Vegas.
I said this. I showed the videos over there. He's been ready for a while.
That's the only way that you could keep Devontae, to be honest.
He might stay. He could. It's possible. But if you put like Tom Brady, I don't think Tom Brady would come anyway. I mean, he might want to, but I think what it is, and people think just because it's Josh McDaniels that Tom Brady would be. Believe it or not, Tom Brady's has had a problem with Josh McDaniels before when he was the OC in New England. He's yelled at him and everything. I mean, he's worked with him before. But
yeah, but there's nothing wrong yelling at a person because it just says you want to be competitive.
I know, but he doesn't want to be on it with a defense that's very bad, though. Because if it's
like I said, if they bring him here, our defense ain't gonna be bad. That's not the intention they would have. Like they would have 100% intention to most definitely block the defense because Brady's done more with less in the offense for his whole career. So
when he did less in his last year with New England. He led the NFL with the most intentional groundings and the most incomplete passes. And he was frustrated.
Brady's arm is off. We don't even have the strong arm anymore. Go watch a lot of the games. He's underthrown him, dude. Overthrown him. He's been off massively.
But
they talk about Carr. That motherfucker doing the same thing.
But the thing is, though, like I said, yes, it would make more sense getting Aaron Rodgers because you cannot. Brady's not going to compete against Patrick Mahomes. I'm sorry, he's not. But if you get a guy like Aaron Rodgers, he could, and then you keep Devontae and all them. Yeah, it could. You could. I mean, that's your better bet. I mean, but the thing is, though, if we're saying systematic, yeah, they would go for Tom Brady for systematic. But if you really want to win, fuck this systematic shit. You go for Aaron Rodgers.
Guys, I have one comment on. Yeah. I have one comment on TB12 on Tom Brady. Father Time is undefeated. I mean, the dude is going to be 46, and Father Time creeps up on you quick. Like that shit could be overnight. I mean,
that's what I say. Yep.
Yeah, like you guys remember, like fucking Peyton Manning, like he couldn't throw a tight spiral. Like it just seemed from one week or from one season to the next. I mean, the guy couldn't throw the ball, and I think we're seeing signs of Brady not being able to throw a tight spiral. And I think it's just going to get worse. It's not going to get better, and he could eat as much, avocado ice cream and organic food and all that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lasted pretty long for it. But he's showing wear and tear. I saw the wear and tear. I mean,
there's routes that his receivers ran to the post, dude, and he fucking threw to the pylon.
Yeah,
there's routes where the ball didn't even make it to him. And there's others where dudes are wide open and he's overthrowing. I understand that Raider fans watch just Raider games, but dude, you gotta go watch the games of the guy you're asking to come over here. You can't go ask a dude that's depleted, got motherfucking good ass receivers, and his line's only going to get better going into the playoffs. I mean, when you're underthrowing a dude, you're underthrowing. You guys have all said that Derek Carr underthrow all kind of dudes, and that's his reason people won't get rid of him. Like, that's one of the biggest reasons people are talking.
And Dustin, that's why I was actually not that excited when we signed Chandler Jones, because I had seen the Arizona Cardinal games last year, and obviously Chandler Jones got 4 or 5 sacks in one game, and I think he had like 10 and a half sacks in the entire year, but like half of them came in one game.
Week 1.
And I just thought,
week 1.
Week 1, right? This guy,
and then it took him 15 weeks to go get 5 more. And what happened here? He got damn near half his sacks in one game against a shitty ass offensive line in San Diego.
But that's why, Justin, I don't have faith. I know you probably have a little bit more faith in Ziegler than I do, but that's why I don't have faith in Ziegler. Like, he goes and gives Chandler this pretty big contract for a 31-year-old pass rusher,
getting ready to retire.
And I was just like, fuck. Like, I thought that was a strike on Ziegler. And I'm hopeful that he probably learns his lesson in this offseason and doesn't do some dumbheaded thing like that again. But who knows, man? I think we just have a couple of guys who don't know what they're doing. I think I mentioned this maybe the previous time that I was on, but maybe the lesson from like the Bill Belichick coaching tree and all the people who have come from Bill Belichick is this: maybe the Patriot way can't be replicated anywhere else. Maybe the Patriot way.
Nor should it, because great coaches don't copy somebody. Great coaches take ideas that work and then create their own. That's what made Bill Belichick as great as he is. That's what's made Parcells and everybody else, Walsh, all these dudes, because you take something that they started with, the game plan, the template, and then you expand it. If you take their idea and use it, you're only as good as far as you can take their own idea. You can't get any better unless you have the mind to be able to create that, to be able to make it better, like Bill has done for so long. And I agree. I don't think you can mimic that. But look, so I'll tell you why I have faith in Zig. Zig has been through every single deal through that Raiders or that Patriots building. He's been side by side with Bill Belichick and the other GM that was there for a long time. So this guy didn't just get groomed by just backyard dogs. And not only that, I think you did bring this up in the other show, is about the draft room, right? Where Zig has been under Belichick for so long that Belichick will tell him, like, if this is what they're looking at, and he's like, what do you think? He'll be like, no. And then he'll see it from why he sees no for him, for their system. So I think Zig is groomed very well from that aspect, and he's not dumb. Like, there's guys where I'd be like, yeah, this guy's dipshit, and I don't care. Like Mark dumb as hell. So Mark Davis, dumb. He's just dumb. But long story short, if you had that type of mentality behind Mark mentality there, then I would say that. But Zig is no fool, man. Like, that dude's smart as shit. He's got a very good IQ. He evaluates talent very well. He has a really good draft scout class with him right now. I have 100% faith in Zig. I've said it. If we fire Josh and Grant, I'll keep Zig. Like, the dude got good. He's evaluated and moved players and got more draft cap, not only this year, but for multiple years ahead. He's moved people like Edwards to the Falcons after he got Stidham for a 6th and moved to 7th. Took Edwards, took that 7th, got a 5th. Like, the guy is pretty smart when it comes to maneuvering draft capital around. And he's not afraid to move up for a player because he knows best player on the board, or drop down. See, look, I've always said I like Mayock and Gruden, but I said this for a long time. Look at our lives from year 2. The problem I always had with them is that they never had the experience like that. One was a TV analyst, and one fact is John Gruden wanted that power from Al Davis in the early 2000s, and that's what got his ass shipped out of there, because he wanted to do more GM. He wanted to be able to draft players, and I was like, yeah, right, bro, it's my team, get the hell on. But long story short, Zig ain't like that. And look, I have faith in Josh. I've said this all year. They're averaging 23.2 points a game. And even with the shitty games that's been going on, even with the shitty play, they're still ranked 12th with that. So do you want to go over and bash Carr and say, well, he got 13 interceptions? Well, so does frickin' Dak now. Dak got motherfucker. He's probably leading the NFL now. But long story short, it's like this dude didn't play 5 games or 6. He got just as many interceptions, and he's only got 20, 22 touchdowns. Like, Derek Carr over here with really one wide receiver, dude, and a halfback, and he's got 12 touchdowns with Devontae with over 1,300 yards. I mean, you know, when people sit here and jock Waller, how'd he get those yards? He did the same fucking thing that Devontae doing right now because he was the only good player in the damn team at the time. He was getting fed the ball. He made those yards, dude.
Same with Renfro, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. Dudes don't falter those when he's doing it with them. But now, for whatever reason, he's doing it with Devontae. And he's what? Devontae's still 5th wide receiver on the board, still the 5th best out there, even with the depleted team we've had. Like, I get that dudes want to say, like, I get that people are pissed off that they haven't scored in the second half. But he's put up 12th average point in the league in 2 quarters. Like, for real. Like, let's be honest. For 8-9 games of the season, they only played for 2 quarters, maybe 3 at best. I'll give them 3 if you just want to throw a third in there. But that's one quarter shy of everybody still putting up that high a point.
And you know what, Dustin? No, I think you bring up like some really good and valid points. And for me, my hesitation on McDaniels isn't so much on his ability as an X's and O's guy when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. I think he's proven to me that, hey, the dude, he could call a game. And maybe this year he's had his up and downs, but I think he's a good offensive coordinator. The deeper question that I have is this dude head coach material? Can this guy lead a group of men? Can he motivate? Can he keep players accountable? And that's the big question mark for me, because at this point, he's not an offensive coordinator. Even though he's the one calling the plays, he's a head coach. And for me,
he should give that to Lombardi. He should give the offensive coordinator, let him do the plays.
I think when he gets established, he'll do it, just like he said in his presser. He said once the offense and everything gets established here, Mick Lombardi is going to be the offensive play caller, he said, in either year 2 or 3. And I agree with it. Listen, he can't just come into an organization that you know nothing about. Like, look, I've said this, dude. I run a company, dude. I have a lot of people that run underneath us, and I can go online and watch video of a guy, and I can watch his ass work, and I can see how he does over here, does the job right, but I still need to meet the dude so I can see who he is in person. I need to know how this dude gels. I need to know how he works with us. Like, there's a lot of things, and when you're taking somebody else's shit somebody else built, and you get over there, regardless of how people want to look at it, doesn't mean that what he looks at is the same as this guy looks at. I've said this is why I think Sean Payton would be better for us, is because he has the same mind frame as John Gruden. Spread offense, West Coast, use your receivers like you can. He ain't like Josh, where it's like, if Josh is going to get rid of that, listen, I'd bet $1 million right now. If Sean Payton came in here, Carr don't go nowhere. Carr stays his ass here. He don't move. All the players are going to stay right here because he can use the spread offense. He'll use the spread offense and still give Jacobs 1,200 plus yards. He's going to still give him that, dude, because Sean's done that with almost every dude that he's had. So he's no slouch. Like, Sean Payton's very good, and I've been saying this the whole season. I've said it the whole season. Get Sean and Vic, bro, and get rid of these fools now. Like, I'll ship their ass, dude. And again, that's another topic that's going to come up. So I don't even want to speak on. We'll speak on that.
Yeah, guys, and this may be another topic, but I'll just like lay out the contours of what I'm going to say here.
Hold on one second, Turbo. I agree. I agree, and I hate that. That's even a narrative. Like, I agree. I hate it's a narrative, man.
Yeah, I agree too, Turbo. No, so what I was going to say,
Turbo.
Yeah, what I was going to say, guys, is. Carr's benching or making Carr inactive for the last 2 games of the season, to me, it's a testament to a failure of Josh McDaniels as a head coach, because ultimately what this says to me is I couldn't get this guy to work. And I think a good head coach does what he can with the players that he has and maximizes their potential, maximizes their strengths, minimizes their weaknesses. By week 6, week 7, McDaniel should have taken a step back, and it should have been like, hey, fuck, the show we're trying is just not working. We have receivers running into each other. They don't know which routes to run. Our offensive line combinations, like, this shit's not a recipe for success for Derek. Can I simplify things so I could win some of these football games? Because we're in these football games. we're barely losing them. So what can I do as a head coach, put my ego aside as an offensive coordinator and get us over the hump and close out these games? And to me, benching Carr is like the cop-out, dude. It's like the easy way out of this thing. Like, he couldn't maximize this player's potential. So this is a way for him to actually point the finger at the player instead of looking inward and trying to, critically assess himself in the mirror and realize, like, hey, you know what? I didn't do what I could to get us over the hump in some of these games, because honestly, guys, we should have been getting ready for fucking playoff football at this point. With the number of close games that we lost,
if Sean was our coach, we would be going to the playoffs. If Sean Payton was our coach, we'd be going playoffs.
Dude, like, I can't. Like,
hey, you know
honestly,
what? I think he did that because he was leaving. So, but listen, I would have signed Aguilar too. So, but I wouldn't have gave him no $12 million. But I would have re-signed him for 5-6 easily. The dude played really good with Carr.
Yeah.
But like you said, I mean, and again, that's why I say, like, if you go back and look at the way our teams played under Josh, even with the falters and everything, but too many people don't want to look at that. They go and just look at one narrative, and it's the narrative of not scoring in the second half or the points or this and that. And every time it's Carr, that, hey, whatever. I don't even care. I've pointed out all year long on our show. I brought up stat on paper, dude, like Carr, even with the shitty receivers he got with Adams, motherfucking Hollins, and No Hands Cole and Foster. That's been his receivers. And you're comparing him to dudes like the Vikings over here with JJ and Thaleen, like you're with Jamar Chase and fucking Boyd or Higgins. You got freaking Stephon Diggs, Isaac, whoever else you want to name in there. You got all these places that got good caliber backups to go, if not even more depth. I mean, look at the Chiefs. You can go depth on them for 8 receivers,
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is every chance we had to give that option to Carr, Josh never did it. He didn't do it once. He didn't go Claypool. He didn't go after Russell Gage. He didn't go after anybody that could have benefited our team in any way. He stayed with these dudes. He actually shipped Robinson and he shipped Johnson, dude. He just said, yeah, Johnson, you have 2-year chemistry. You can streak and catch a fucking ball. And like Cole, like I said, no hand Cole. This dude is garbage, man. Like,
and Dustin, on DeMarcus Robinson, I don't know if you guys remember, he posted some shit like on IG or Twitter, and he was talking about how complicated the offense was.
That is the hardest offense he's ever been in, period. And that's coming from Andy Reid.
And that's coming from Andy Reid, right? And even Devontae Adams, when he was on the Pivot podcast before the season started, talked about how complicated the offense was. And I think I've made this point on some other lives. Guys, just because something is complicated doesn't mean it's good. And the analogy that I've been putting forth is this. If I give you guys fucking a dish to make, a recipe to make with 100 steps and 200 ingredients, that doesn't mean the dish is going to come out good. Yeah. Sometimes a simple dish is good. Give me a
few items, less items is better.
Yeah, give me some fucking.
That's the same as Paul Gunther's system too. On defense, he had a very complicated defense. It was too complicated, and the defense struggled with that. That's like the same thing with Josh McDowell's system on offense.
And Patrick Graham. So like, why not?
That's Patrick Graham's twin brother.
Yeah, that's Patrick Graham's twin
brother. Fucking from a different mother or different father.
Exactly. They run a very, very similar defensive scheme. So like, at the end of the day, if this system is that complicated, which once again you have receivers running into each other or not running the right routes and all these options.
Didn't we all hear, and maybe I'm just ghost this conversation, maybe I was the only one that heard it, but I could have swore to God Josh said when he went to the bye, he said, I'm going to go through the playbook, I'm going to simplify it to things that are working, I'm going to tear the others out and get rid of them so that way we have the best chance to win. I might be the only one that heard that, but I'm pretty sure he said that, like straight up, This guy's full of shit. And listen, I called it from the second. Look at her live. Go back to the video. I called it in the Kansas City game. I said that fool taking that shit. Their intention was to see how good our team was against the Kansas City and see where we lacked or where we can grow. I do believe that they did want to win in the get-go. Like, I truly believe it because the way that they had the linebacker core, the way that our team was set up in the preseason or off season was pretty good. But then you got to remember, we go through the preseason, nobody gets hurt, and then all of a sudden, bam, both linebackers, dudes are just dropping like flies. So I think that they did want to win, and I think when we got to Kansas City and seeing how competitive we were, I think they were just like, hey, we're not going to be good enough to beat them this year. Let's just take a step back. We can lose games here. Mark was talking to him the most at that time, and that's when people were saying like, oh, they need to fire him. Mark comes out and is like, I see our team right where it should be. And I'm like, bro, you said playoff, and you said tell them that it's fine where they're at. Like, so I don't know if this guy's just full of shit or what it is, but I said I hate Mark Davis, dude. He is not his dad. He's never gonna be his dad. I don't give a fuck about if some
he doesn't know football, dude. He doesn't know football. That's what it comes down to.
He's a guy that wants to take his daddy's fame and run around Vegas with it. He wants to go to games and be like, oh, look, he owns the Raiders. Like, that's what he wants to do.
Or bring these hookers to the game.
Yeah, he's sitting next to these baddies in the press box. Yeah. I mean, that's what he wants to do.
And them women are just taking his money because he's a dumb idiot and a bitch.
How do we know if they're women? They might be some Chippendale guys that he's taking. I don't know.
So Dustin, I actually don't know. Like, I think I partially agree with you in terms of like they wanted to win this year. For me, I think they were hopeful. But the thing that stood out to me in the preseason was they didn't address this O-line. They just did not address this offensive line. They extended Parker. They brought in Illuminor, who I've never been really impressed with because he always does that untimely penalty every single game. They didn't address the guard positions, especially after Denzel Good.
Yeah, but let's not. But don't forget, that's what I was just gonna say. So I think they did address it, but at the time they only had like $12 million in cap, dude. $12 million in cap, but then they ended up having Denzel Good retire. They ended up having Parker ended up getting hurt. Like, I think there was a lot of ways that they were trying to maneuver it at first, but after all this happened, then I think it just became like, hey, let's see where these guys end up and go from there. I think if the line would have panned out, they would have went. But people were talking about Darrell Williams the whole entire time, right? If the guy was so good, why didn't anybody else sign him? The dude still ain't signed. So apparently with all the injuries in the whole NFL, people that are going playoffs and so on, nobody wanted the guy. So I think where we were at with the player-wise is where they thought. I mean, come on, let's be real. Derek Carr just threw for 4,800 yards right behind that line. So, I mean, to sit and just say that the line was washed, I mean, I beg to differ. I mean, we can go look at the stats. I mean, I'm pretty sure Carr threw for 4,800 yards behind that line. So, I think I agree with you 100% on the fact that they could have went and did or made a trade or did some more, but I agree. I mean, I 100% agree, but let's be real. Even with the line that they did, we went out to the Arizona. Look, Charger game, dude, we go out there, we're only 5 points out, and that's right at the end of the game. We go to the Cardinal game, we've kicked the shit out of them. I think, like I said, the NFL is rigged, bro. Like, they come out and just start running these deals. Multiple games in that first section, we were right there. 1 point, dude, there were Tennessee Titans, dude, 2 points out, dude. Like, those first games, we were right there. Even with that line, with them rotating Illuminor and them.
Bro, like, I don't know about you guys, man, but, like, this season probably gave me the most PTSD when it comes to, like, actually having a lead in a game. Like, fucking, we can't hold on to 17-point leads, dude. Like, it's just, I mean, this shit's trauma that we have to, like, go through every time that we have a lead now of 17-plus points. We can't get comfortable, dude. And that's unreal. Like, 17-plus points in terms of leads this year and then blowing those game after game. It was almost – this shit was comedic, dude.
It is. I mean, it is. There's no doubt about it. And I agree, Richard, on that, dude, about the Saints game, fucking 24-0. Freaking outside of that, we've been competitive in every single game with the way the offense and defense.
Every game,
and I've said, dude, look at the points. They're putting up equal points to dudes that are playing 4 quarters of football. Like, they're only right underneath them. That's why I just think it's not fair to Carr, man. Like, if you're going to give Josh's garbage ass a second year on his shit ass play calling, dude, like, why ain't you giving Carr a second year in the system? You have nothing to fucking lose. You can cut him for damn near nothing the following year. And again, I've said this. I'm not saying that they've said that he's gone. Like, I'm not going to say that until they say on February 15th when they cut him or talk about it after the season. then I'll go from that. I think, like I said, even in the last live, if Stidham wins or plays competitive, Carr's gone. If he sucks ass, how do you cut Carr without knowing that you can guarantee another guy behind him? Nuh-uh.
Well,
no
Dustin, this
Mark
is the
better
thing,
fire
man.
that motherfucker if he loses with Stidham. Straight up.
This is the thing. They didn't even give Carr the full year. They cut him 2 games short, basically. And obviously, they haven't officially cut him because it's February 15th is the deadline. But not sure if you guys saw on social media, right? Like Derek Carr stopped following the Raiders on Twitter and IG. So I think the dude's out of here. He's through.
Yeah, but Deebo Samuels just did that this year. So I always say, I don't know if I'd go when people are deleting because, again, they might be upset right now and they might go back and talk. I agree 100%. I'm just saying when you take something because a guy deletes something, we had this with Deebo. Deebo deleted his shit. He was like, hey, fuck this team, blah, blah, blah. Got his contract shit right back. So I think people will do it just to prove points. And I think, like, right here, look, again, Devontae is going to become a huge factor in here if we rebuild or not. You know, so
and
like Jacobs. I said, get ready for the fireworks.
I think they'll probably tag Jacobs. They'll probably tag him.
I like Cortez. Cortez got a topic I was talking with him about. I think we'll wait there. I think I'd look at Jacobs a lot different now, but we'll wait till we get to that point. I think unless you want to go with the Cortez, what are you doing? DC never liked Dennis Allen. No.
Yeah. I think it's because of the, of history, because his rookie year,
Yeah, just to touch quickly on the DC topic, because I saw that comment there, guys, and I think all of us are pretty much on the same page that Carr didn't really get a fair shot to succeed here. 6 head coaches in 9 years. I think I made this comment on another live. Look at the Steelers, 3 head coaches since 1969. We've had 3 head coaches since October 2021. Consistency is the mother of success. Our franchise hasn't had that. It's a roller coaster, and I'm tired of it being sort of a playground where these first-time GMs get their first shot at the NFL to lead a team. But it is what it is. We'll see if Ziegler and McDaniels could do it.
I think the Colts will most definitely try and go after Derek Carr more than anyone else because they've been eyeing him. I mean, last year, or I should say this year, they were attempting to trade for Derek Carr. Yeah. They attempted to, and the fact that it's there, they're going to go. They might go after him.
The Jets, the Saints, the Commanders. I think there's a lot of
Commanders. I think Commanders will stick with what they got. I mean. Even though
if I was Carr, I would prefer the Colts over the Commanders. And not only that, he got familiarity with Gus and frickin' Rod Miles, all them. He's going to have Pittman and Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, you're not, let's be real. If you're moving over here to there and then they can work out a deal. Because listen, if Carr is going to the Colts in a trade, Devontae's ass going with him. Because Carr can just tell him on the 15th, fuck you, cut me, I'll go get my own fucking contract. Straight up. So he getting cut. He's taking or traded. He's getting Adams with him. Otherwise, there's no trade. You're not getting nothing. I don't care. So look, there are certain things I think Zeke did screw up on. Obviously, this contract, 100%. He fucked Pooch on this one. And not only that, the Chandler Jones one, dude, I think what was it, like $51 million, 3 years, 17.5. Yeah, just a dumbass contract. And then if we try to get rid of him next year, it's like $34 million hit. Like, it's just, the guy has made a few bad ones, but he's made a lot of good ones. So I'll give him that. But they probably, like I said, I think it's insane to me that you put up a contract that you were just literally willing to cut a top 10, top 12 quarterback. Like, dude, watch this. Watch this. Watch if they cut him. Patriots cut fucking Mac Jones' sorry ass over there and go get Carr and be like, hey, come on over here, motherfucker. Like, that'd be a huge upgrade over him, man. Like, that's what I'm saying is like, you ain't gonna go get the guy. If you can manage a defense, you'd have a good team. Like, that's why I think I'd be livid, dude, that as a Raider fan, as a diehard Raider fan that spent a lot of money going to this shit, that if you're telling me you cut Carr, when Carr ain't even cost you nothing his whole career, he's only taking sacrifice after sacrifice, and you're going to cut him pick up Brady, and then fix your defense. Like, fuck you, Mark. Like, fuck you, straight up. You know, like,
Yeah, fuck
hey,
Mark
you
Davis.
should trip and fall, bro. Like, straight up. Like, you should trip and
Because
fall quick.
what Mark Davis just did to him, that was a bitch ass move. Mark Davis knows that shit.
I think Al Davis may have want to do a DNA test on Morkovich to see if he's related to him or not.
He doesn't look like him. I'll say that, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't even look like Al.
Yeah, you are not the father. Get the fuck out of Raider Nation.
You know, and you look at it, Richard, you're right. Yeah, that's facts. I mean, listen, I've said, why wouldn't you be fair to Carr and give him the defense that he deserves, dude? Like, these games, listen, I understand that people will sit and say, like, they should have scored a point and say, I'm not disagreeing against that, but let's be fucking real. If Cardinals puts up 21, 24 points in the first half, why can't the fucking defense stop a team from scoring 24 points? Like, how come we have 340 fucking 6 points scored, but our defense got 350? But dudes want to talk about this 6-week span. Well, if your 6-week span is top 5, how in the hell did you put up 350 points in the defense? You want to go see top 5? Go look at the Buffalo Bills, the Ravens, where their points are 250. They're 100 points higher than top 5 defenses. You can't take a stat line and falsify it to make it look better. The stat line is the stat line, dude. You don't put up 350 points by being good. Like, you don't do that. Sorry. They put up more points than our offense has put up, and then we're still the 9th to 12th best offense. Like, that's all I'm saying. If you got a team that got defense that can back up our play, dude, and hold dudes for not just a quarter or two, guys like, well, they got 3 and out. Good. Fuck, they should do it 10 times over. They're getting paid $20 million a year. Should fucking do that for 64 minutes, 3 hours. I don't care how long you got to do. You're getting paid massive money to do your job. Yeah. Motherfuckers are like, oh, they've been out there too. Go exercise some more then. Go exercise some more. Get good. Get good like LeBron. Get good like Brady. All these dudes that do it to be good. I hate how we just sit here, and I get it. Like, Carr hasn't showed up in the second half, but, dude, Carr putting up points in the first half more than people putting up the whole game.
Yeah.
Hey,
I want to say more, but I want to save it for my topic, though. I would like to say something, but I don't want to.
You want to do your topic, Cortez?
Yeah, JJ's a bitch.
All right, we can go over there.
Right,
one disrespectful motherfucker.
I think he's still a young guy. I can't, but go ahead.
Did Al Ghost, did you see right after when they asked him and he had his hand over his face laughing?
Yeah, he was like in the locker room, right?
Yeah, bro. He's one disrespectful motherfucker, bro.
Turbo, I don't know if you've seen that, Al, but he was saying that he liked your opinions too.
Yeah,
why would you say some or laugh about the whole situation? Like, that's not a good impression.
No, it's not. But I think sometimes people
and the other
nervous,
player, it's not on here, but the other player that's a disrespect little bitch, the one that's been gone the whole year, where the fuck he's been?
Darren Waller?
Yup.
Darren Waller. I can understand people
Darren Waller's another one that's fucking...
I was pissed off that he took Devontae Adams' reception and it became incomplete.
Darren Waller, Hunter Renfrow.
Devontae Adams was pissed.
Or them two are the ones that have Derek Carr's back.
Cortez, this is why you saw JJ laughing, and this is why you saw Darren Waller appearing nonchalant, like he didn't care.
Yeah, stupid shit.
This is, and the answer is simple. Derek Carr's a scapegoat, guys. He's a scapegoat. And what happens when you identify someone as a scapegoat? Everyone throws rocks at that dude. Everyone, including the players, the coaches, the staff. Check this out, guys. I don't know if you guys listen to what the fuck's his name? Michael Lombardi. He used to be in the front office of the Raiders. His son's the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Yep.
He has a podcast called the GM Shuffle, and I was listening to it yesterday, and I was curious. I actually used to subscribe to that podcast, but then he was talking mad shit about Gruden when the whole Gruden emails happened. So I was just like, fuck this dude. I'm not going to listen to him anymore. But after the Carr situation that happened, I was just like, hey, you know what? Let me tune in and see what he says about this whole Carr situation. So I put on the podcast and I'm listening to it. I'm taking a walk outside. And what does the dude say? Well, Carr couldn't get it done. You look at the numbers and he couldn't get it done. and he's blaming Carr, which is expected, right? His son's the fucking offensive coordinator. So again, Carr is the scapegoat here. Everyone, front office, coaching, the coaching staff, players, the fucking practice squad players, whoever, whenever someone is identified as the scapegoat, everyone's gonna throw rocks at that guy.
But there's two players that didn't, though. There's two players that didn't.
I agree with you. Not everyone. Not everyone.
True. There are multiple. Because Colton Miller, Renfro, Adams. There are multiple players that didn't. But to speak on this topic, like, look, I've always been a big fan of Josh Jacobs. I've always have. I thought he's always been a decent player. But man, come on, dude. Like, let's be real. If it wasn't for Derek, you wouldn't even fucking be where you're at, period. And so either with Waller, dude, and you're over here, you putting your hand on your mouth, trying not to smile, but you look through his hand, the hole here that you can see him fucking shitting a grin. And then they bring up the fact about, like, do you feel like you shouldn't have said what you said on that deal? And he was like, nah, man, I say what I say, you know. But my point is when he has his hand up here the whole time he's talking about Carr, he's trying not to smile. But the minute they get off Carr, his hand takes away from his face and has no problem speaking on shit. And I just think that's chicken shit, man. If you're gonna if you want to say it, you know, just say it. Like, that's all I'm saying. And not only that, dude, like, you think because you finally got to go out and shine in your 1 year, dude, like, you still had issues the first few years. So, like, I get that you're doing really good this year. Like, I get that. But, dude, don't forget who also was there helping you get to that point, too. Him checking down. I mean, let's look at Renfro. Renfro said this out his own mouth. He said when they were interviewing about, he's loyal as hell to Carr, which is good. He should be, because Carr helped him come along, too. And he said Carr helped them win games this year. If it wasn't for Carr, we wouldn't have won those games. Seattle intended, you know, so all I'm saying is you're right, throwing rocks at the dude because of that. Waller don't even stick up for him. Don't forget he gave you 2 1,000-yard seasons, bud. Like, straight up. So
he got him paid.
Yeah,
it's facts, and you're over there just like, oh well, Devontae is fucking true Raider in my fact because you stick by your blood, you stick for your fucking team in the whole time. That motherfucker told him straight up, like, hey, we got 2 more games. I'm gonna come out here, finish out like this, and then we'll see where we go from there. But then he comes out, like you say, you know, you want to bash on a dude that I came here for that's helped me get where we're. Look at, bro. I came here from Green Bay with Aaron motherfucking Rodgers. I was up there in fucking 1,800 yards, 18 touchdowns. Carr's first year, he's over 1,312 touchdowns. Like, first year, that's probably what top 5 in Rodgers' whole 9 years. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, this fool get 1 year like that, and he fucking smashed out with them. But then they sit there and they want to bash him, right? Like, all I'm saying to me is if you want to judge a dude, regardless of how people feel about him or how the nation or not, judge him fairly, man. Just judge him fairly. Go look up stats, pull them to the side, look at people like Buffalo, the Vikings, the Dallas, all these teams. Just go get those teams, put them side by side and say, these guys have 5 receivers, he got 1, 2. Yeah. I mean, let's not say that Waller and Renfro matter because they only played 3 times this year.
Dustin, go back. It's facts. Derek Carr made tight ends Pro Bowls. He made Derek Cook a Pro Bowl.
He's made a lot of people Pro Bowls.
Pro Bowlers.
And Cortez, Dustin, and not just this, right? This is the first season that we could actually say without a shadow of a doubt that Derek Carr actually has an undisputed number 1 wide receiver. Prior to this year, he did not have an undisputed number 1 wide receiver. I don't care what people say about Amari Cooper. He is not an undisputed number 1 wide receiver. No. Neither is Michael Crabtree. He had Jordy Nelson. Don't forget fucking 2018 Jordy Nelson, who was running a 5.5 40, dude. Like, it was crazy. So when people are, to Dustin's point about fairly assessing and evaluating Carr's tenure at the Raiders, look at the totality of the circumstances that the guy had to go through, right? He joins an unstable organization in 2014. He goes 0-10. He doesn't sit behind an Alex Smith for a year and learn a system. He doesn't have one single coach or play caller during his entire 9-year tenure with the Raiders. 6 head coaches in 9 years, multiple play callers, fucking players killing people. players threatening others on fucking Instagram Live, coaches resigning because of homophobic and sexist emails or whatever. I mean, the guy's gone through it.
And then the president. So this must have started way before our president that we had. He stepped down last year, and then they got rid of the intern president for some reason, and then the tax situation too. We don't.
And then the
Yeah.
franchise relocating from the Bay Area to Southern Nevada to Las Vegas. I mean, the guy's gone through it. He's going to go to another team. This is the silver lining, guys. Or should I say silver and black lining to this whole thing. Derek Carr is going to go to another team, and he's going to succeed. And what we're going to hear from the Carr haters this coming fall is, well, he didn't do that for our team. But all of us on this panel know exactly why he couldn't do that here. Because to Dustin's point, he never had a fucking defense that was ranked higher than what, 20? I think you have the stat.
20,
Yeah.
22.
2022.
I think was the best.
He had all of these weapons on paper who hardly saw the field at the same time. He had to go through 6 different head coaches in a 9-year span, multiple systems. And even McDaniels, this is straight from the horse's mouth, right? Learning a new system is like learning a new language. I think even Devontae Adams said this shit's like learning Mandarin. He said that on the Pivot podcast. He's also a fucking 8-9 year vet. So again, Carr wasn't giving the situation the tools to succeed here. And I wish him the best, dude. If he's a Jet, if he's a commander, whatever, he's gonna kill it. He's gonna do well.
I'll always root for DC.
Yeah, I'd say,
whether
like,
he's a Raider or not.
if it's me, man, like, if I was the owner of this organization and had the power to do it, I would tell Josh, like, you're not getting rid of Carr. You can draft a quarterback in Will Levis or Stroud, and you can develop him over next year. So that way, if you get rid of my fucking young starting quarterback, I have a dude to replace him. You getting Tom Brady, let me tell you something, does not guarantee shit. Doesn't guarantee shit. You're going off past tense. You ain't going off what's happening now. He won a Super Bowl 3 years ago. He's had the same team intact for the last 2 years, and it's only declined the whole time. So that it doesn't mean shit if he comes here, man. So I don't even want to hear it. And the other thing is I feel like if you have Stroud or Levis to be there, then you're guaranteeing us a future after Carr. And like I said, what does it hurt to bring Carr in? If you're a good quarterback coach like you claim you are, you teach that dude your system by, mid-year, you can pull Carr and be like, all right, enough's enough. We don't owe you any, so we'll just move on from there. Because his contract after that is not fully guaranteed. It's fucking a non-guaranteed contract that he has to work for it. So for me, that would be the smartest thing for me as our future. Man, Brady don't guarantee jack shit unless the NFL cheating for him, dude. And I'm not trying to go that route. So
Dustin, this is what Brady guarantees, though. He guarantees more media attention. He guarantees people going to the stadium to go watch him. Which is fitting, right, for Las Vegas. You get an aging celebrity who has essentially a standing show on the Strip, right? He has a Las Vegas residency for Tom Brady at Allegiant Stadium for people to come and watch him. This is related to that. Think about what's been pushed by Raiders PR and Raiders Twitter these past couple of weeks. They've been promoting the fact that fucking Ice Cube and Too Short are going to be performing at halftime at the Niner game. Well, what about the product on the field? What about whether we win or lose on the field? Why is that not important? Guys, since we moved to Oakland to Las Vegas, it's no longer commitment to excellence. It's commitment to the dollar signs. That's what Mark cares about. Ultimately, I think whether or not the team wins or loses on the field is pretty secondary because you're going to have away fans. I saw on Twitter earlier today that something like 75% of fans on Sunday are going to be wearing the red and gold. Yeah. Like the people are coming from the Bay, dude. They're not. These season ticket holders in Las Vegas are selling their tickets, right? And they're selling them for $400, $500, $600. And so it doesn't really matter whether the Raiders are successful on the field because you have the entertainment capital of the world, essentially that becoming or has become the NFL's playground, right? So you're going to have away fans, especially now, right? Even though our team is shit this year, it's New Year's Eve weekend. So people flew out
Random
today.
fans too. By
Yeah,
that,
they party Friday, Saturday, and then they go to the game on Sunday. And you have a lot of hotels now who are comping the tickets.
Later,
So
Richard.
I'll see
all right,
you,
later,
Richard.
Rich.
So a lot of my point is this, guys: the product on the field, what the Raiders
Hello,
do on the
Richard.
field.
Peace, bro.
See
Appreciate
you,
you.
Richard. The product on the field doesn't really matter to Mark Davis. Ultimately, this is all about dollar signs.
They breathe. Go look at what Dak's interceptions
Yeah,
are. He
with
leads
less
He
games.
leads the league in interceptions.
Or Josh Allen, yeah.
Zach Prescott
Yeah, I
with
mean,
less
yeah,
games.
you're right. I pointed that out. You can go look on that list. You have Derek Carr, Dak, Burrows, and Josh Allen, and Josh Allen's tied for second. Then you're looking at Burrows and Dak tied for fifth, which now Dak is first in the NFL in interceptions. Like I say, it's okay for one, but it ain't okay for the other. And not only that, all three of those teams have elite offensive rosters that are way better than Carr's by far. And Carr's only 500 yards underneath them.
And not just that, but all of those quarterbacks that you name aren't in the system for the first year. They're not learning a new system.
True.
And the other thing that people say, right? Just touching on Carr real quick. They say, well, you know what? He had 9 years. And he should, he's a veteran. He had a fair shot. It's his first year in the system. And as you guys know, you guys played football or any sport. If you're that deep into your career, you have to unlearn a bunch of things in order to learn something new. And Carr actually even alluded to this in a few interviews throughout the year, that he had to unlearn a bunch of different things from the previous systems, right? West Coast offensive system, very different from the Urquhart Perkins, right? Very different from what these other guys were running before McDaniels got here. So it's actually in some ways harder to learn something new when you're an 8-9 year vet, because you have to unlearn a bunch of shit that you learned in the past.
Facts. And don't forget, Allen's first 2 years, they were calling him a bust. So he didn't just come out there and just excel from day one. So I can show up multiple deals of Stephen A., frickin' Colin Coward, multiple recruits, everything saying Josh Allen first 2 years was a bust. Skip. I mean, you got all kind of people. Then he excelled. But I agree with you, because they get to stay in the system long enough that they can understand it. That's why I've said Stenham's probably going to not play too bad here, because he's been behind Josh the whole time. The whole time. He knows how Josh wants it, how he looks at it, how he sees it. He didn't bring Stenham here just because he knows it. He knows it probably pretty fucking well, obviously. So, like I said, I think Stenham's going to see the field differently. He'll see the progressions differently. Just like I spoke about when we opened up the show, Carr wants to go more downfield for the bigger play to look better, where I think Stenham's weak arm is going to play into Josh's system better and check downs, just like they've done with Brady his whole career over there. Drag routes, curls, slants across. I said in that Steelers game, you want to win that game, just go put Waller out in the wide receiver and slant him across the field in drags and slants, dude. Their speed and size is going to eventually get one of them and take off, but they're pushing downfield 20, 30 fucking yards on play. Why? That kind of shit don't even make sense.
It didn't make sense, especially with the weather conditions. It was.
And go watch the history of football in those type of situations. You can watch that shit from like 1950s, 60s. Where in those type of games, it's a pound the ball, fucking throw short routes, make big plays, dude.
Run the ball, short routes.
Yeah, some of the biggest plays on ESPN highlights for fucking history games are plays just like that, dude. So, like I said, I just think Josh ain't dumb like that, dude. Like, Josh ain't dumb like that. He's played with less talent, dude. He's been to Super Bowl and won multiple times. I mean, the guy's not dumb like that. So when you're seeing the ways that we're going and Matt Collins and so on. And the thing that irritates me the most, I think, with people at the moment is where when they're arguing about or debating about our receiver, they bring in, well, you got Matt Collins. Motherfucker, Matt Collins wasn't even better at special team than any other team, but here he's receiver too, right? Like,
dude, I think he had like 400 yards. I think he had like 400, 500 career yards before he came.
Yeah, and he's got 588 right now. You know what I mean? Like, fucking gonna be a fucking number 2. Like, the guy has dropped open-ass passes right on his fingertips. Devontae got that. He's going to the house, so Zay Jones would have had some of those fucking catches. Like that's why I would rather kept Zay in some of that shit.
I'm happy that you brought up Zay Jones, by the way, because going back to like Nelson Aguilar and
hey,
Zay
salute,
Jones,
salute, bro. Appreciate you showing up.
Salute, dude. I'm actually happy that you brought up Zay Jones, because going back to even Nelson Aguilar, you look at Aguilar and Zay Jones, who got them paid? Like, dude, if Derek Carr is that bad of a quarterback, if he's a mediocre, like, run-of-the-mill quarterback, how does he get these guys paid, these huge contracts?
Dude, he even got Seth Roberts paid to Baltimore, dude. He's gotten Andre Holmes paid to the Bills. Like, he's gotten multiple people paid. Cooks, dude. I mean, he's gotten multiple. Crabtree gonna be out of his career. Dude comes back, revitalizes it with Carr, because I think he had ACL tear at that time.
Yeah.
And even when he went to the Niners, I said that I wanted him because he was one of the most pure catchers there were. But at the same time, Carr has brought in multiple people over his time span, dude. It ain't just one, it's multiple, dude. I mean, frickin', what was it, dude from Green Bay, fucking, James Jones, like him,
his
him
rookie
even
year,
too, coming out, played very well, and James Jones speaks highly of Carr his whole entire time, even to this point,
He calls him Baby Rogers.
Yeah,
Baby
and he's
A-Rod.
done this with multiple people, even all the way to right now. He took Aguilar that didn't have shit going on, that couldn't catch balls, was in Philadelphia. I think he was even in there under Andy Reid, and fucking still comes over here with Carr years later, and bam, what's he do? Damn near 1,000 yards. What is 892 or something in 1 year? Gets from $1 million contract to $12 million with New England. He doesn't just. He took Zay Jones, dude, that the Bills took, first round pick. I think he was first round pick.
Second round.
Second round. First overall, or their number one wide receiver at the time. Then he got depleted. We get him. We bring him over here. Sits behind Gruden for a few years. Bam! What's he doing his third year? Just starts making some of the best plays down the side. Big game moments. Zay came up with them massively last year, dude. Like big game moments here. Who's coming up with it? Keelan Cole? No. You gonna go Foster? No. You gonna go with Hollins? No. He had one good game, 158 in that one game, and then just fell the fuck off the face of the earth. You just can't sit and go with a roster like that. A Carr could only do so much, man. You ask him to do miracle plays. You ask him to take dude that was special teamer and turn him into a true number 2 wide receiver. Like that's just crazy shit, man. Then you want to bag him for it. Then you want to talk shit on him and say, oh, look at his interception. Oh, I don't give a shit, man. He got fucking really one receiver he's throwing the damn ball to, really, is Devontae. So,
and not just that, Justin. I mean, I think if you step back, and I know he has 14 INTs this season, and if you step back and analyze each of those INTs, a good chunk of those aren't on him. Like
I bet a third of them we can say bounced off players and into other people.
Yeah,
easily. While they're being a bitch, ducking down like a pussy.
Or not trying to catch the ball with both hands. Like that dude was just sitting on some different shit this year. But yeah, dude. I mean, 14 INTs. Don't just look at the numbers. People need to dig under the numbers, and if they want to bring up the numbers, right? Like you mentioned, 4,800 yards last season. How does a guy who has 4,800 yards last year go down to 3,500? Like how does that?
Yeah,
happen?
but even that. So look, you shut him off. You shut him off at 3,500. He goes into these next 2 games, which he's averaged about 250 per game through his career. He'd still be over 4,000. He'd still be over 4,000. And Josh is a bitch because he knows that, dude. He's like, look, Josh is like, bro, we're getting to the end of the year. It's getting too dangerous to keep Carr in here because he's starting to change plays, dude, and we don't want to win. Like, that's facts. Like, that's what I think that's what it's about because Seattle, a perfect example. I've said it the whole time. He had toss to the outside. He called halfback ISO, sent up the fullback, knocked that linebacker, and gone. When you're looking at the way that shit's going, and Carr's done this numerous times now, I think Josh is at the point where he's like, if we keep him in there long enough, he'd be liable to win one of these last 2 games. Whereas I think they want top 6 pick, dude. Like, in my opinion, I think they want this.
I completely agree, guys. I'll tell you this: when Carr is, because I've also been hearing about how like there's a slight possibility that he might retire. I hope not, because I like the way the guy plays. But when it's all said and done, and the guy retires, and hopefully he signs a book deal, I'm gonna read that shit cover to cover.
Yeah.
Imagine the whole drama, the whole fucking story if he lays it out and he actually pours his heart out and he talks about the whole Jack Del Rio situation, Dennis Allen, John Gruden, fucking Josh McDaniels, and actually like lays it out on paper. I can't wait to read that fucking book.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
and he
know
needs
what?
to write a
I think
book.
BC
Actually,
likes-
he needs to write a book about
did
this.
like Jack Del Rio, and I do definitely think he liked Gruden too. He still loves Gruden. He just did. I think the only coach he didn't like was Dennis Allen. You know, and I'm thinking like Derek Carr, he's a pleaser. You know, he tried to please Josh McDaniels, and Josh McDaniels took advantage of his good graces. Because, in my opinion, I know some people might say this, but Derek Carr should have said, "Fuck you, asshole! Fuck you! You don't know a fucking damn thing. You haven't been a good head coach. I know the game. These are my guys." You got to have a quarterback that speaks like that. Because some people might say maybe Derek Carr would have his job if he showed, like, you know, he has backbone, but he's not the kind of guy that, you know, it's not in his nature to speak out against authority. I mean, Aaron Rodgers would do it. Tom Brady definitely would do it. In fact, Tom Brady has done it, you know, with Josh McDaniels. He screamed his ass off. And you know what? Josh McDaniels folds like a bitch. You know, he does.
Yeah, I remember that sideline argument that he had with Brady, and he just like
folded.
backed down. Yeah.
And Brady was screaming like a little girl, and he just folded like right on Tom Brady. He goes, ah.
Yeah, but sometimes I want to call that weakness because sometimes to diffuse a conversation is not to engage in the conversation, especially during peak moments like that. That's what makes goats and not, because when you start letting your emotions get too high above where you can't listen to other people, you're blinding yourself in those situations. Where Josh probably was like, fuck it, diffuse it by not engaging, and probably was best for him. So.
Well, he was definitely trying to diffuse it. I agree with you there. But he was doing that because, you know, at the time, he was at good graces with Robert Kraft and everything. And then, you know, because there was times that, you know, that Bill Belichick wanted to replace him with Jimmy Garoppolo, but then who had to say of that not happening? It was Robert Kraft, you know?
And I agree with you, Turbo, on this one, because I think the way that Zeke and them drew up that contract, they fucked themselves, dude, because, Carr probably demand that Adams is traded with him. And if he goes to the Colts with Adams and Pittman and fucking Jonathan Taylor, watch the fuck out. And again, he's going to have to go to a team that has the cap at that point, because you're going to be paying for Carr and you're going to be paying for Adams. So that's going to demand a lot of draft cap. But what I was going to say is I think it would be smarter for Carr to just tell them, look, you fucked up on the contract. Fuck you, because you try and backdoor me now.
I would too.
I'm just going to ask to be released, and I'm going to deny all trades. And then I'll get released on the 15th, and then I'm gonna go wherever the fuck I want, like straight up. So,
Adams for a first-round pick.
In my opinion, I think that contract was fake. How they wrote it up.
Again, we're making speculation that he's gone. I mean, I'm not saying he's gone, that he's not gone. Okay, I just say, man, Denham's got to show that the system's gonna work first. I think that's a massive part in this whole let's cut Carr shit. Like, you can't just go out there and be like. Again, if you know Tom Brady coming here, you're tampering, like straight up, dude. And did Goodell say it's okay for them to tamper with Brady? And then you're sitting there putting this public on ESPN, First Take, all these things that Brady may leave Tampa Bay and go there. What indicates that? What even indicated that, dude? Like, just because you're moving on from Carr? Like, I'm telling you, Brady wouldn't be my first pick. It would be Aaron Rodgers, straight up, dude. Like, if I can give Rodgers to Vegas for $12 or $40 million, I'll give $10 million more for him. You know, like, I'll give the $40 million, no problem for Rodgers. You know, so I think Rodgers is more like I think he'd probably take the money, but I don't know. You'd have to trade. I don't know how all that's gonna go, and I don't know if I'd go that far. I'm just saying, if we go that route, like, I would prefer to go youth. I would take CJ fucking Stroud, dude. Put him back there. He's a mobile player, got great arm, got great vision. His sack rate inside the pocket's like 12.7. Like, that's phenomenal. That means his awareness is fucking like 88.3 of not getting sacked in the pocket, or 87.3. He ain't gonna get sacked in the pocket. So with the line we got and the turmoil we have, I would prefer CJ Stroud, man. Like straight the hell up.
The only
Yeah,
thing
the
is,
question
though,
there though is if we're
the
actually going to
system,
be
though.
drafting high enough to have CJ Stroud still available there, because I think
Yeah, I don't
we're
think he'll
11th.
be.
Are we 11th right now?
No, hell
We
no.
could
We're
drop
ninth.
9, I think.
We're
We're
ninth.
ninth. We're
I
ninth.
think
Yeah,
he's
and if we
I don't
lose
think
these
he's
next
there.
2 games, if we lose these next 2 games, we can pick as high as 6. So we can be at the 6th pick, and CJ Stroud's
might be
draft
there. He might
stock
be
is
there,
falling
yeah.
off.
Yeah, he
Dude,
might be
listen,
there.
this is why I'll tell you why we'll be there. Because Zeke is already invested in draft stock for multiple years in front of us. So we have draft stock forward. So it wouldn't take him nothing to go to them and be like, hey, we get CJ Stroud right now. I'll give you first next year with this year, and we'll move up. You know, look at what they did with Trey Lance. That's 3 first-round picks, dude. Like, if you're telling me all we got to do is sacrifice one, the problem I have is I wish this year was next year, because I think Drake and fucking Caleb Williams are way better quarterbacks. Like, especially if you're going to make a move like that. I would rather wait till next year and get Drake and Caleb, because I think that would be the better deal for our organization. But look, I'm not going to say that Kansas, what is it, Levis? I'm not.
There's another one.
Will Levis.
If it's me, I don't give a fuck what people say about Ohio State quarterbacks, dude. Justin Fields showed the minute that they altered that team to him, the team has become way fucking better, or he's become way better, night and day better. This dude, next level shit.
There's another.
So me personally, I would say, and look, that maybe it would be smarter to go Levis, because more pocket presence, bigger bodied. He would probably command more in the pocket. Where, look, Stroud, I don't know if Josh McDaniels can game plan for a dude like Stroud, because of the fact that he didn't do shit with Cam Newton. So I don't know if that would be the best option there.
Dustin, I get what you're saying, dude. I get what you're saying. I think it makes a lot of sense in terms of addressing the quarterback position. But then when we're investing so much draft capital, so much draft stock in the quarterback position, it leaves open the glaring hole that we've had over the past fucking 2 decades.
Quarterback,
which is defense, dude.
No, but look, this is so. Look, so just to clarify that, I can instant. If we go for Stroud or them, Devontae's out of here. So you're going to trade him off. You're going to pick up your draft cap, dude. Yeah. You're going to have to pick up another receiver. You're going to lose Carr. Your cap is building massively already. So now you got $28 million back. You're getting $30 million on Carr, or $34 million on Carr. Just alone right there, you're fucking $60 million on top of 27, which is $87 million in cap. No, only 16 point. Well, what is it? You're only negative for one time span. You're only negative in the first year. You're only negative in the first year, and I do believe it is like 20 million. But dude, look, we did that with Rodney Hudson. Didn't give a fuck. Go look at our dead cap right now. I think it's like 49 million. So I don't think they have a problem eating dead cap.
Well, Rodney Hudson originally he restructured his contract, and then he wanted out after we released.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. My point is the dead cap hit to him was 19 million. It was 19 million just on him for 2 years. So my point is if they want to move off a player, they don't have a look. I'm telling you, go look at the dead cap right now. I'm sure it's up in 40, 50 million, dude. 43, I think.
Yeah, trading actually works better than releasing, but. There is some penalty, but it's not really big, and they'll take that. They'll eat a little cap penalty.
I think you won't have a choice, because Devontae will sit his ass on that bench and tell them, my contact track's guaranteed. Your move.
Yep.
Like straight up. So I don't. And even if he just goes out there and bats down every fucking ball like Brandon Marshall did over there in the motherfucking Broncos when they had that happen to him too. So hey, motherfuckers get to the point they'll just be like, screw you and your organization. You don't want that being shown on TV, so you're gonna get traded. So
they're gonna trade. If this happens, this is what I would do if I was Derek Carr organization. Get Devontae. Let's get Hunter Renfrow, because he'll want Renfrow there too. So because he has a small extension, the Colts could trade for Renfrow too. They could say, "Hey, we'll do that," and you guys are going to get more draft picks. You want to rebuild and build it however you want to do it, then let's do that. Then that's what the Colts
Could do.
Dude,
I'm starting to think the Colts
I'd be like,
are going to go after Carr. I think the Colts.
If I was Carr, I would
after
try to figure out if the Colts will, and if they. What I would do is like, dude, if I was Carr, I'd just be the GOAT. I'd be like, oh, does the Colts want to trade for me? They're like, yeah, they want to make a trade for you. I'd be like, good, release me. I don't want the trade, and go sign with them.
Yeah,
be like, you can trade for Devontae now. You can trade for Devontae now.
Yeah, they could trade Devontae to the Colts and get a second-round pick and maybe a future second-round pick. And they would
it doesn't make sense for. It doesn't make sense for Carr to be complicit in any trade value for the Raiders. Like why the hell would I help my ex? Essentially,
people are like, if he's a true Raider, he would. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Maybe you, a guy that likes getting bent over and sent out the door. Some of us don't like that shit, so we're just be the same way, right back to him. Fuck, I don't care if he's religious or not. You could only do so much to a person before he's like, yeah, fuck their religion anymore, man. You a piece of shit, like straight up.
I was a season ticket holder in Oakland, and I was at the last game in Oakland, right? When we played the Jaguars, which by the way, we should have won that game because Carr slid in bounds. But then after the game ended, Carr comes over to the fucking black hole, and my seats were pretty close to the black hole. And fucking people throwing nachos at the dude, booing him. And I was just like, this is such a fucked up situation, right?
Yeah.
The guy's just coming over saying goodbye to Oakland one last time, even though we lost the game, which, by the way, the NFL ended up apologizing for, like the next day, saying that they got the call wrong. But no, I think he's through. I think he's through with the organization. I think he understands some of the hate, not some, but all the hate that he gets from Raider Nation as well. And he'll go to greener pastures and he'll succeed and he'll do well, dude. Yeah. So and he's made a ton of money too.
I think, like they said, I don't see him wanting to trade, and I've said this numerous weeks before. The only way I think it happens is if Carr's going or Devontae's with them, because it's the only way. You're not, dude. Listen, Devontae's already made it clear on social media that he don't like how they're fucking Carr. And if you get a guy that literally just left Aaron Rodgers to come here to play with him, and now you're going to tell him he's got to play with Stenham, why the fuck wouldn't he stayed with Jordan Love at least? I mean, fuck you, stayed and got Rodgers all year, like, now you're telling this fool, like, sorry, bro, that's like a kick in the first year, number one receiver at 1,300 yards. Like, you just, fuck you too. Like, you just telling him, fuck you too. Like, straight up. Like, you don't fucking tell him, sorry, bro, get rid of your boy, bring in Stenham. Like, get the hell out of here.
Listen, hey, guys, like, fucking, Davante Adams is on some different shit now at year 8, year 9 of his career.
That's rich.
When he made the Pro Bowl like a couple of weeks.
Turbo.
Hey, right now I'm gonna drop
see you later,
Discord
Turbo.
link.
Hey, sorry, Al, I don't mean to cut you off, bro. You keep talking. I'm just let them know. Thanks.
Hey, Dustin, you want me to drop the link?
Yeah, drop Discord, Instagram, YouTube, whatever.
Yeah, salute to Turbo. No, so what I was gonna say, guys, is Davante Adams, he made the Pro Bowl, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, and he was asked by reporters what he felt about being honored by the Pro Bowl. And he said, hey, at this point in my career, I want different kind of bowls. And it's not about his individual stats, right? It's not about him getting individual accolades. The dude's after a ring. And do I want Stidham to succeed on Sunday? As a Raider fan, I do. Like, I want the guy to do well. Shit, I want us to beat the Whiners. Like, they're one of our haters.
Dude, I'd rather watch Stenham fall flat on his face and let
I fucking hate that.
Cal State fucking Garbers play. I'd rather watch him play.
Chase Garbers.
Fuck yeah, I think he's actually a good player, and I think he's got a good arm. And I even said when we picked him up in the UDFA, that was a great pickup right there, because he's actually a decent quarterback, and I did like him over Stenham. I hate this shit where people are like, it's systematic. Listen in the Ohio State comment, all right, about the quarterback. The reason Ohio State failed in quarterback so many years is look where the fuck they went. They went to Cleveland, dude. Cleveland wasn't even getting shit. They were falling apart, dude. They couldn't build shit. Yeah. We picked up and were in the turmoil too. So these guys were going places where they were like, this is my system, you learn it. How come when only guys that come out and become successful, like Patrick Mahomes, okay, let's just take Alex Smith of all people, okay? Alex Smith leaves the Niners, comes to the Chiefs under Andy Reid, has just as equal of record, but minus 7 wins that Patrick Mahomes has right now. We took a guy that fucking didn't do shit with the Niners, comes here, has an equal record of Patrick Mahomes, minus 6, 7 wins. So Patrick has, at this point in his career, 7 more wins than Alex Smith had at his point with Andy Reid. So that tells you that Andy Reid tailored the offense to the quarterback, dude, and he's probably learned that shit when he left out of Philadelphia when he was over there with McNabb. But long story short is, good coaches know it isn't no law. I'm going to write up the plays. And yes, this is my system, but we're not systematic. Like, I'm going to tailor my offense to you. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. Look at the Bears. The Bears did the same shit with Justin Fields. They tried running that bullshit in the beginning. They were getting their ass beat. Then the next thing you know, they switch over to changing up the offense to more tailor Justin. And what's he doing? 200-yard rushing game? Just boom, night out, nothing, just bam, gone.
And that goes actually to something that I said earlier, Cortez and Dustin, that McDaniels' decision and Ziegler's decision and Mark Davis's decision to bench Carr or make him inactive is actually a testament or evidence to McDaniels failing as a coach. Because like Andy Reid, what did he do? He tailored his offense to his players, right? Players ultimately are the guys who play the game. And yes, I'm going to have a system. I'm going to have certain things that I like doing offensively or defensively. But as a coach, my job is to put you in spots to succeed, to maximize your strengths and minimize your weaknesses as much as possible. And McDaniels couldn't do that. And, throwing in the towel on DC, a guy who's arguably, top 10, top 12 quarterback, is just not a smart move. And I think ultimately it shows that the guy failed as a head coach, man.
Because, you think if you're supposed to be guru, you've done all this with Brady, all this shit, you would want to show that you would actually want to show people that, hey, I can do this with anybody, and especially Carr of all people, dude. Like, listen, man, how did John Gruden do so well with a guy that everybody said, oh, he don't want him, it's not his quarterback, he needs to draft his own, he needs to do this, he needs to do that. And in 4 years under Gruden, Carr played phenomenal football. And even Gruden himself knew Carr was lacking weapons, dude. He goes out there, he gets rugs, dude. He put a roster together that was about to take the hell off, dude. And the NFL comes to him through Washington. Like, get the hell out of here. You go to Washington to get our coach. Like, what the fuck is that all about? Like, you weren't even investigating our coach. You're over in another organization investigating them, and you decide you don't come after our coach. But the thing about our coach is he was starting out season 3-0, 4-0. We were getting on that step. He knew that, man. He knew that he screwed up on the Paul Gunther deal. And I know that he wanted to go another year because his friend, but he knew he screwed up because he got rid of him, went to Gus. And I believe under Gus, did Gus play shitty off single high safety, 2 high safety? Yeah, dude's garbage. But I do believe if he got the team tailored to the way he wanted, our team was playing all right. I'm not gonna lie. I still believe we should have got rid of him and got Vic. Or I just think a multi-D in the NFL right now is one of the best defenses. And if you get a dude like Vic Fangio or Brian Flores or somebody that knows that system like Bill, because they can coach it, they know that shit very well. We're not asking him to come be a head coach. We're just asking him to be the coordinator of the defense. Like, I believe when you got dudes that know that shit and play one deal, not trying to run it. Brian Flores was beating on people over in Miami till all that shit happened. So I just think, and Vic's been doing it for years. His defense been one of the best for years on years, and not just the best, like top 5, top 3. Like, his shit's pretty good. So I'm just saying, look, Gruden, with everything people said about Gruden, because he said what he was going to do. He said what he was going to do. He said he was going to come in here. He's going to make our team better. People hated that he got rid of Khalil Mack and Amari Cooper to just start it up. He blew up that whole damn offense. He just sunk that shit. He kept Carr and he built around him. And every single year he even tried. Remember, don't forget, he tried to get AV and Tyrell Williams right off the get-go for Carr, dude. AV is a bitch. We ended up with Martavius Bryant and that Swiffer dude from the Steelers. And it just didn't favor him. I think we even Jordy Nelson that year, it just didn't favor Carr. But Gruden did try. And then after that, every year, dude, he was sitting there putting the pieces together, man. He got Renfro. He went out and got Ruggs, dude. He had Waller and them playing at a high level, dude. Like, I strongly believe Ruggs was about to kick the shit out of the NFL that year, dude. Like, he was making deep downfield, dude, stretching pools, dude.
Dude, Ruggs was gonna have a nasty year. Like that guy, we
hit on that top pick. 3.
We hit on that pick, dude, and it's such a tragic story.
Yeah,
that guy's career
one
ended
hit
up,
wonder.
But we hit on that pick, guys. But I was gonna say this, dude. I'm actually like a really big John Gruden fan when it comes to offensive play calling.
Oh, you and me, man.
And just overall play design, dude. The guy's a fucking genius, dude. I still remember when he called that against like that cover 0 that the Jets were playing back in like 2020, and fucking Ruggs comes free, and he knew, like Gruden knew that fucking cover 0 was coming, dude, and that Henry Ruggs was gonna come free. And that fucking Derek Carr was going to hit him over the sideline.
Dude, and that fool got fired. And we let Graham do this to us in the Rams and keep his
the Rams game,
smile.
Yeah, we let him
It's fucking joke. It's
fucking wild. But as much of a fan...
Rich, I have thought that same thing because I just hate seeing good dudes like that. Like, I thought that same shit. Like, what is he fucking with his family? Like, he leaves Vegas. Like, I'd be pissed, man. But
yeah, I'd be pissed, too.
Hey, right now I think he's playing Fortnite. That's
so we appreciate you, bro. And like I said, this channel is always built to have those conversations, man. Like our channel isn't scripted on agreeing or disagreeing. We're gonna see takes differently, and I've always said I think that's what the Death Star Report is most been focused on from day one. Through my Discord, through the Instagram, through everything I've always said, put posts out that are controversial to give multiple different visions, because I believe when you keep going to other deals or hearing other people, they narrow in on a single subject, and then it's like tunnel vision. They just want to keep saying it to where you start believing it, or adaptability, because you think if you think something else, you're going to be judged different. Here, I've always said, we can't see both sides of the ball unless somebody else says it. And if we criticize him for that, or criticize a person for it, then we're probably just criticizing ourselves on knowledge-wise. I think our knowledge for the team needs to be for all aspects, because no matter how much knowledge I may have, or Al, or Cortez, or Rudy, or Jeff, or Eric, or anybody that's on our panel, if we all seen it the same way, it wouldn't be no fun. You got 8 dudes on the panel. Everybody, I see it this way. Listen, we agree. But the thing I like the most about our panel, and all our people in the chat is that the combative talk shows you that, yeah, some people are very conflicted about Carr. Like I've said, it's you love them or you hate them. But when you get people here, you'll see, like, it's like, yeah, it's time to move on. Or nobody disagrees. If that's your view, that's your point. We're not going to sit here and say that it's not, and we're not going to censor you because you say it. I've always said this is a place to talk football, talk shit about football. My team, Chiefs fan, I don't care, as long as they're respected in the game that we're talking about. And again, we're never going to be just one way. We want to see it from all ways, because I believe if you're looking to better your team, you need to be able to see it that way, no matter if it's an individual. And that's why I've always said I'm not a fan of an individual till they're done. Like Charles Woodson, my favorite Raider of all time. He's done. I loved him the whole time, but I've never be a single bias because he left the Raiders, went to Green Bay, came back. Like, I don't like that. I don't like how we're doing Carr. Like, I'll be honest, dude, I've watched us go through hell of quarterbacks through our whole 2000 era, dude. I mean, I've said it on our show numerous times. You're going through Kerry Collins, Carson Palmer, fucking Aaron Brooks, Tyrell Pryor, Dante Culpepper, dude. You know, you're going through multiple people. Tuiasa Sopo. I mean, like, we went through so many people and lost. Bruce Gradkowski. I mean, and I think he was one of the better ones in my opinion. But
yeah, he was okay.
I don't know.
He was a little short.
I liked him out of all of them, to be honest. But long story short, it's hard when you're just sitting here telling us as a fan, like, I get it. Like, believe me, I understand why people are like, oh, Carson. And listen, the motherfucker's the only guy that's literally come here, put his whole self out there, never wanted to go nowhere, even when our team was shit, dude. Motherfucker goes 0-10, start out a season. He don't even ask nothing. All these dudes out here these days, oh, poor me, don't get my fucking contract. Oh, I want to be traded. Fuck it, I'm going to delete my shit, and I'm going to do – that's bitch shit, bro. You got paid to come play NFL football. You signed that contract when you left college and got here. Stick to your goddamn contract. You want to get better and get more money, acknowledge the contract and do like Mahomes, outperform it to where they have to give it to you. Quit being a bitch, you know, like Cards gave up all kind of shit for our team the whole time. The whole fucking time. Motherfuckers are just like, yeah, fuck you. That's bitch. That's hella bitch, dude. Like, when we were at our weakest, he tried to help us get to our strongest point. He's taken weak-ass people, made them good. If people don't acknowledge that, people say, you're supposed to take receivers and make them better. Fuck Carr done it. And I can name 20, I'd say 10 easily. So to sit and have that narrative, that's bullshit. He's done it through multiple coaches, multiple systems, even in the Todd Downey system, dude. Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm saying. Look, I've made this point. Every single offensive coordinator that Carr's been through, every one, man, Todd Downing even too, they've always made somebody better. How come fucking Josh gets here and this is the first year in Carr's whole career he don't make somebody fucking better? And again, I would argue that fact about Matt Collins, but again, he's always made a player look better than what they are, dude. I mean, how you gonna make Keelan Cole look good? Motherfucker can't catch a ball if it's smacked right in his face with super glue, you know, like, damn dude, he just can't catch balls. And we're faulting our quarterback for that. Like, that's not fair to me, man. Like, I'm not being biased. That's real shit. And it's real shit when you go back and watch Waller be a pussy and duck down, ball goes in dude's hand. You watch Renfro. I mean, listen, Renfro popped that shit twice. So, again, I'm not sitting here saying like it ain't Foster right over his hands, right in dudes. Like, it's not just Carr like, oh yeah, take the ball. Like, yeah, fuck, you can have it. I mean, you take away a third of those interceptions, he's at 9. Then what are you fucking complaining about? He got 24 touchdowns with Adams, Hollins, Cole, and Foster. Waller and Renfro ain't even played but 3 fucking games all year long. And they've been off massively. Waller dives for a fucking ball that was going to be smacked right in Devontae's ass, right in his hands, and full stride across the field to go for a touchdown. Waller dive. What motherfucker, you ain't dived for a pass probably about twice in your career, and he's going to dive right there. Like, that shit's crazy. Yeah. Like, that shit's hella crazy, dude. Then you have them, like, if they were running right into each other, then you still have that with Renfro and Adams in what was it, the Cardinal game, I think, where they fucking ran right in. Like, that's the kind of shit I'm just saying, like, even with the bad year, even with everything that's happened, Carr has still put up substantial numbers. Like I say, judge them fairly, man. Let's not be bitches and sit here and say, oh, fucking, hey, you want to go get a quarterback that's fucking 36, dude. When you're 36, you're not 26 that can take the next level. You're 36, you're going to fall off the fucking bridge.
Dustin, this is the problem, and I actually gotta head out and do something, but I got this comment to share, guys. I think what ends up happening when people don't take the time to evaluate,
they don't.
A player's career objectively and take the time to actually analyze the facts, it's because people are being, unfortunately, they're misinformed, and there's a lot of misinformation out there, especially in Raiders YouTube. I'm really happy that I found you guys, Death Star Report, because I think you guys offer a fair and balanced analysis of our team. But there's a lot of Raider content creators on YouTube, and I won't name them, but I think you guys know which ones. It's usually the guys who have tons of followers, like tens of millions of, not tens of millions, but tens of thousands of subscribers, and they come up with like really clickbaity shit. And they pander to a certain audience that doesn't analyze and doesn't understand football on a deep level, and doesn't understand that, hey, football games are one of the trenches, that yes, the quarterback is important, but there are, 10 other guys on offense, and there's defense and special teams. And guys, you guys are making a huge benefit to Raider Nation, because you guys are offering a fair and balanced analysis of our team. And unfortunately, there's a lot of channels on YouTube, and again, you guys know which ones, and I won't name them, that do a lot of clickbaity shit and do a lot of stuff that hates on Carr, because that's the
I've always said we're never gonna. I've always said because so look, I know a lot of them. I know them all. I know them all personally. I've been in their shows. I've known a lot. Most of them in our Discord, everything. I've always said like, we can go on there and we can go on their shows. We can look to get their subs and grow our channel like we were before, before they deleted our shit because of hate. But I said when we decided that we were going to rebuild it, so we were already over 1,000 before the season started. Someone deleted our channel, and then we ended up losing everybody. But I said when we restarted the channel, people were like, hey, you can come on our channel, we'll boost you back. Now I said right then and there, I'm like, I don't want to do that. And I'll be honest with you, why? Because when you go to somebody else's channel and you're on there talking and someone wants to help you out, that's great. I'm not saying I don't want to accept it, and I'm not appreciative that you would do it. What I say is when we go live, we want people to gravitate to our channel because of the content we put out. If we go to somebody else's channel and gravitate their subs, what ends up happening is when we go live and say they go live at the same time, you're going to gravitate on their channel because they were where we started. So I don't want to do that. I want to bring people here. I want to be able to build a fan base here. I want to be able to have people have their opinion, say what it is. We have our Discord where bring people there too. We can have conversations on football. I've always said we don't like the hatred. I've always said everybody's going to see players differently, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's when you put clickbait shit out there, you gravitate people to you, and then it's like brainwashing, basically. You're like basically telling them like this is how it is. That's not how it is, bro. Like, I get that you have a strong point. Look at me. I have a hell strong point. People know I love my team, and I'm going to stick up regardless of what any person says about it, how they look. If I feel it's wrong because of the knowledge, not just because I'm like, oh, I'm biased enough. It's the fucking knowledge. I'm going to be like, no, you're wrong. Like, straight up. And this is why you're wrong. It's not, you're just wrong and that's that. I'm going to tell you this is why, and this is why I think it. And if you feel you have another way, let's hear it, because that's how come I feel. I'm not right every time, and I love the debate. I love the debacle. That's what makes us, I think that's what makes our fan base what it is. I think we need to get back to our old fan base, dude, where we were united force front with everybody, even through bad. As much as I love Carr, I'll be 100% honest. It causes a massive divide within Raider Nation, because you're watching football games and you're looking at a game and you know it's fucking defense, and it's been defense for a long fucking time now, and motherfuckers will say it's Carr. And I'm like, okay, listen, I get that you don't like him. I get that you may have opinion, but that's bullshit. Like, that's bullshit. And I'm not going to say he's perfect, because he's not. Fucking dudes are allowed to lose games. Dudes are allowed to go into Pittsburgh and have bad fucking games. Rodgers done it. Brady's done it. Every fucking Joe Montana, fucking Dan Marino, fuck Steve Young, Troy Aikman, Warren Moon. I mean, everybody, Stabler, all kinds of people have done it, dude. Like, I'm not saying that. My issue is that, one, he's loyal to the Shield like no one's business. Name the last player who's like that. I can. I wonder if anybody else can. I know if anybody else can, but I can tell you the most recent player that had our Shield and still does to this day, and another player that you're talking about was in about the same time. But like I say, Woodson and Tim are fucking die-hard, straight loyalty Raiders, dude, like straight up. And when you're looking at them and look to Carr, listen, again, I'm not sitting here and say he's the greatest or not. I say he's great for what we've done. He's broke every single record. He's done it with bad fucking players. I just don't like shitting on our shit. We were supposed to be once a Raider, always a Raider, man. It doesn't matter if he's leaving or not. You should be like, hey, thanks, man. Like, thank you for donating your time, taking the cuts, doing the shit you did for us to be where we're at now, to be able to move on and do it. Like, I just don't like kick a fucking dude in the face, man. Like, this dude missed 4 games in his whole career, bro. Like, and it's only going to happen because of this weekend. And that's going from a broken back, fibula, ribs, fingers, everything. It's full right back for us. And the first play of the game, because he don't want to lose and he don't want to go out, and he don't like seeing
I can speak on this.
Mariota fucking getting in there. Like, that hurt him and that hurt me, you know. Like, and that's all I'm saying is, we need to stay loyal to the players regardless of coming or going. That's all.
Hey, but the thing to see Carr bounce back, just step out 1 game in Seattle this year after he messed up his ribs. I think it was a rib injury, wasn't it, Dustin?
Yes.
And came back after 1 or 2 plays.
And see, Austin, I agree. If that's your opinion, that's your opinion. And like I've said, nobody's going to judge it or not, and we'll see how it works out when we get to that point. I've always said I don't put our titles in our deal to be like Card Talk or listen. We just put our titles that we talk Raiders football. I'm a big time person that I don't like talking about what if. Like you'll hear every one of our shows. I don't like the what if factor. I don't like theorizing and stuff, dude. I mean, like I've said, the writing's pretty much on the wall that Carr's out, but until somebody on the fucking team says it or the fucking release them, I'm just leave it where it's at until it is, man, because I hate what if them goes have shit they can't get Brady and they keep Carr. You know, like that's all I'm saying. You build up all this shit and then what's gonna happen? Guys are gonna come back to our channel. The first thing they're gonna put out here in the comments or our Instagram pages or anything, they're gonna say, "You said this." Bullshit. We're just talking on it. We're debating it either which way. But there's no fucking it is facts or it isn't. I've said what it says on the table. So just so people don't understand it, what it says on the table is here's the factors of why I think it's been done and why I think that they'll probably be in negotiation and Carr could probably stay. Is because you're at the last two games. Yes, are we statistically in the playoffs? Yes, but you have to have the Dolphins lose both games. You're gonna have the Ravens, Steelers, fucking Titans. You got to have like four other teams lose a game too.
That ain't gonna happen.
But we're at like a 0-0-1, right? So they're like, hey, we fucking go in here against the number one fucking defense in the NFL and play Carr and he gets injured, we're screwed next year, period. $34 million ain't shit. $34.8 million, probably middle of the pack for a quarterback. And Carr has put up top 10, top 15 stats his whole career, so why isn't he worth the money? Like, why isn't he worth the money? Like, everybody else in the NFL worth the money, but he's not. And he's better than dude, I would not get rid of Carr because he's better than damn near most in the NFL right now. So that's all I'm saying is that I don't like how they're doing it. I don't like the way that it is. Long story short, and again, what I was getting back to is that you have a lot of these factors in that if he gets hurt, you're going against this team, send him fucking in the back. Josh probably has a systematic mind. Where these guys, I know Mark says, oh, it was me, I benched him. Motherfucking Mark's stupid. Motherfucker wouldn't know a guy playing good football or bad anyway. Guy dumb.
He's not a football fan either.
And he's just a bitch because he want to go to Josh and be like, I don't want to put the blame on you because your first year, so I'll just take the blame. You know, it's my team. And the guy takes blame everywhere he goes anyway. So, but again, I believe if Stenham goes into this game and plays Josh's game, just like you say all the time, chess piece, you're a chess piece. If he plays a chess piece to Josh's way, the vision he sees it because he's had the most time with them, he knows how Josh wants it. And that's why I think if we move quarterback, move young, so you can develop that with a C.J. Stroud or Levis or so on, you know? But again, what if now look, this is why I'm not biased. Because listen, I love Carr. I think he's been a great Raider. He's a phenomenal Raider. He ain't great. He's a phenomenal. He's one of the best I've liked since Cleo Mack and that. The guy's great. Person, team wise, he's always given his heart, dude. So and he's made the most fourth quarter comebacks in the whole league, even on this shitty ass team. So all I'm saying is I don't want to just throw a guy, but if Stenham comes in right and he goes against the number one defense. And he shows that Carr was fucking up in that second half because let's say Stenham comes out and has a 14 or 17 point lead going to the half, right, on the Niners. And we're competitive right there like we've been all year, right? Now we get into the second half and Stenham does come out and score a touchdown and he stays competitive that way. Then guess what? It maybe is fucking time to get off a Carr, regardless if you like or not, because that's what's best for the team is this guy's vision of the team. You hired the coach. You didn't hire the player like that. The player ain't to run the organization. The coach is to run the organization. And if that's what works for him, that's what you hired him for. So I don't say, hey, man, I want to get rid of all my guys. I want to no. But if that's what works for him to win and us win 12 games a year, then do what the fuck you got to do. Let's do it now. Then be a Paul Gunther shit where we got to wait 2 fucking years or 3. Like, I think what makes you a great GM or a great coach is evaluating people. That's what it is. And just like, look, people will say all the shit they want about Pete Carroll, right? Say, oh, Pete Carroll, he's on. Motherfucker knew Russ was falling off, got rid of that bitch and fucking got everything he wanted. Being a great evaluator is part of the job. So when you're evaluating talent and evaluating your organization, and then if they say, listen, if you got to have some balls for one to sit back as a GM and say, Mark, I think if we move on from Carr, Devontae, because he probably knew the avalanche was going to come with Carr or Devontae. So he'd probably be like, if we move on from Carr and Adams and deplete the team down, We rejuvenate money, cap money, where we can actually split. What if we are better at a top 15 offense, top 15 defense? What if we're better that way? What if it matches up and we play consistent football, which allows us to win? I mean, the Vikings are what, 12th overall offense, 32nd overall defense? Like, they've shown in a weak division, and they have what, the most one-score games in the whole entire NFL ever at 10? You know, so certain things do work for certain things, but the one thing we know that doesn't work here, and we've all tasted it, if we want to be honest, under Carr, like, let's just be real if we're going to be real. Under Carr's always had pretty decent fucking offense. He's always been top in the offense, top fucking 10, top fucking 15. Like, he's always had a good, consistent offense, never had a good defense. Never had. People want to say, oh, look at the 2016. Motherfucker, listen, if Carr has 5 fourth-quarter comebacks in 2016, I'm pretty sure the defense wasn't all that good. You don't have 5 fourth-quarter comebacks.
Secondary wasn't good, though.
Most people would be lucky if they got 2 fourth-quarter comebacks in a year. He got 5. You know, so if we're going to be honest on evaluating, we got to be honest on evaluating. Like, did they play well? Yes, they played well. But let's be real. The minute Todd Musgrave left, dude, guess what? Everybody says, like, we should have had Del Rio. Bring him back. Do you guys forget that Del Rio sunk like a ship in the following year, and all he did was get rid of Musgrave and put Downey in there? Like, that was a head coach move, right? Head coach move right there. Where
was a bad move,
Musgrave made Carr, even in the first and second half of the season, he was solid with him, man. Like, he was solid, dude. He didn't have this fluctuation where it's like, start out the season at 108 and we end up at 90, you know? Like, he stayed 91, 90, 91. Like, he was solid the whole way. And I think that consistency matters, dude. Where Todd Downey had an 88 first half, 78 in the second, where Josh has a 96 in the beginning. Look, he had a 96.6 first half grading. What the fuck happened in the fall off in the second half, dude? He goes to a 73, but they don't falter on the coach. How the fuck it don't falter on you, bro? Go up and look at the first four. Dude, they gave Greg Olsen a 97 in the second half on Gruden's scheme. You think Greg Olsen knew that playbook? I bet Carr knew it better than Greg Olsen did. Like, there's no way that you're telling me that Greg Olsen under John Gruden's system got graded at a 97 in the second half. And then this year he just went, I'll see you later. Adios. Bye-bye. Fucking shot himself, apparently, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck, you got to be, you the coach, bro. John Gruden showed in his deal for 4 straight years Carr played at a substantial level, played better than a lot, dude. So I'm not sitting here saying Carr the greatest. I'm saying if you're a good fucking coach, play your players. That's what I'm saying. Who the fuck have they developed this year? Who have they developed? I'll stay here and wait, man. Let's wait, dude. I'll be here for a while. I mean, you're not developing Harmon. You already knew it, dude. Like, has Webb played okay? Yeah, whatever. Fucking Amik was playing this way last year in Gus's system. And Amik still can't block a motherfucker that's 5'9". Like, if he's 5'9" or above, Meek getting burned on, dude. Man on man.
They don't even have to burn him. Just catch the ball right in front of him. That's what.
That's my point. Like, who in the fuck these guys develop, dude? Hey, Josh ain't developed nobody in the offense, and Graham ain't developed anybody in the defense, dude. Like, straight facts.
So, he lost evaluate, though, I still don't like.
I think I'd say Parham. I'll just be fair because I do like Parham, so I would say Parham's probably pretty decent. But
fuck you, Queef.
All I say is like all I'm saying as fans.
David was my brother.
As fans, we need to be able to see the team fairly. Where listen, this is why I think it's a really hard time to make a team good or make your team better because you don't have guys sitting here being like, yeah, I see that, bro. You're right. That fucking guy is out. He's not playing well. He's not to the scheme. And we've been, 12 games in. You're not being fair in the evaluation. It's when it comes to a conversation, and this is why I've said, if it was me, I would take the grenade, throw that bitch up in there, blow it up, get Josh on the offense, get frickin' Mad Max on the defense, and that's how I build. I build right off those two. And I would do it because I think Josh, if he plays the way he does behind this line for years, he don't got to run 1,700. Just get a 1,200 and let the quarterback go out like a 60-40 split, dude, where you have a decent quarterback that can move the ball and keep moving, but have Josh to be able to go back to that old school Pittsburgh Steelers, Baltimore Ravens, early Titans in 2000 type, just smash it right down your fucking neck, dude, and go, Chicago Bears type fucking defenses or halfback games, dude, because I believe that's what Josh can offer our team is closing out games. Listen, if Gruden was here and Josh was playing this type of football, Gruden would probably have 9-minute possession in the fourth quarter. 9-minute possession with Josh running that. I don't even know if Josh has even come close to a 9-minute possession. And that's all I'm saying is that he don't know how to use a fucking player and manage the player. He just beating on this dude. It's like this. Devontae Adams got 150-yard game, and Jacob got a 150-yard game. Like, when the hell do you see shit like that? And then you see it like, 4 times this year? If Derek Carr sucks so bad, how come he's only one of maybe 10 quarterbacks this year, and he's like second on the list to even begin with 2+ touchdowns per game? Every single game he's had 10. He's had 10 of them. 10 of them. That's had 2+ touchdowns per freaking deal. So like, if you're saying a guy sucks, how does Devontae about to break 2 NFL records in his first year in Vegas, which is receiving and touchdown? You can't suck if you're doing that. And Carr won't fucking throwing it to him, man. Like, how do you have the stats Carr has and be like, yeah, I suck? How does Devontae, out of Justin Jefferson, out of Chase, out of all these dudes, how in the fuck does Devontae have what is it? 2+ touchdowns in 100-yard games, and he's got 4 more than the next guy? How do you fucking have that? Like, I'm baffled, bro. I've been watching this shit a long time. How do you have that shit? How? Like, I just want to know. Like, how? Like, you can't suck. That's why I say Josh don't suck. This fool just playing games. He's just playing fucking games. I mean, the minute that look, I knew this from week 2. You watch our lives. Go back, watch the lives back then. Week 2 in the Cardinal game. Say, how in the fuck how did Graham press off and open up the field for Kyler Murray just to run out here to the side and then sent you all the way to the house? Like, how in the hell you do that, bro? You can find this dude in the first half where he couldn't get outside. He couldn't get upside. We were just beat the shit out of him. We go to halftime, bitch is like, well, let's play off. What the fuck you mean play off? Like, what the hell you doing? Then not only do you play off, you start letting this motherfucker run up on you just like Tannehill did same shit. Now, pissed me off on that deal. Fucking RPO QB fucking bullshit, man. Like, again, you start playing off on these deals. You get down to the end of the game, and look, I'm going to use the Ram game with this game. This is identical, just flip play, okay? When you look at the Cardinal game, at the end of the game, he plays off in the goal line. In the goal line, he plays off on the motherfucking play, lets Kyler run out, sees the deal, and fucking runs all the way in a diagonal where Diablo up out of the fucking position. So by the time he even caught on, he had to run back across and go get him. So Graham plays off, allows him to get the touchdown, right? Now, let's fast forward here. Come to the Rams game, dude. Come down to 25 yards of open field. You played off on Murray and got beat up the gut. But we already know Baker ain't fucking Kyler Murray. So, you know, if this motherfucker does, let's go single high safety man press, dude, with my UDFA cornerback, and we're going to put him on fucking Van Jefferson and stretch 25 yards of field and let motherfucker go. Man, what the fuck you smoking? Like I said, the Jets dude got kicked off. He got fired, bro. Like, this dude, so in the Rams game, he needed to play off. He didn't play on the 15-yard fucking line, make them throw underneath in a slant, so when they catch the ball, they run out of bounds, because that's what they would do, because that's what NFL does. He runs out of bounds, he gets 7 seconds, he's up at the 15, he gets one shot to the end zone. Like, straight up, that's how the game's played, dude. Or you get tackled in bounds, they had 0 timeouts, game over. It's over. This motherfucker, what's he do? Press on him. Like, it's a joke when Baker goes on the announcing after the game's over. He's like, what the hell you press me for? Man, press me? Like, you dumb. You know you dumb as hell. You know when Sherman over there bitching about a Raider move, you know you really fucked up. Like, that's how I say, like, you got dudes that hate us and like, what the fuck is he doing? You know, like, that's what I'm saying. This dude in his play calling, he's doing this shit on purpose. You tell me that, look, here, just take that scenario in the Rams, right? Tell me if 99% of coaches that know fucking football, they would have played quarter, they would have played off at the 15-yard line, they would have played cover 3, played off on the 15-yard line. Any coach in the NFL would have played that fucking game that way. Why did this guy go do that? Like, you tell me you ain't trying to lose? Bullshit. Like, straight up. I don't care. So, Again, these guys want to lose. They want to lose. I can show you 10 plays, 15 plays throughout the whole entire season. I can get a clip together and show you in this game, this is where they falter in this play. In this game, they falter in here. Like, straight up, you don't call those types of plays. Go back in history. Look at all the great people that's called play calling, anything of those facts. See if they call that play. See if they've got a job still, and the other guy called that dipshit-ass play, ain't got a job. So I hate it. I'm not going to lie. I hate it. I hate the way that our team is projecting right now. I hate the way we've changed so much in a year. It's
Trayvon Merrick's a
pathetic.
piece of shit safety that needs to go. Fuck it, just blow it up.
Well, you can't just say that. He's a 2-year guy, and it's a new defensive system. And, he's still a young guy and, still a little bit of a college player and, used to playing free and strong. And Gus, I guess Patrick Graham's trying to see if he could be a transition player that could go from free safety to strong safety because that's what he did in college. But
yeah, but Gus played him just like under Gus, he plays good. Under Graham, the dude sucks. You got Harmon balling out, but you got Morick can't even fucking get in position to tackle. He's getting out of position. Under Gus, the dude was playing good football. Like, he played good football.
Like I said, it's a transition, though, because remember, it's his second year, and he was used to playing the zone. It was easier for him. But when something's easier for you and then you go to something that's a little harder,
Austin.
That's where they struggle, though. They struggle, but I wouldn't give up on him. He's a second-year guy. If he was a 3 or 4 year guy, I might understand, though. I could understand that. But I say Trayvon Merrick, he's still a physical safety. If he were to go to another team, he
by tight ends. I don't know why they're putting him on tight ends.
Travis Kelce, he covered him pretty decently till the end zone. But
you know who's going to
it's difficult to cover Travis Kelce.
He's going to eat him apart.
And he's used to playing free safety. They're putting him in the
Hey, and Austin, on that comment right there, you're right, dude. Listen, nobody's saying that Carr goes out and plays every game perfect, dude. I can go show you fucking games where Josh Allen fucking fall flat on his face, fucking Mahomes, everything. Yeah. People don't want to take their one bad game and put it out there because they have other good games. But why do they do that to Carr? Why do they put out Carr so bad that hits on a shitty fucking team putting up phenomenal fucking stats with shit-ass players? Like, let's be fucking real. Let's be real. Let's say that Derek Carr just gets up and uprooted himself off this fucking team, goes to the Bills, and Josh Allen comes here, and he going to perform the same? He going to do the same, right? He going to do the same with shit players, all this deal. They put a super-ass roster behind him. The dude was not even going to damn near make it in the NFL in his first 2 seasons. He put the team behind him that he got offensively, defensively. Patrick Mahomes the same fucking way. And let's just, like I said, if Mahomes so good, let's bring that motherfucker over here and see how well he does here. Like, and if he goes out and balls, great. But I'm going to say, I don't think they're going to be as easy as people think because Carr been doing this a long time on a shit team. They've been doing it a long time on good teams. I've said the one thing I hate about college is you end up on 5-star recruit teams that never lose in 4 fucking years. So you never get the taste of losing in your mouth to know how to win. So when you lose, they fall apart in the NFL. Look at the history of the NFL. All the quarterbacks that's come out in the early 2000s all the way across come from winning ass organizations, get here, fall flat on their face, never do shit. So like I said, you can go out. Carr knows how to lose to win. Like, that's tough. That's why I said I like Herbert. Herbert had to lose to win. He didn't just come from this deal where he just dominated. Like, I've watched guys come from 5-star Alabama, fucking Georgia, all these places. It don't matter. You can name all the 5-star recruits and fall flat on their face coming out because they never knew how to lose to win. All they did was win, dude. So when you go to a winning organization, it's not hard to keep winning. That's all you fucking know. It's when you lose, how you take that loss to be able to come back out and be a champ. Carr's done that his whole time, man. Like, that's all I'm saying is like the guy he's not, look, if I was to say right now and just make a legitimate case, if you're telling me on our team, offense and defensively, that Carr's the problem, I think we got way bigger problems. Like, way fucking bigger problems. So that's all I'm saying. Why are we just picking out the horse here that's been compete? Like I said, I think go look at his stats. I'm just going off what I think I remember. 3,500 yards, 14 interceptions. Freaking has a QBR of 59. It's ranked top 10. Like, the dude's been playing pretty good football, dude, and he's done that with 3 receivers. Like, go look up the deal. Devontae Adams, 1,300 yards. Matt Collins, 580. Like, there's nobody else. Nobody fucking else. What's the next dude? 300, 3 something. I have it written down somewhere right here,
Exactly.
but like I say, we're not being fair about it, dude. Like, let's move them to another team with them and then bring them here and then let's say where our quarterback's at, dude. Like, why can't you just identify where the fucking problem is? Defense sucks, dude. You're trying to take this 6-week span, which I get all these dudes lately in Instagram, Twitter. Listen, we're in week 17. You can't take 6 weeks from a 16-game fucking series we've already played and say, well, man, in this 6 weeks, we're top 5. Motherfucker, in the first 11 games, you weren't even close. You were 30th. Like, you can't just cancel out 11 games and act like they don't exist. You can't do that. You can't just throw that shit to the wind. Like, these 11 games got us to where we got these 6 games. And then let's be real. Let's be real as Raider fans. Let's be real to our team. In those 6 games that you want to rank those stats, what teams were they? What teams? I'll tell you exactly what fucking teams, and I'll tell you exactly who's on those teams and how depleted that team was, and had nobody on there. We weren't getting over 17, nor the fuck were they, because they're garbage, dude. And then what happened? That one team, right? The one team out of those 6 games, what team was that? Seattle. Great fucking team. Had pretty good offense, had pretty good defense. What was the points in that? I'll sit here and wait. Oh, yeah, it's 35. 35. You know what happened when you play a good team? Get your ass beat on, because it's happened all fucking year long. Then you come into this stretch against the fucking Chargers, depleted offensive line, teams all fucking massacred. Q just came back. Mike Williams just come back. Get out with an ankle. Palmer was your best fucking receiver in that game. You're going over here. Look, then we're gonna go into the fucking Rams, dude. You're going to the Rams game, dude.
Rams are sorrier than the.
We held them the whole game till 5 minutes left in the game. Baker couldn't do shit the whole game. 5 motherfucking minutes left in the game. Oh, goddamn, Baker turns into fucking Joe Montana. Like, straight up.
We were set up
like, what the fuck? You know, like I said, if Vic or fucking Flores or hell, just a coach that knows to call defense, would have never lost that game. Would have never happened. Gruden got that next possession back. Guess what? Gruden don't just look at them and say, hey, you went down, scored on there. I'm going to just run 3 fucking times. Nah, hell no, man. Gruden would have ran that ball, tested where they were at. If they were inside committing, then he would have slant routed their ass or drag routed them for the first down and then ran the fucking clock out. But what's Josh do? Motherfucker runs the ball like he already won the game. 3 back-to-back. You don't do that. You ain't won shit, bro. Like, you didn't win shit. You pinned him on the 2 fucking yard line and let him go 98 yards in 2 minutes. Like, what the hell? How come Derek Carr, one of the most leading, he is the most leading fourth quarter comeback quarterback in the league. Why in that one game he had 45 seconds going to half, you took a fucking kneel and went in? Who does that? Fucking Todd Downey, Musgrave, Groot. Nobody took a fucking knee on Carr with 45 seconds left in the game, bro. Like, this guy is a fucking fool. I'm telling you, like I said, I don't care. I mean, we can blame the blame on multiple fucking occasions. It ain't just him. It's not just him, man. Like, let's be real. It's not just
Derek Carr
him.
has his flaws, no doubt. You know,
hey, Carr had a bad game in the Steelers. I'm not going to argue it. Every quarterback does.
And you know what? That's how I always listen to everybody and everything. The thing is, though, the Raiders have had a bad management for a long time. We looked pretty good, yes, with Jack Del Rio and Bill Musgrave. You know, the 2015 to 16, we did have a little bit of a defense, but our secondary was still terrible.
Blue Ivy, appreciate you showing up, bro, like always.
Yeah, salute. But the thing is, though, it's the management. It goes number one management. Then it, with the owners and
you should let Ozzy pull up one night.
That's what it is.
Put the link out if anybody wants to show up. Throw the link out and let them join out tonight. I don't care.
They don't ever talk about like the owner or the general managers. In the past, that's been our problem. That's what it is, not the quarterback. We got to blame the quarterback. We've never had a consistent quarterback. We've had quarterback after quarterback after quarterback before Derek Carr. After Rich Gannon was gone, we never had a true quarterback. Derek Carr is our true quarterback, but when he's gone, who's going to be our quarterback? That's the question. Jared Stidham, say
not
Tom
even
Brady.
that. Okay, look, we're. This is where I think I have the biggest issue about Tom Brady. Okay, people that are saying that Tom Brady can come here, you must not be watching tape on the motherfucker. Like, you must not be over there watching this dude underthrow his player that's wide the fuck open by 5 yards. And you're not seeing him overthrow players worse than fucking Carr is. Like, that's where I'm baffled, because if a guy goes out and watches tape, which I watch a lot of fucking tape, Brady is fucking underthrowing, overthrowing. He's not even in the realm of players. But we're going to say that he's going to leave over there, right? He's leaving over there. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Russell Gage, fucking Julio Jones, fucking Oten, fucking Bates. You're talking about multiple people along the board, and he's going to come over here and fucking make Devontae and Hollins just look like superstars, right? He's going to make Hollins look like superstar and Keelan fucking Cole.
Up, AJ?
Like, all I'm saying is if you're watching tape on Brady, Brady is underplaying himself. It's not about if he knows Josh's system.
Turbo,
I don't care if we were to go like 3-4 years back and say, like, when we had the first chance to get Brady, I would have taken him. I'm not going to argue that. It's not that he's going to know the system. Motherfucker is underthrowing players. It doesn't matter you don't know the system or not. He's underthrowing, overthrowing. He's all these things. You know, like, that's all I say is it's not like Brady going out there fucking dominating the NFL.
And there have been quarterbacks who are not elite that have won Super Bowls before too.
Yeah.
So we can't just say, oh, yeah, DC's a good quarterback, but he's not elite. That's why he'll never win.
All I'm saying is can you tell me where the guarantee is that Brady's going to win a Super Bowl here? Just show me the future with the guarantee that has that, and then I'll talk about it.
Yep.
But to say somebody's just going to come in here and say Brady comes here, we get the chip, bullshit, that's a falsified statement. There's no factual truth behind it. So it's just an assumption at that point.
Super Bowls are never guaranteed. I could say that the Eagles look like they're guaranteed to go to a Super Bowl, but that doesn't mean that they will. It just looks that way. But we don't know. We don't know because injuries happen. You know, we don't know. We don't know. We could predict playoffs and all that, and we're pretty accurate, maybe about 65 to 80%. But Super Bowl's very unpredictable.
Dang.
You know. Yeah, I mean, he could be a hater or a critic, but yeah.
AJ, do you like my name?
Huh?
Yeah.
Do you like my name?
Let me see it. I can't see it right now.
Too.
It's Cortez.
I've always said, Jeff and Casey, you're more than welcome here. We all talk football. I don't care what team you're on or not, as long as you keep it respectful.
No,
I've always said it's free to anybody, man.
Mine says, fuck Josh McDaniels.
hey, bro, JJ, I lost all respect for him, AJ.
Ooh, Jake,
hey, I'm not going to lie with you, Ozzy. I've been saying that same. I think they need to build that and go with you.
Because you know the whole situation with DC?
Yeah.
Oh, salute.
He covered up his face and was like laughing. You could see him laughing.
Look, I'm just gonna be 1,000%. Fuck Tom fucking Brady, dude.
Yeah,
fuck that
he
motherfucker.
Was laughing,
period.
and then after that conversation, he
like any other quarterback. I don't give a fuck. Fuck him.
Yeah.
I don't want to see Brady in a Raiders uniform at all.
Hell no.
Damn right. I don't want to see him in a Raider uniform. I don't want to see him come here and fall
fucking
hard just like every other quarterback at the end of their fucking career that come to the Raiders. And anything, I want to bring this motherfucker and do it too. Like, get the hell on.
Yep.
Like, look, dude, you want to go blow shit up? Go get Rodgers. You want to go get a winning quarterback at the age they are? Let's get Rodgers.
If Carr goes
I like
to
Stafford,
Indy,
but no, he's not better than Derek
Carr. And
Carr.
wins the Super Bowl, he's the exact same as Stafford then.
Yeah.
Actually, they're pretty much alike. The reason why Stafford isn't is because he's brittle, though, you know. And I'm not talking bad about
the same
Stafford.
Players.
Yeah, Stafford, he got hurt because he was in a bad team, you know.
Stafford and Carr is the same player.
They're just about, you know.
They're similar.
If Carr leaves and Carr wins the Super Bowl with the other team, did the same shit, didn't he?
The Matthew Stafford
comparison.
Yeah,
because Stafford was a good player. He's just brittle. That's his only problem. He was brittle. Derek Carr is not nearly as brittle as Stafford.
Salute Raiders Sound. Appreciate you showing up, bro.
Raiders Sound. Salute Raiders Sound.
But, you know, it's like this. Matthew Stafford looked great when he had Megatron.
Pull up. I
Megatron, man. Megatron.
Pull
but
up,
it wasn't
bro.
his fault, though. He had a bad O-line, and he still threw that ball. He still chucked that ball to Megatron with a bad O-line. But when Megatron was gone, that's when
I don't think he'll go to the
declined.
Colts either. I'm just saying he got 10 teams in all honesty.
I think the
to,
Colts would go after
I
him.
think the
though.
Jets would
That's what
probably,
they
for
would.
me, if it was me, I'd go to the Jets because I know it's where quarterbacks go to die or not. But listen, I hate the organization. But if you're lucky, look, I'd go to Tampa Bay or the Jets because the Jets got the defense, which Tampa Bay got the fucking defense. The Tampa Bay got the receivers, same with the Jets. They got both good halfbacks. I'd take either one of those two teams right there. I'd go Jets or Tampa Bay.
This is what
But
I
the
say.
only
Reason
reason
why
that I
is
wouldn't
wanted,
want
though.
him to go to the
Colts
Jets,
want Derek Carr though, and they would
I don't
say,
want him to go to the Jets because the media is gonna slam him and slam him.
How if he
I don't give a
look?
shit.
How
Media's
why
gonna
would they
slam him
slam him if he
regardless.
goes out there and wins? You think
Media's
so? Look,
Media
so
might
that's
not even
like
do anything. They're Raider haters.
that's
though.
like implying that Mike White is better than Carr and Zach Wilson's better than Carr. Bullshit.
Derek Carr's better than all of them put
Bullshit.
together.
He beats them in camp.
People take a narrative and twist it because they're like, look, he's in New York. I don't give a fuck he's in New York. When he goes to a roster like that competes on both sides of the ball and all they're lacking is a quarterback, why are you going to bash him when he's winning games, dude? And don't fall off at the end of the season because he just took this depleted-ass team and go back last year. Maybe guys didn't watch it. Maybe you guys' memories are fucking fried. Who knows? Go back, watch the video, and see who they credit the most for coming back in those games that they won in the end. Derek fucking Carr, how he was a leader, how he stepped up in the fucking locker room and guided all those people. That's out of their own fucking mouth. And if you don't credit the dudes that are on the field playing out of their own mouth, then maybe you shouldn't even be crediting anybody, dude. So that's all I'm saying. Carr's led teams plenty of times in his career to good deals. But you'll take last year, right? You take last year, and if there wasn't even a 17th game, we don't even make the playoffs. You'll jock that goddamn playoff for fucking 20 years from now. Made the playoffs, bro. Got older. If we didn't even have that 17th game. And then guess what? When they called the timeout, guess who went down and made sure that we got the first down to win that game? Derek motherfucking Carr, dude. Straight up. They were just going to let the game end out. He went down, does what he does best. Goes, wins games, dude, when it's on the line. That's what I just hate. Just throw dude under, right? We're going to go get Brady. Get Brady, man. I mean, fucking God.
Yep. Justin, I'm going to add on to what you're saying. I feel the organization has treated Carr poorly this last year. I feel like most of what I've seen, there's a couple instances which was his fault. The Pittsburgh game, he performed poorly. In my opinion, he performed poorly. But I feel the organization hasn't handled Derek Carr right. And I'm going to say this. One, first off, he's not – early on, he was, not able to, audible out of plays or even – McDaniels gave him a set read, hey, you throw the ball to this guy.
Well,
I feel you can't do that, especially with a 9-year veteran who's proven that he could lead a team. He has the leadership in the locker room. Earlier, they were saying how he lost the locker room when we started 0-3. That's not true. And also, I feel he's more comfortable with the West Coast offense. Last year, I'm going to say this. The McDaniels offense has not treated Carr well. And I'm going to say this. How do you drop off nearly 1,300 yards in a season? His touchdown interception ratio is about the same, a couple more picks, but how do you drop off nearly 1,500 yards in one season?
Facts with Zay Jones of all people. If Zay Jones was that big of a deal, he should have kept his ass. And then that's a fucking non-valuation by Josh and them. So
I feel like, man, if I were
there were some other players though. I think Kenyon Drake wasn't being utilized right, and they set him out. And then look what he did. He played pretty damn good with the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
Look, Raiders Sound, this is what I think we should do. If we're sitting here and be real fans for our organization, fuck Brady, dude. We don't need a guy that's fucking going to go out there, get popped one time in the AFC West and be done. Then what?
No.
Then fucking what? If it was me,
look,
if you're getting Brady, I would draft Stroud or Levis in the fucking first, with our first pick in the draft. If Stroud or Levis is on the board at whatever fucking pick, if it's 6, 7, 8, 9, if one of those fucking guys are there, I'm taking him 100% if I bring old bag-ass Brady over here. Because apparently motherfuckers don't know how to evaluate talent no more and then want to speak on it and then act like, oh, Brady's some godsend. Motherfucker fall off the face of the earth, bro. And if we're
Brady
not
was supposed to
evaluating
retire.
that, then you're just doing what they did with Carr. You just evaluating the player by his fucking name. That's not
Yeah.
fair. That's not fair. You take a
Yep.
Brady that was not what is, and then you're
Yeah.
saying that that's what
Yeah.
is. It's not what is. It's not. It isn't. Go look at
Yeah.
his deal. He's fallen off massively. I mean, just go listen to the dudes in ESPN. Go listen to First Takes. Go listen to players that play with him. Listen to his friends.
Yeah.
Just like they say, I think Brady should retire. He's fallen off massively.
Yeah,
But we've
he
got
is.
dudes out here saying like Brady's
Should have retired last year.
fucking these dudes get paid millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands to have valuation like that. And we're the only ones over here thinking Brady still got it. Like, no, Brady
No, he
don't
doesn't.
still got it. And listen, if you're 26 and you're going on this little wave, you can peak and go up. When you're 46 and you fucking drop like that, like this, like
Yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
just gone. You're done. Your
And
career's
look,
over.
Brady. Much as I don't like Brady. I'll be honest with you. I want everybody to know
I don't
do
either.
not like Brady. But he lasted a lot longer than other quarterbacks, despite my hatred for him. But he lasted longer because he's smart. And much
Yeah, I
as
don't
hate
argue
saying
this
it,
point,
he's a smart
Thunder.
guy.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. They put him on there because of that reason. I have no argument of that one. That's exactly what I've been saying the whole time.
Yep, because I feel with Carr, what we should do, I feel like with drafting a quarterback or getting a quarterback, I feel go like in the middle rounds. Like you could get a guy like maybe like Tanner McKee, or it was another prospect I like. I had him in my recent mock, a guy out of BYU. He's pretty good. He's solid in the pocket, but I'd say go out and get a guy like within like the middle rounds, and then groom him like under Derek Carr. Because with
Hey, when we get to the off season, bro, I'm
gonna save that for my topic.
Nah, we're bringing tape for this shit right here because I'm gonna show you guys. Apparently, we probably some people can't evaluate tape, but I'm gonna show you where that defense sucked dick for a long time, and still, even in this stretch, you guys are talking about this 6-week stretch. Like I watched the games with my own two eyes. Like them dudes were faltering all over the place. So again, like we're taking key moments and making them look like superstars. Like just bring up the last 6 games. Let's talk on that real quick. I mean, but go, AJ. I didn't mean to cut you off on that, man.
No, you're good. You're good. But back to what I was saying, I feel that it's just
Salute, Ozzy.
What you were saying with his health.
So, man, I'll let you guys finish, and then I'll just quickly say what I've got to say because I've got to get ready for work.
Oh, okay.
But I just want to pop in real quick.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right,
I'll go ahead. Because first of all, I just want to clarify my opinion on some stuff because at times I get called a hater, which is BS to me because I've supported Carr like every year till now. Like me and AR did a video a while back, and we classified Gannon and Derek Carr's been the only 2 franchise quarterbacks we've had in the last 20 years. So, in saying that, it's unfortunate, but there's certain things that I feel like people don't take into account. Like it's fair to blame everybody at times, depending on what play you're talking about, what game you're talking about, etc. But there's times when the blame has to fall solely on the quarterback. Like no one else is to blame when the ball is overthrown or underthrown. That 100% to me is on the quarterback and no one else.
But the thing
and it's
is,
just
Ozzy,
no, he's right. It's 100% right.
If it's a bad, if it's a bad play call, like we pass it instead of running it, then that's on play calling. If the D doesn't get a stop or whatever, that's on the defense.
If McDaniels came in here to foul Carr either.
All right, we'll get to that in a minute. But
It's a new system.
I just want to finish. Yeah, I get that.
I understand. You're right about one thing about the throwing.
So the one thing I would say on that point is okay, the overthrow and underthrow, right? Let's just do away with that theory. How about we just go to incompleted passes, period? So no matter if it's an overthrow, underthrow, or not, let's go to the incompleted pass rating, and then let's say what Carr versus Allen versus Mahomes versus them. Tell me if there's not 10 or 11 incompleted passes per game. No matter if it's over or under or not, there's still 10 or 11 per quarterback per game.
I get what you're saying. If you want to look at a statistical standpoint on that, is this year we had 72 incomplete passes to Adams alone, which is the highest since 2016 when Jameis Winston had 77 to Mike Evans. So what I'm saying is at some point you have to put some blame on the quarterback play. And the way I see it is there's been times this year, particularly when the defense has gotten stops and the offense has failed to score and put us in a position to win. Because the way I see it, yes, the defense, like gave up shit in the last 5 minutes. There's no denying that. But at the same time, you have to take into account players get tired as fuck when on the field because the offense keeps going 3 out.
But the thing I have an issue with the 6-week stat bullshit is that you're taking the 6 weakest games and then acting like they were superstar games, and then you're taking 11 games that happened before these weak ass games, and you just cancel these out. Like these 11 don't matter. You can't do that. You can't do that, man. Matter, you can't go in against weak talent. You can't go against weak talent, depleted offensive lines, depleted wide receivers, and then put our team like we are this great. When you go put our team against good talent, guess what? Where our defense at? We didn't get 350 points scored on us by defense because they're a fucking top 5 defense. They got 350 points put on them because when they played good teams, they got their ass smacked. That's fact. So if we want to just take a 6 week window, man, and say we played weak ass teams, and in that 6 week, I've pointed this out numerous times. Look what happened when you played Seattle. Seattle was good on both sides of the ball. They were never like dumb, but they still 34 points. When you guys are cherry picking stats in that 6 week stat, and that's not true. That can't be.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but at the same time, you have to keep that same energy in the offensive side. Like, how many points did we score against those weak ass
don't
teams?
discredit that. I'm not.
Yeah,
this is where I have issue, okay? This is where I have is Carr is at the 12th best offense and passer rate or passer in the NFL, right? So Carr's at 12, 3,500 yards. But he averages 22.3 points a game. Our defense
but how
averages
many
more
times
points
in
than
the
the
last
offense.
6 weeks did we score that many points? That's my point.
But you got to play a quarterback, though.
I would say two, because in the Seahawks game, if I recall, did we not have 40 points in that game when we won it?
Yeah, but that's the only
and again, the way average points work, and I've talked about this even in the past, is one game you may have a 30, 40-point game. In other games, you might have 13 or 15 point games.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Some
and that's
even
the
out
issue
at
that I have
20.
with stats
So
sometimes.
we're having an offset time in there.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
this is the point. So this should even speak more volume for Carr then. So this should even speak more volume. Because listen, Carr's number is still where it's at, even in the decline that you guys are saying. So in that 6 weeks, you guys say that he went down, right? He put up enough points in the first half that didn't let him just say, well, you lost 4 games or 5, and you didn't just go like this and then just sink. You still stayed where you're at. So even in those 5 games, because it's really only 5 games, the highest points were 27.2. That was right before the Saints. When the Saints beat our ass, we dropped down to 22. We went back to 24.6.
That was our worst
off
game.
at 23. So if we've stayed at that, that's because they've been putting up those points. And that's what I'm saying. If we look at Carr's points, if he put up all those points in the beginning and we're in such a bad, because are we not on agreement that he's only scored one touchdown probably in the last few games per game?
Yeah, that's
so
the
if you
issue,
have that, how do you keep your points that high then? How do you keep them that high? Because he put up the points before?
That's the issue that I'm saying with stats. Like, stats are good sometimes, but sometimes you have to compare the stats to the film.
Yeah, but why doesn't that go both ways? Why aren't you saying that about the defense? Why aren't you saying that about the defense? No, because every time you guys bring it up, you're saying that, well, in 6 weeks they played to this level. We're not being fair because we're holding Carr to a 16-game season, but we're holding our defense to a 6-game span of week competition.
I think that's where the miscommunication. I think that's where the miscommunication coming in is. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have to keep the same energy for offense as defense and vice versa. Or like what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree.
And the point the point I'm making is that, unfortunately, because I've supported Carr for many years, and I have very high hopes when Adams came over here that he could turn that corner, and we could have a really top 10 offense, right? And be competing with teams like the Chiefs and their offense kind of thing, right? That's what I thought in the offseason.
I think it's 8 games, Austin, if I remember right. 8 games.
And if you look at the last, I don't know, 6 to 8 weeks or whatever it is, outside of Seattle, of course, we put up major points in that one. But outside of like that, our scoring really went down, particularly the last 5 or 6 games. Like, there's no way with the players we have on offense and the amount of money we have invested in offense and the star players we have on offense that we shouldn't be scoring at least a minimum of 20 points.
So if Gruden was here, do you think Carr declines? If Gruden's here, do you think Carr declines this?
That's debate. I don't know. It's debatable because
it ain't a debate because these 4 years he's always only got better. He only got better under Gruden. So what would indicate in Carr's season ending last year that he would plummet? And how does Carr start out at a 96.6 under Josh this year, and he ended at a 73? We're not leaving no play caller reliable, right? Because if we just go back to Todd Downey, what happened to Todd Downey? He got fired. He got shipped the fuck out of here. That's what happened. So how come it's okay for one but not okay for the other? One started out good. They both depleted. One got fired. One's still here. One calls man cover press in the game. He's here. One guy calls all zero. He's fired. Like, why are we not keeping the standard in the same deal? Like, we're being way too unbiased in this point. This isn't just one. I can probably show this like 10 times.
Yeah,
another thing
you have to understand,
talking about last year.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, one thing with last year is, especially getting into the playoffs last year, I contribute, not all of it, but a lot of that can be contributed to Josh Jacobs as well. He was running really well near the end of the season last year.
But Josh only had 890 yards, so.
Yeah, but he was also injured.
Now we're in a credit. The guy,
he was injured a lot earlier in the year before the last
4,800, right? Our quarterback threw for 4,800 behind a depleted offensive line with nobody in wide receiver. But then the following year, he gets behind the ninth best supposedly run line. But again, you can't say your run line is the same as your pass protection because it's not. That's why some teams are built on run and some builds are built on pass.
I agree. But our pass protection, even in these later games overall, if you want to talk like overall stats, our pass protection is still middle of the pack.
It did improve a little bit, but it's still bad, though.
Yeah, it's still middle of the pack.
Especially like off the edge.
I don't
play 30 seconds. So we played two teams. We played two teams in the Chargers and in the Rams that had fucking 30 or 30-second ranked defenses. Yeah. Like, and then we're comparing them in, fucking top 5 stats, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. If people know the stats of the other team, they wouldn't be sitting and saying those type of things. You're playing teams that are depleted, especially in the run or in the pass. Like we should have been able to go into the Rams and just beat the shit out of them in the past because they've been depleted.
I feel like the reason we didn't. I agree, but I think that also that's only for on the defensive side, but on the offensive side, I mean, think about it this way, because we're talking about hypotheticals about last year and whatever, right? Think about it this way: instead of going 3 and out, say that we score, right, and we get a sustained drive down the field, keeps the defense off the field for a bit, lets them rest. I think if that happened consistently in the Rams game, say we put up 24 points instead of whatever it was, 16, I believe, we put up 24 points instead. Or basically another touchdown, right? Even another touchdown. So we go on a long drive, score another touchdown. I think that changes the whole game around because your defense is getting more of a chance to rest. Because I can't fully blame the defense when they're on the field, say, 70% of the game compared to like a 50-50 split or something, and they're getting worn out. And then because they're so worn out by the end of the game, they give up a game-winning 98-yard drive.
Yeah, but now let's
they
just
weren't
flip
even
the
on
script.
the field that long.
Yeah, but let's just flip the script. Let's go back and say when Gruden was playing, when Gruden played last year with the team, the offense would be on the field for 8 to 10 minutes. The offense would be on the field for 8 to 10 minutes under Gruden's time in different games. Hey, but it's okay for that, right? It's okay when the offense got to go out there for the whole game, be out there to run manage. But when the defense getting paid millions of fucking dollars, a dude's over there complaining about he got to be on the. Is there fucking time? I'm just wondering real quick. Is when the guy goes in there and signs his contract, did they give him a time span of when he's going to be on the field? Did they say like, bro, you're going to be here for 27.6 minutes? Like, did they do it like basketball? Because I don't think they do that. I could be wrong, but I don't think they do that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the point I'm making is that, okay, on offense, part of the statistics for
offense
is time of possession of the ball, right? There's time of possession of the ball. So, of course, when you're running the ball more, it chews up more of the clock. So your offense really in our game overall over 60 minutes should be on the field more than the defense because you're running the ball and you're maintaining the control of the ball and you're running the clock down and all of that, especially near the third and fourth quarter. If you have a lead, the idea is to run as much of the clock down as possible.
Josh should have did that numerous times this game or this year.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree about that.
Steelers game, he could have just ran the ball in the first half. He could have ran the ball in the first half and controlled the game. That's the thing. That's fucking Josh's play.
I don't disagree about it.
Because like I said, I'm just saying, if Gruden was here and he had Devontae Adams, he'd be breaking all kind of fucking records because that just shows who the coach is. Like,
the point I'm making is let me put it this way for you. If say we do like 2 runs and a play action pass, but then that play action pass is overthrown or underthrown or thrown too far to the sideline, and therefore it's incomplete, and we don't convert the 3rd down, and we have to, we have to punt the ball again.
Well, that's a
Right?
bad play
Whose
call
fault
anyway.
is it at that point? If say the play call,
That's the coach.
no. Say if it's a play call. But what I'm saying, what if the
I've
play
always
call
said the
has
quarterback is
receiver wide open?
responsible. So the quarterback is responsible
Yeah.
from the minute that the mic shuts off and from the guy on the sideline. I don't care if it's head coach or offensive coordinator. Once the mic shuts off, he's the soldier. He's the soldier. So if he makes a play off the read, it's his responsibility, 100%.
The point I'm trying to make is, if say the correct play, say for argument's sake, the correct play call is called, we get Devontae Adams wide open, either in the middle of the field, the sideline, wherever it is, and then that ball either sails too far to the sideline or it sails over his head that he's jumping like Michael Jordan and hits his fingertips and becomes incomplete, or it's a turnover, like it gets intercepted off his fingertips.
Brady's done the same thing with Mike Evans. Brady's done the same fucking thing with Mike Evans this year. Not only just overthrown him, he's underthrown the motherfucker by like 5-7 yards. I'd love to see a play where Carr done that. I'd love to see a play where Carr underthrew his player by 5 or 7 yards.
The fact is, if you actually go through the all 22 film for every game this year, he's done it quite a few times.
I watch it every game. That's why he has 3 times a week.
That's why he has 72 incomplete passes to Adams. Well, there was one play in Pittsburgh where he jumped up in the air.
Hold on. I get that you're going to bring it. So look, this is another falsified stat, man, because you're saying 72 incomplete passes.
It's not even a stat. No. I'm just saying it's
well,
not
I'm
even
just saying it, regardless of stat or not. You guys have seeked out this number. Now let's look at why you seeked out the number and how come the number is what it is. What's his second receiver's numbers? What's his receiving numbers on the second receiver? Well, hell, what's the receiving numbers on his third? Well, let's even go farther. What's him on his third and his fourth, and what's it on his tight end? There's a reason that Devontae has 72 missed passes, because he's the only motherfucker catching the ball. So there's a reason why he's being targeted to that. Aaron Rodgers targeted him 179 times in Green Bay. Not uncommon for a dude to be targeted with the stature of that.
Well, you bring that up, but how many incomplete passes did he have out of 179?
I don't know.
That's
I think
my
that
point.
in that, but in that year, if I'm just remembering off the hand, I think it was 179 and 112. So if it's 112 and 179, what is that? That's gonna be
50
what did it say? 180, 112. So it's going to be about 68 incompleted passes.
Right. And he was like probably the only.
And where's Carr at? Where's Carr at 72 with 2 games left? And when they did it, was a 16-game season. Carr going to do it in a 17-game season. So that means there's 3 more hours on a field than Rodgers had when that happened. So that's all I'm saying is when we're looking at stats, we got to be even and fair to the stat of another player with the way that they did with something here, because then we're just falsifying our own players at that point. Like in the NFL, there has to be a common line. That's why there's a stat line, because when you're judging your player, when you sit here, and this is why I'm so adamant about it, is because it's easy to take our team in that stretch. Like, don't get me wrong, it's good that our team isn't rated in the top 5, but gotta be real about the ratings. That's all I'm saying. When you're being fair to your team, the Shield, what Raider Nation, to be fair to it would be to evaluate it fair. So when you put those, when you're putting those scores in there, you have to always put in content of the player and the team that they played. And when you want to put in a stat line about Carr's interceptions, how come it's okay for Josh Allen to be second on that list, and how come it's okay for Joe Burrows and Dak Prescott to be tied on that list, which they have phenomenal offensive rosters than us and way more talent than us on offense, but Derek Carr got 3 fucking receivers, and you're comparing him to them, and he's got 24 touchdowns with 14 interceptions, but Dak Prescott got one of the best fucking offensive cores on the deal. He took over the lead just because of this last game, so he's at 14 interceptions. He wasn't even the first 5 games of the season. But people would be like, "Oh, he's having such a great year." Motherfucker, get out of here with that, dude. Like, you got to team your superstar roster on.
They're looking at the win column. That's what it is.
Dude, look at Burrows. Burrows superstar offensive deal, dude. Carr putting up just as equal with only 3 players. And when people want to sit and say Waller and Renfro, right? Guess what? They only played 3 games through the whole season. So if you're sitting
But
here
can't you
taking their
argue Burrow's
deal,
line is just as bad as ours?
say one more time.
Can't you argue that Burrow's line is
low.
almost as bad as ours?
Whose line is?
Offensive
He
line.
has a better O line this year than he had before.
Oh, you said
last year
that
didn't,
Burrow's
but
line? No, hell no. They
yeah.
went and got
I
Al
last year.
Marpet, dude. They got
Okay.
Collins from fucking Dallas. No, hell no. His
Yeah,
line
so
ain't
they,
weaker than ours.
because I haven't checked the line
His
this year. I know
line's
last
pretty
year wasn't
nice,
that
to be
great.
We
honest.
did improve in the run blocking, but the pass blocking still needs improvement. The run blocking
Yeah, so
was
so
a
it's
much
roughly the
big
same
improvement.
pass protection wise, right?
But you know what, though? I understand what you're trying to say, but here's the thing, though. You got to look at what needs the most fixing. And people think on offense, oh, it's the quarterback. The most
I
need
don't
fixing is the
disagree. The
defense.
defense needs fixing. All right, this
But
is
if
my
you
point
fix
when it
that
comes to
offense too by getting rid of the main guy, Derek Carr, then you're taking a lot more. You're either going to replace him with someone with equal value that works with Josh McDaniel's system, or better. Because if you go
Yeah,
lower
but
than
look,
that,
if you look at the
then
two
you're
guys,
going to go down.
Jimmy Garoppolo can't score touchdowns, so he has to be cut off the list instantly. If Derek Carr is putting up the touchdowns he does and the points he does in offense, and you think fucking Jimmy gonna come in here with the defense that you're crazy. You are crazy, dude. Like, and then this is where I have a real
That's why
serious
my
fucking
argument
problem.
is has to be
This
Brady,
is where
not
I
Jimmy
have
Garoppolo.
a serious problem, okay? This is where me as a Raider fan would have a very serious problem with my organization. If you cut Carr with no cap, nothing, whatever, dude, fucking, you're just cutting top 10, top 12 quarterback. You just release them, boom, gone to the fish.
I don't think that happens. I think he gets
you
traded
bring
somewhere he
in
wants to
Tom
go.
Brady. You bring it, that what? Say again?
I know he has a no trade clause, but Derek Carr can.
That what I'm saying is you cut him. If you cut him, you don't get nothing, right? But you bring Tom Brady in and boost the defense, I'd fucking probably quit being a fan. I'd straight probably quit being a fan. You can't fucking drop a quarterback that gave us everything of his and we never built him a defense. And then the one damn time you will, you're going to 86 him, get Tom Brady and build the defense. Yeah. That's stupid ass. That Mark shouldn't be an owner. Like, Mark shouldn't be owner. Mark should be the fuck out of here. He should sell the team and he should give up ownership to that team ASAP-o, dude. Like, ASAP-o.
My counter argument,
Yeah.
My counter argument to that is, if Carr was willing to take a restructure, because Brady's done it before, he's taken $25 million to build a defense, right? So if Carr's willing to do the same thing, then yeah, go ahead and keep him. But if he still doesn't want to renegotiate from $40 million, yeah, if he's willing to do it, then give him a shot. But
he's willing to do it to keep his players, though. That's what he said.
And he's already said it, and he's already done it.
Yeah.
Let's be real. Carr made $20 million this last year. So we're going to ask Carr to do it every year, right?
Last year is
we're
in the
asking
future,
him to do it every year, man.
Next year, but what I'm saying is we got to look at next year and onwards.
That's good. Some contracts are front-loaded and some are back-loaded. You need to talk to Zig about that. That's not his fault. That's theirs.
Yeah, but my point is we cannot pay Carr $40 million next year, right? We're talking just next year now. We can't pay Carr $40 million next year and still expect to have money for the defense.
That's when he's gonna.
If you go get Tom Brady, we're going to give him $30-40 million. Like, he ain't taking $25 million to come here, man. Show me the guarantee of that. Look, I can validate it 100%. I know it'll be $30 million. He had a 2-year, $50 million contract around. It's $30 million, 100%.
It could be 30, you know.
It is. It's going to be. When Dana White and them put the deal in place, it was 2 years, $60 million, $30 million, 100%. So all you're doing is taking $4.8 million off Carr's contract. So that's what you get to keep, $4.8 million. Great move. You know Great move.
We'll have to wait and see. And it depends how much is incentive based too, because it depends. And also it depends if it's incentive based. It depends if you can write some of that off in, upfront money, like what do they call that?
Yeah, but that's the thing I look at is if you want. So let's just say this. Let's say that Mark decides to sign Brady, right? And we sign him at 30. And Mark walks in and says, I'm going to give $15 million signing bonus. Why wouldn't you do that to Carr? You don't think Carr would take $15 fucking million cash and a check? I think he'd take that shit right now, you know? And all I'm saying is if you want to say we can go to the Super Bowl next year, I bet anything I own that if you kept Carr and built the defense and gave Carr 2 receivers and built that line, I think we're 100% contenders. There's not a doubt in my mind. How does Carr put up the numbers he does with a dude like Hollins and Cole and Foster? If you were to go get him somebody, even a Will Fuller, and I'm just using name, I'm not saying him exact, but I'm saying you go get him a fucking get fucking Brandon Cooks. Go get somebody that can open up that side of the field and still do it at a decently good level. And I watch what we end up being. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, if Stidham comes in, again, if Stidham comes into this next game, he shows that Josh's system works, then it is what it is. All it is all we're doing is talking. So it is. Do we agree that Carr can be going? Yeah. Do we disagree that it should stay?
It's
yeah.
unfortunate, though.
Everybody's going to have the confliction until the final. That's why I'm saying, if they look, why don't you just cut them now? Like, is there a stipulation of what you're paying or what it is, or how come you just don't come out?
I think
I don't care. Why don't you just come out and say? Why don't you just come out and say, "Hey, we're going to set Carr for the next 2 games, and we're going to cut him on the 15th." That people would be like, "All right, we respect that." Well, fucking put a guy down and say we're going to play the youth or the rest of the year, and we're shutting down Carr because of other veterans, and we have 0%. You're just bullshitting, or you're telling the truth. We don't know. Fucking. You can be telling truth or you can be lying. Nobody knows. But if you just come out and be like, "Hey, we're fucking done with them,"
the thing is, for all we know, there could be trade talks going on behind closed doors because
they have to do it with Derek Carr
now because
and it won't happen until the season's done. That won't even come. Like, once we're eliminated from football, period. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, they'll talk to Derek Carr.
We got most definitely. That's why I'm saying they screwed themselves on that contract because they terminated him on the 15th of February, but the Super Bowl still ain't been played. Yeah. So you really screwed yourself because you're really gonna have to tell Carr, like, "Hey, we could get a trade for you if you want." But if I was Carr, I'd be like, "Fuck your trade." Like, that's what I would do because look, Carr has all the cards. Carr has all the cards in the deal right now. Carr can just tell them straight up. It doesn't matter what trade they put in place. It doesn't matter what trade they have in place. Carr can say, "I reject it. You have to release me." Straight up.
I don't disagree, but
that's how the contract. That's how the contracts wrote. And look at here. You say you disagree, right? You say you disagree. Why would Carr give us a draft pick if we just backstabbed him? And he can be cut and go to any team he wants to. So he would save the team, actually. So if he decided that the Colts wanted to trade for us, why wouldn't he just say no, get cut, and then go sign with the Colts, and they never give up any draft capital for him?
Because if we trade him to the Colts, then it either be that we eat some of that contract and the Colts do, or they'd have to work that part of it out, and you still get the same money he was going to get.
No, they don't, because all they got to do is just play him next year at $34.8 million, and then cut him at the end for $7.5.
Yeah, but if you do that, then you contending with what other teams like may want him as well. Whereas if the Colts want to have him for sure, because Matt Ryan ain't
the only way that it makes that possible,
they can claim him first through a trade.
That would happen on any other team. That you're right. That would happen on any other team. Yeah. But if Carr don't want it to happen because he don't want to give the Raiders the draft, he can tell them fuck off, and then he's gonna go out there and bid his own auction. And he don't give us zero. Yeah, but this would make even more sense. What if Carr? I already said this earlier in the live, and I'm just use the Colts for an example. We don't mean like, hey, he's going to the Colts. Like, I just use it for example. But at the same time, let's say hypothetically that he goes with Josh, and Josh says, hey, we can get you a trade to the Colts. And he's like, okay, and get you a trade. We're going to give up a first-round draft pick, right? So this is what's out there. What if Derek tells him at that point, nah, I'm good. I'll just release you right here. I'll pick it. He calls up the Colts, say, hey, man, let me come over there. And how about you hit back up the Raiders and ask them if you can give that first-round draft pick for Devontae? Then what? That's what I'm saying. Derek ain't helping us, dude. Derek about to fuck us, and he got all the cards in his hand. And guess what? Devontae, you know what Devontae going to do? Devontae gonna be like, God damn right, you're gonna trade me, and you're gonna eat that fucking $20 million because I'm gonna sit my ass on this bench, and you're gonna pay me because my contract's fully guaranteed. They both have the cards in their favor, dude. Like they screwed on this one.
It depends. We don't know what clauses are in the contract. There could be clauses on the contract if Devontae doesn't play or whatever.
Devontae has some guaranteed money, so
his is fully guaranteed in his deal. So I don't even think till the end. It's not all guaranteed till the end of it in the fourth and fifth year.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is some of those guarantees are also based on him playing.
It's not because listen, when a contract is fully,
there would be some of it would be.
If what you're saying is true, why are they not doing with Carr right now? Because it's not true. The reason they don't do it is because the motherfucker fully guaranteed his contract. So that's why his ass sitting down. And they still got to pay a motherfucker for the last 2 games. So they still paying him. If Devontae Adams' ass gets injured or sits the fuck down, that contract's fully guaranteed. He getting paid. Yep. There's no doubt. They can't say nothing. And then guess what? They had this problem with Josh McDaniels in Broncos with, I think it was Brandon Marshall. I think it was Brandon Marshall when he when he's out there swatting down balls, fucking demanded to be traded in that fucking deal. So it ain't the first time it's happened, and it probably won't be the last under Josh. So I'm just saying, Devontae wants out, he pulls the cards, and like I said, he can sit down and get paid, or they can eat the dead cap and fucking move off. I mean, I guess that's their decisions, not ours.
Yeah,
from what we're talking,
if it comes to Devontae, one or two things.
It's just
I get what you're saying.
They don't want to keep a guy
one or two things will happen. He'll either,
though.
if they get Brady, Adams might decide to stay because it's a veteran quarterback. He still gives you a chance to win. So Adams may stay if that happens, which is why I still think Brady's the best option, just because, one, he knows the system. Two, he might get certain veterans like Adams to stay and bring in other veteran players.
So you think the post
and we draft the guy that went under him, like a Will Levis, whatever the case.
Hey, it's the world. He let the world see it, and he didn't go delete it. He put it out there for every motherfucker in the world to see. And then you're telling me that he's going to tell his boy to get fucked for Tom Brady. Hell no. He's going to say, trade me. You know he's going to tell Brady, he's going to be like, yeah, come on over here. Come on, boy. Come join me. They ain't going to get you. He's going to be like, yeah, fuck you. That's what they just did to me. That's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do. He's going to be like, hey, fuck you, Brady. They just did that to my boy. Good luck. He got Holland.
Hold up. Another post you got to look at is the post that he wrote about him being closer to his family as well. So he might not necessarily want to move again.
Maybe you should finish reading the rest of that post. Because in the rest of that post it said, the only reason that I'm here is because of Derek Carr. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Derek Carr, and I'm not willing to go with
even
the
if
fucking,
that happens, he'll get traded for some
not willing to go with the
QB and draft somebody.
Hey, that's what I would do. That's what I'm saying. If people just wanted to end the whole entire car, all this bait, just blow the bitch up, get the draft picks, rebuild team. That's what I do. You're never gonna have this much draft cap on one team at one time. Like you're never gonna have this again. You got Devontae, you got Carr, you got Waller, you got Renfro, and look, the Renfro deal was weird from the beginning. 2 years. I mean, they already knew that shit was.
But yeah, my point is, hold up. The point that I'm making is that this, like, the Raiders isn't the only team with this kind of thing has happened. In the past, with guys like the Devontae situation, a lot of the times they take a restructure and they get traded. That's generally what happens. If they really want out the door, they get a restructuring of their contract to make it more favorable for a trade, and they get traded to somewhere, and they usually pick the team they want to get traded to. Right? That's generally what happens around the league. It doesn't happen just with the Raiders. It happens around the league.
No,
and then on top of that, if that's the case, we'll have two
I speak on that
picks,
all the
right?
time on signing trades. I speak on that all the time.
So we'll have 2 first-round picks, right? Let's say we have our first-round pick that we've got, because of where we finished in the season, and then we've got a first-round pick from trading Devontae Adams, right? And maybe we even get some draft picks also for their cut. Maybe a second-round pick, let's say.
Because I think the only way you're getting picks for Carr is if you're trading Carr and Devontae same team. Otherwise,
that's what I was saying. That's what I was going to say. Maybe if we trade Carr, if that really goes down the way you're saying, like Devontae wants to stay with Carr, maybe they trade him as a package deal, and maybe you get like a first this year, next year, and a second this year.
Yeah. Hey, look, dude. When you look at it, Devontae basically just told Josh McDaniels that if you get rid of my boy, you might as well get rid of me. So, and again, I would. Look,
you get a first and a second for Adam, 2 firsts for Adams, and 2 seconds, or 2 firsts and a second for Adams, or like it works out either way because you package them up. That you get a first and a second this year, and a first and second next year, or first and a third next year.
Yeah, you'd have to do like first, second, maybe second, third.
Yeah, like
you're gonna have to give stuff for Carr.
It'd be a lot of picks over the next 3 years.
And what? Hold up. Every team's
and then another
expecting to release them.
Yeah, hang on. And then another thing to look at is if that does happen, we'll probably end up with about $100 million in cap altogether once we cut players and whatever we do. We could end up with close to $100 million in cap this offseason, right? And then once you got multiple,
we'll suck.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm not even talking about cutting Waller. I'm saying we keep Waller and Renfro, we get rid of Adams and Carr. Some other players aren't working out, right? We have somewhere between like 80 million, whatever, in cap. We have 2 firsts, 2 seconds. We bring in a Tom Brady for 1 year bridge quarterback. We draft Will Levis or whoever the fuck ever. We draft a top round 1 wide receiver like Addison or someone like that to kind of try and at least start. We can't really replace Adams.
Fuck, getting Addison would be a pretty good.
You're set up for failure because
Addison would be a great pick to come in. Like I said, if you got CJ Stroud or Levis,
so if you had Tom Brady, Will Levis,
Addison the following year. Fuck, that'd be nice.
Tom Brady will get killed. Khalil Mack will.
It doesn't matter. Who
right
cares who
there.
gets killed? Nobody gives a fuck who gets killed or not.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hey,
Then with all that
hey,
extra cap, you
Jacobs
also
needs
have
to go.
because I've only talked about hold on. We also talk about draft
Jacob
picks,
is
right?
a bitch.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Jacobs is a bitch.
Hold up, Cortez. Just let me finish what I'm saying. So you draft those guys, right? You still have this $80 million, whatever in cap. You bring in an offensive guard because I think Parham's okay for now, but we need another guard. So we bring in a veteran guard.
I do agree with that.
We fix up the O-line. We may even get someone like a Devin Bush. He's hitting free agency to help the linebacking core. Whatever we do, like add to the defense. Also after we draft like a quarterback and a wide receiver because we need to replace a quarterback and a wide receiver. We then go heavy on defense in the draft. You bring, like I said, you have Tom Brady to.
I just don't think you get Brady because but you kill out what you're saying though when you do that. Okay.
You can fix the O-line. You can fix the defense.
But you're saying that you're getting $87 million, but you're not because 87 of that you're going to minus 30. You're minusing 30 right away because you're giving Brady $30 million. So you're at 57 million.
Better division.
You can't just cut out. You can't cut out Carr. You can't cut out Carr and add Brady and then not. We're at 27.
Even without cutting Carr.
We're at 27.
Yeah, we're at 27 now. So we're at 27 now, right?
So now look, you cut Devontae, 27. You cut Devontae, which puts you right around 50, 56.
Actually, no.
Then you cut Carr. That's 30 million. That puts you at 86. So then if you bring back Brady, you're at 56.
Yeah, so you still have 50 million left. Right, 50 million is a
but
lot of
I think
to get,
if it was me, why bring in Brady? Like if it's me.
Why not bring in Rodgers?
You have 87 million.
You want to win, bring in Rodgers.
I go get fucking Stroud or Levis and say, fuck, go play. Like, straight up. I go get Stroud or Levis.
Will Levis is the best rookie-ready quarterback.
Hold up. What I'm trying to say is whether we get Will Levis or whoever, the mistake that was made with Carr is you don't play a rookie in their first year. You do what the Chiefs did, and you sit them for 1 year behind whoever the bridge is.
Yeah, but we're all labeling it to one guy.
I think Brady's the best option because he can be a coached player, right? He can coach the young kid at the same time as giving us a small window of opportunity to actually make the playoffs.
Why didn't Brady coach Kyle Trask then? That's a false narrative, man. Brady ain't never coached any fucking QB, dude. It was Josh McDaniels that made them all when they were there. Brady ain't making nobody, so that's a false narrative. What I would say is bring in Brady to play and let Josh fucking teach the fucking duty.
However you work it out. My point is we have Josh McDaniels here. We have someone who knows Brady, someone who knows the system. They don't need to. It's not like they're learning a new system.
Appreciate it, bro.
So if you're going to do this, you have to do it the right way and bring someone that knows the system. So that's what I'm saying. I'd rather have Brady over Jimmy G because if that's my two options of who knows the system, I take Brady. Because if it's a 1 year rental, it's a band-aid for 1 year. Why you have a young quarterback that's going to start in 2024?
But you got a really declining quarterback, really declining.
That's what I'm saying. How do you guarantee that you sign him that he wins? Like, how do you say?
He's going to a downgrade.
But that's what I'm saying. We're not winning. Hold up. We're not winning now.
So then why would you move a quarterback and go get another one that ain't winning? That doesn't make sense. 30 million, regardless of how you look at it.
I still think Brady can do a better job in this system than what Carr's done this year. That's the honest truth.
I don't think he could. Derek Carr could throw that ball better than him. And remember, Josh McDaniels set Derek Carr to fail. Okay, he set him.
Carr ain't completing passes.
I think that's a false narrative, to be honest.
Look, Carr has missed open passes and unders, so no one can argue that. But same has Brady at a higher level. And he's underthrowing. Listen, like I said, if somebody can show me the future and say that it's a guarantee, whatever, let's do it. But to sit and say that we're just moving off one quarterback for the next that's 46 and gone and 130 that can still peak, I'm not for that shit. Like now we're trading for a 46-year-old fucking quarterback. Then we're hoping that just like when Dante, when Culpepper and all these guys, Palmer and all them, they all come here, they all fucking lose.
But you can't compare those quarterbacks to Brady, man. It's like comparing oranges and apples. You cannot say those quarterbacks are good.
You're comparing Brady to the past, bro. That's what you're doing. That's what all these guys are doing. You're comparing him to what he did in the past. We're not comparing him to what he's doing now. You got to take what he's doing now and apply it to what goes forward. That's what it is. We're not going backwards. We're not going back in fucking time. We're not going back when he was good, when he was doing shit.
Yeah.
Listen, this is the best way I'm gonna put it right here, and then I'll not talk about it no more. Because listen, Tom Brady won a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay. He left out of the Patriots, came to Tampa Bay. They built the team the way he wanted. After he won the Super Bowl, they extended all these dudes'
But what I'm
contracts.
saying is,
Motherfucker ain't done shit yet, but now he gonna come
the thing
here.
you got,
He got way better defensive line, had a
I'll
way
be right
better
back.
offensive core. But now he's
but
leaving
what I'm
Tampa
trying to,
that's been depleted for 3 years and come here and just step up. I mean,
but what I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you guys is, we can do the exact thing that Tampa did in 2020, right?
No,
We
it
can
won't- no
build
way,
the
no way.
team around Brady. Yes, we can.
Not with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. This is a tougher division. Remember, the NFC South was weak. The only team they had to worry about was the Saints.
Who won the
And then
Super
look
Bowl
at
in
the Saints.
2020? Patrick Mahomes or Brady?
They lost twice to the Saints, but then they
And how many
played them
points
again
did
and beat them a
Patrick
third
Mahomes
time.
put up in the Super Bowl? The
Yeah,
Tampa
but
Bay
Patrick
defense
Mahomes
is
had a
what won
bad
them
old
that
line
big
though.
thing.
But Patrick, I mean, Tom
Then he
Brady had
scored
a
a
better
touchdown in that game.
team around him. He had a good defense. He had great players. He
I
had
don't,
Gronk
yeah,
on
I
him.
don't
He had
disagree, but
AB
but
around
point,
him, and that's why they won because he
well,
had
they
a lot
I don't
also had
disagree about
100
that. My
million
point,
plus in salary cap
He's
too.
not going to
So
have a
there's
lot
a big
around him though.
difference.
There's no way
yeah, but
that
my,
Tom Brady can compete against Patrick Mahomes right now. Not right here, he ain't. And if you're talking about Devontae Adams being gone, and let me tell you something, Tom
you guys
Brady
aren't
ain't
looking
gonna
at this
come
from a
here.
GM perspective, man.
He
You're looking at
won't
it from a
come here
fan
though. I
perspective.
guarantee he won't come here if Devontae Adams is gone. Tom Brady ain't definitely not going to come
I
here.
ain't never looked
He's
at
not
it still
he's
at
not
a
he's
fan
very smart.
perspective, so I don't even
Oh,
never.
Brady's a smart guy. He
thanks,
wants
I'm
to
not
go where
necessarily
there's
Dustin.
more playmakers. If there's less playmakers on the team, he ain't going to go over there. You know,
My
unless
point
you have
is,
paid
I'm
a
not
lot
gonna
of
say
money.
Brady can't win here. I've said this numerous times on our show. I'm never
He
gonna
needs
say
more
Brady can't
weapons
win
around him.
somewhere. Listen, Brady got 6 Super Bowls, beat every team in the NFL. He can beat whoever the fuck he wants,
Well,
wherever he
he's
goes.
declining
I'm
right
not.
now, and
I'm just saying I
exactly.
agree
So we
100%
can't say
in
that
the
he won't come
decline
here and
part.
win. We don't know that yet.
I'm not
I
We
gonna
do
say
don't
know
know
he
that. It's
that.
can't.
speculation.
I'm
I
not
know
gonna
it.
say that.
I ain't
There's
speculating.
no way to
I know you'll
validate that
lose.
conversation,
I
though.
know
There's
our
no way to
division very
But
validate
well.
that
Even
so hear me
conversation.
out. So hear me out. We got Max. Let me hear out from this perspective. Maybe if I explain it this way, guys will get what I'm saying. We already got Max Crosby. We know Max Crosby is a star, right?
yeah.
If we get another edge rusher, if we get another defensive tackle, another linebacker, and a safety, whether we draft them or free agency or whatever the case, right? If we build that defensive side of the ball, we fix up the O-line in the guard position specifically, right? Then who's to say that Tom Brady can't win with a team like that? Because that's
I would.
literally,
I
if
would. I'd
Adam
say
stays,
Patrick
if
Ooh,
Adams
Mahomes.
doesn't
bro,
stay, we need a
appreciate you
receiver
stopping
too.
by.
I'll say Andy Reid because we're not going to have an elite defense.
I'm not talking about
It
Chiefs.
doesn't
I'm talking
happen
about
in 1 year.
what they
It
did at
takes
Tampa.
time. We've never had an
And how
elite
Tampa, you
defense
got to look
for
at
a
how
long
Tampa
time
built that
since the
defense. They
90s
built most of that defense through the draft, right? One of the
and
key
early
players
2000s.
in 2020 was Devin White. He was a fucking drafted guy.
Yeah, but Tampa was
We
already
could
a
have
good
drafted
team.
him,
They
but
upgraded. He was an upgrade for
the
Tampa's
defense
defense.
in
They weren't
2019
sorry.
was okay,
It
but
was
they
just an
didn't really
upgrade,
become
though.
a star-studded defense until
They build
2020.
up on him because it was an upgrade.
And
When you
it was
have
a
good
mixture
key
of free
players
agents
around
and
them,
draft picks.
you go look it. It ain't going to happen that way. That's realistic.
But that's
If you're
no,
going to
it's
have a
not.
good
That's
defense,
how.
you're going to
Look
have
at.
to. It's going to take time because you got Matt
You got to
Max,
look at
who's
how
the
other
best
teams build
player
their
on defense.
defenses, man. It's like
Yeah, but it ain't
50-50
going to
split between
happen.
veterans and.
Yeah, but so look here, just in
But you
the
don't know that
debate
because
here.
we still got the draft
You
coming
have
up.
to challenge Patrick
Again, you
Mahomes arm to
free
can't
arm.
agency,
claim.
whatever.
So
It ain't going to work
for
with
one,
that
nobody
style.
can claim that bringing defensive players through the draft ain't gonna work. We can show 3-4 teams right now in the NFL it works. So if you
Yeah,
just
exactly. That's
That
my point.
depends on your
neglect,
coordinator, though.
it's not.
Your
It
coordinator
doesn't,
It
man.
do-
You
not
had
just
fucking
that.
Jacksonville.
You
You had
scouting team.
Detroit. You had fucking the
Yeah,
Jets. That's a bullshit. You come from one of the
Jets
most
and
garbage
those are
ass
Texans
good.
2020 the same
organizations
That's because they
in
thing.
the
got
whole
good
NFL,
defensive
which is the
coordinators.
Jets.
Well, the
Nah,
Jets
that's
got a good
bull. The
defensive
guy is.
coordinator.
New York and prior years New York did the same thing. New York Giants.
Yeah,
Giants,
but New
sorry.
York had a good
That's
defensive
how
There's
every team
multiple
that has a
teams.
good
You
defense
can't.
they built. Yeah,
When
yeah.
people make assumptions that drafting you can't build teams is bullshit. That's how a
It
lot of these
depends
teams
on
are
That's
built
how.
right
That's how.
fucking now.
Hold
A
up.
lot of these teams were
That's
built off
exactly what I'm
those draft
saying.
picks right now.
Exactly. You're right, Dustin, and that's exactly what I'm saying. That's how good franchises build rosters. Is they build a lot of it through the draft. You have to build it through the draft. You have to. That's
Dude, if
how
you
you
bring
have
in dudes like,
success as a
if you bring
franchise.
in the rosters that we have in positional coaches and offense and defense, they should be developing motherfuckers. So you would want to draft high and develop them between the coaching staff we have. Now, if you're sitting there, if somebody's sitting there arguing against our coaching staff not being able to develop players, then maybe you should have that talk with Josh because he's the one that brought him here.
Yeah, that's my point, and we can't really say that in year one because this is, whether the people want to believe or not, this has been an evaluation year, right? So they haven't really gone through like at least 2 drafts yet to really get all their guys in and develop their defense or offense or whatever, how they want to. So this next upcoming draft is extremely important. What happens this offseason is extremely important for the Raiders going forward as to how we're going to build this roster and how our future is going to look. Both through free agency and the draft.
I've said this for weeks and months now. The key is going to be to draft through the defense for our team. If we have 12, 15 draft picks, you need to get 8 draft players at least in the defense to be able to have your best chance at finding a player at a cheap rate. You got to go get them. You got to put them out there because after you fell there, once you fell there,
cheap labor.
Yep. Once you fell there in the draft, that means you got to go to free agency and start paying people, or you're gonna have to start making trades to go get that dude. I'd rather get 8 guys, try them out, end up with 4 or 5, and build from that point forward.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the problem that the Raiders had previous to this new regime that we have now. Is that we've tried to plug and play all these veteran players, and that's the wrong way to try and build a roster, and that's why the Raiders have been bad for 20 years. Because our drafting has been bad for 20 years, outside of like 2014 and stuff, right? We've gone back and whatever. But like what I'm saying, most of our drafts over the last 20 years have been fucking terrible, and there's no denying that. Especially in the first round, right? We've probably got more first-round busts here than any other franchise in the last 20 years.
Probably pretty, so besides the fucking Cleveland Browns, but yeah.
Besides Cleveland, I don't know, man. I think after the 2020 draft, we're probably tied with them at this point. But, look, Damon Arnett, Henry Ruggs, although Henry Ruggs can't blame him, that was a terrible accident. Fucking Alex Leatherwood, all that.
Alex Leatherwood was a fucking bust, bro.
Yeah, I'll say it again, man. I just wish the Raiders, and I hope this is what they do in the offseason. And I'm going to say it, and I've been saying this for weeks, so I hope the Raiders, they just blow the fucking team up, get Josh, get Max, build from there. I don't care. I don't care about old quarterback. I don't care about him. I don't care about going to the next. I don't care about the bridge. What I care about is if Josh McDaniels is the quarterback coach that he claims he is, that can build up quarterbacks and for your future, I would roll with Stroud or Levis and
what he did with Matt Jones in the first year. I think we'll
play Stenham. It doesn't matter if we win or not. Play Stenham. Fuck it, your draft pick again. Then start out CJ.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would probably go. They've had to be bad for like 2 years.
I would take that 90 mil. I'd take that 90 mil by releasing Carr, or trading out Devontae. But you got to remember, you're going to take a pretty substantial cap hit on him or dead cap hit. So you are going to drop money down, but 60 mil, 70 mil to us looks pretty good. I think it right now.
Spread out over multiple years. It won't be in one season. It won't be in one off season. That dead cap will get spread out over multiple years, right?
Yeah, if you bring that's Brady, the Raiders are not going to Super Bowl. Yeah, they're definitely not going to go to Super Bowl. He couldn't do it with Tampa. Tampa has more than we do now, and you could go in the draft and it'll still not be.
Dude, I'll just make it like this. I wouldn't even, if I was gonna go veteran quarterback, it's got to be Aaron Rodgers over Brady, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it'd be
Aaron Rodgers got better arm, more mobility. He can see the lines, and the guy want to say system. Rodgers gonna throw that bitch down there and dot it on him, motherfucker.
I don't disagree about Rodgers being the better option, but the point is that I don't think we can afford Rodgers. Hold up, we can't afford to pay a guy like Rodgers and still build the
team. Yeah, but you just said a second ago, well, a few minutes ago, why won't he restructure, take, sign, and trade over? Well, I mean, people do it all the time.
If that happens, my point is,
if they can move off him, I'd at least if I was them, I'd most definitely.
If Rodgers was going to do that, but I don't think he will. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that's going to do that, judging by why Adams left Green Bay.
Hey, I mean, I got videos of when Rodgers was at a fucking deal and said straight up when the chef
Rodgers.
For the Raiders, and he said in the offseason the team he was looking at was the Raiders just a year ago. So I mean, I wouldn't say Rodgers wouldn't do it. And then he's coming in with Waller, Adams,
possibility, but I mean, if Adams is willing to stay with Rodgers, but I don't think we can afford to have that tandem, to be honest.
Oh yeah, we could. Yeah, we could.
I mean,
I
it
agree,
had
but
to
you
take some
don't have people
restructuring.
restructure. People
Yeah,
restructure. I mean, they do it all the
he could,
time.
like, you're right. He
They'll
could
all
restructure.
restructure.
If Rogers was
Ticket
willing to
for him.
restructure to say 30 mil to come and play for the Raiders, then yeah. But
It doesn't have to be
like I
30
said,
million.
we
It could be
need to
40
invest in
million for 1
defense.
year.
So that's my point. Like we
Hell,
need to
I'd
get
give him
a
40
guy. Like
million
if we have a
right
shot, we need to
now.
get a guy like Devin Bush, man. Like our linebacking core is.
I don't think
really
we're going to get
depleted.
Devin Bush.
That's why I'm saying. That's
They're
why
going to
I'm
draft
saying.
a linebacker.
That's why I'm saying that our 3 linebackers got to be replaced. All 3 of them.
Replace all. We don't need to replace all
Yeah.
three of
They're
them.
gonna
Like you
replace
still
Denzel Perryman,
keep Luke
probably.
Masterson. You still keep
Yeah,
Darren
you're going
Butler
to keep
as
Yeah,
like
but they're
depth
backups.
players.
They're
Fucking Jeff, yeah.
I'm saying as
Well,
depth.
Luke's
I'm
fuck
saying. Let me finish,
Casey
man. Let me
Hefe,
finish.
bitch.
Hold on, let me finish.
What
I'm
is that,
talking about
Bulky
keeping those two
hurting?
young
I
players
agree,
as
100,
depth
bro.
pieces, but we need to bring in some other veterans, especially if Harriman doesn't come back, because we don't know that's up in the air. Right,
Yeah,
and
didn't
he's
you
just
guys
gone
hear
on
about
IR.
his?
So,
Hey, did
so
you
if
hear that he had surgery today?
yeah, that's my point. So I don't. That's my point. So I don't think Harriman's going to come back at this point because he's injured, and I
probably
don't
are
think
right
they're going to
about
resign an
that.
injured player.
He ain't coming back. He ain't going playoffs.
Yeah,
How the
that's
fuck
my
he
point.
coming
So
back?
we need that
Playoffs?
veteran
You kidding
linebacker
me?
now.
Playoffs?
Hey, this boy, hey, Jesse, he's like, I'd love to whoop Brady 2 times. Hey, fuck, I'd love to watch you do it too. Fucking yes, me. I love to watch every
So my point
motherfucker in our
is
division
we
beat
need to
him.
bring in a veteran linebacker, and I don't want to bring in guys, shout out to Full Cap, that are over 30 years of age. If we're going to bring in a veteran linebacker, I want to bring in someone like Devin Bush, who's still around 26, 27. Right?
I
So
mean,
they still
it
got a
sounds
couple
good, but he
good
wants
years
to
in
get
him.
paid big money, though.
I'd
He's
rather spend big
expensive.
money, but that's the thing. I'd rather spend big money on like a linebacker or something, or a DT. That's like, I don't think there's really any good DTs that are worth in free agency this year, to be honest. But
There is
Artillery's
one. Payne.
looking pretty good.
Payne.
Yeah,
Look at Jet.
is
What's
that
our
that
quarterback?
Steelers player?
Hey, he's like, I'm begging
Payne
for
or whatever?
Carr. I
Yeah.
talked about him going
My
there because
dad
I
was
think
begging
that'd
for Carr.
probably be
He's a
one of the better
Steelers fan,
teams for
too.
him to go to if he was going.
Hey, my
The
dad
only
wanted
thing I'd have to
Carr,
issue with
too. He's a
the only
Steelers
issue
fan.
I'd have, like, if Carr just opts out and no trade, I mean, because I don't know if the Jets
Derek Carr ain't
could
gonna go
trade
trade
for
it.
Carr and Adams, so I don't know if you'd be able to do
Hey,
that. But long story
you
short,
know
I
who?
would, I
If
think
that
we'd be the
trade
best
would
place
go?
in my opinion. That New York team with him, I mean, they
Hey,
got great receivers there. I'd like
Dustin.
it.
Hey,
Man, the
Dustin,
worst
for
part is
that,
I'd be rooting
for
for Carr
that,
in New
I
York,
would
though.
take
That's the worst
Quinton
part, though.
Williams. If that would happen, I would take Quinton Williams
They're not
in the
gonna
first.
trade Quentin Williams, man. That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
So
no,
then
they'll
they
just
gotta give
no. The
us
Jets will
double the
just pick up.
first.
Oh, that.
Yeah, they'll probably give us picks over. You don't trade a guy like Quentin Williams who's still young and who's like a vital piece of your defensive line. I just don't see that happening.
Well,
Look what they did
that
in San Fran
they
with
They
Buckner.
could.
Yeah, but
If he wants out.
how old was Butler when he was traded though?
He was
He was
young,
young.
26 years old.
Yeah.
That's
Was
where
Quentin Williams? He's like 24,
Quinton
right?
Williams.
Probably
He
24,
wanted big money.
20,
That's
probably
why.
24.
26, because
26?
He
he's been
wanted
in the
money,
league
though.
for
That's why
3
they
years.
traded him.
Oh, okay,
They
so
traded him
25,
because he wanted
26.
money.
yeah, it's a possibility, but I just don't see it because like the Jets' best side of the ball right now is their defense. I don't know if they would really want to do that.
What, Derek
Right.
Carr? They'll go to the fucking playoffs. They'll dethrone.
Dude, I was
they'll
just about to
dethrone.
Yeah, but
say,
you don't want to
they'll
mess
go
up your
second.
defensive line.
They'll go second.
It all starts in
the
the trenches,
NFL,
man. I don't see them messing up the
second
defensive
with
line.
Buffalo. I mean, they
you
would
ain't
really.
losing.
I mean,
You're
it
not
depends if they
losing
have a backup
nothing
plan
by.
for Quentin
You're
Williams
not
being
losing
out.
anything by getting Carr. You're implying that you're
It's a
trading for
huge
Carr.
game.
What I'm
Like you're
saying is,
implying they're trading. That fool just walk out. You tell me
what
you're
I'm
gonna
saying
give
is, if
Mike
they go
White
Quentin
20
Williams for
mil,
Carr,
but
I
he's
don't
gonna
see
give
that being
Carr
worth it for them.
35. He's getting his money.
I don't know
They're
if you'll
doing it in a
restructure his
heartbeat.
contract. You're going to be paying Derek Carr his money. And
What,
you're going to love
that's
paying
not the point I'm
Derek
making.
Carr.
I'm saying
You
I
will
don't
love
see them
paying
giving
him.
up Quentin Williams for Carr.
You'll be kissing
I don't
Maybe
think
they're
Derek
gonna
Carr's
trade
hell
me for
no.
Carr
ass
and
if he goes.
Devontae.
Nah, hey, Devontae for Quentin Williams, maybe.
Yeah, for both,
that would
not
make sense,
just
but
only
not for
for
Carr.
Carr.
Player for
And
player, yeah.
and a first for a couple years though. We got to get a first for a couple years for
I
if
mean,
we're
if we did
doing that with
if they did a
Devontae.
package,
You could,
if they did a package deal
Derek Carr
with
gets
Devontae
released
and Carr to the
and
Jets,
trade
then
for.
maybe we could get like a Quentin Williams and some picks, maybe.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to trade.
No
for
way they
defensive
trade
linemen.
Quentin Williams
I
straight
think
for
they
Carr.
rather.
And, no way.
Yeah, they won't trade for defense. I mean, I'm thinking in some ways Josh McDaniels does does go by the Patriot way, I don't believe they'll trade for like a Quentin Williams. I think they're going to add more linebackers and everything
in the draft.
That's why
and
I
they
say
might-
Devin Bush can be a high target, because if you look
they
at the way
won't do it.
Patriots build their defense,
I know they won't do it because he's too expensive. They won't do it.
it
Steelers
depends.
What
are
happened
cheap
if
on
he-
money, but-
You got to keep in mind that being in a place like Vegas has its advantage.
Yeah, they're
when it
not
comes
going to do it. He'll go
contracts.
to another team. He'll go to a team that'll
And another thing people got to consider with
I
players.
don't know.
coming
You're
to
not
Vegas,
going to
and why I
pay.
like as
We're
much
not going to
as
pay
State
Devin
Farm,
Bush
Oakland was the Raiders.
$25 million. So
No, there's
Bush
no
can-
way. No way.
Bush
But-
can end up here for
well-
sure because he's not going to command $20 million. So
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It might command 15 or something. But what I'm saying is
15 they would probably
another-
go after because look at Roquan Smith. What did he go at? 20, 21?
something like that. Yeah, and he's like one of the best linebackers.
This
And-
guy,
and
he said you
what-
can. Fuck you, bro. He ain't. Or absolutely, yeah, you're right. I agree.
Yeah,
They're probably
yeah,
not
that's
saying
what I'm
about,
saying. It's not
hey,
happening.
fuck you and Zach Wilson, bro. We ain't getting that sorry motherfucker
But
over here.
the point I was
Crazy.
making when
No
it
way.
comes to
You guys
bringing in-
can keep
Hold up.
Zach. We don't need another sorry quarterback.
Hey, and just like so I can say real quick, man, I appreciate everybody that showed up tonight, man, in the chat and everything. We always appreciate all your guys' comments regardless of what team or if you're here for the Raiders or anybody else. I love talking football, man. So like I say, it's all fun and games out here. I like Ozzy's a really good dude. I appreciate him always coming up. Just guys, I see people combating back and forth in the chat. We
Yeah,
like
there's nothing
doing
wrong
that.
with good debate.
So I always tell people all the time, we are all friends. We all like each other. There's no hatred here whatsoever. Even if we don't see eye to eye, I love the talk and I love having it multiple times a week. So again, appreciate all of you guys, man, and thanks for coming in every week, man. Thank you very much.
The one thing I want to
Thank
add
you,
is
guys.
the free.
Hey, the door.
The
door's
Cortez.
open.
The thing I wanted to say is that with free agents coming over, it's not just even like the no tax day. It's the fact that Vegas is a place where players can really like, what do you call it? I guess develop a portfolio or whatever, right? Like there's a lot of opportunities for them to create a brand name and whatever, right? To get money outside of football. So that's another thing that players will consider when coming over to Vegas is it's a place where, you can make money in other ways other than just football.
I just think
And
with
I
the
think-
Raiders, so like if we're looking at our team as a whole, right, and we want to be winning, I would take the rebuild and I want to go get Brady because the $30 million can just be used for the
But
team.
what I'm
and
saying
this
is,
is what
it
I'm
doesn't matter
thinking.
if
What I
we rebuild
think
or not.
is,
We still need a vet
Yep.
for at least 1
nah,
year.
hell no, you got Stenham, man. Fucking just
Stenham's
roll
a
with him.
vet.
This dude,
There's your vet.
this guy fucking swears by him. Roll with Stenham. Fuck, I don't gotta I don't gotta drop Carr and give money right to Brady. Like fuck that. Why?
Whether
Like
it's Brady
if
or
we're gonna
somebody
start
else,
over.
we need at least
starting all
even
over.
if it's Teddy
Man,
Bridgewater,
I would rather
whatever,
just
like,
start at zero. I'd rather
we need at least a
dude.
veteran for 1 year.
I don't believe
Yeah,
that.
because
Why?
they only take two
Because-
quarterbacks.
I'll explain. Hold on.
They
I'll
take
explain why.
quarterback.
I'll explain why. Because it's bad for any franchise to start a quarterback in year 1. What happened with Carr?
So
Like,
what's
his whole
Stenham
first
then?
year was
What's
fucked
Stenham
because they
over
started
there?
him
What is
too soon.
Stenham? Why wouldn't you use
20 years.
Stenham? He's in the system for
Because
every fucking year he's
yeah.
in here. What's the difference?
But what I'm saying with Stidham is I don't really classify him as a full vet because, like, look at his record. He hasn't thrown that many passes in the league.
I care less. He's thrown any. He's
He's a
still been in
journeyman
Josh's
now.
system for 5 years. That's what
Yeah.
matters. Is he
5
knows
years
the
makes him a
system.
vet.
You guys said bridge quarterback. I've heard you guys use that word, bridge quarterback.
Yeah.
Fucking bridge quarterback. Somebody knows the system.
Yeah,
Stenham
but
knows
we need a
system.
bridge with
I
some
can get
actual
Stenham for
playing
50.
time.
I give Stenham for 15 million or Brady for fucking 30. Like if we're
Yeah.
saving money and trying to build. Look, I've said this and mark
for
my
rebuild,
words.
you
I
don't
hope
bring
to
Tom
God
Brady.
we do this. But if you're gonna
I
take
don't-
and build a
not
team
to.
and redo it, I don't want a Band-Aid and I don't want a 1 year fucking anything. I want to just say fucking rip this bitch to the ground. Start all over.
Yeah.
Let's put new concrete. Let's put a foundation. Let's get our players.
Yeah.
Let's start building up the walls, man. And then that way, when it gets built, you have all these young players on youth contract. You have a quarterback that's only fucking 20 years old, 22 years old. You got fucking 15, 20 years now with them. You build a foundation. Who cares if you lose a year? We've been losing for 20. You fucking worry about 1 year. We've been losing for 20, man. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, 1 fucking year
Yeah, I
more.
understand
Who
what-
gives a shit? So
I mean,
what I would
understand
say
what you're saying,
is,
Dustin.
what I would say is, look, this is what I think. If Josh and them build it down and it's a systematic team and they're using their players, we go to a 12-5 5-win every season, every single season. Go back and watch the Patriots record: 14-2, 13-3, I mean, fuck, that's a 12-4, dude. Like their shit was like that every year for 20 years, you know. And if you're telling me that they can break us down and rebuild us like that in a year or two and be substantially in the playoffs every year, week 13, be like, Ray, you're going playoff, man. We already clinched our spot, or we're about to be one of the wild card because it's either gonna be Chiefs or it's gonna be us. Like, I would like to know we going there every year. Like teams know, dude. Like week 13, 14, they're like, we're going, and it's not. We got there this year, but we ain't never seen again for fucking 20 years. It's that we got there this year and we coming back next year too. Even if we lose, we're coming back. You know, like all I'm saying is we got to have the consistency and the solidarity. You need to fucking start from the ground. Brady's not the answer. All Brady is 30 more million back on, if not more.
He's
and then
gonna
we get 1 year out of him. Listen, bring him to kill. I give a fuck. Break his legs. Like to me, that part don't matter. I don't care. I don't care if Brady comes in and throws 50 touchdowns, and I don't care if Brady comes in and throws 20 touchdowns. What I care about is knowing that for the future going forward, after Brady fucking retires or after he gets hurt in the next 2 years, that we still have somebody behind. Dude, that's the thing I've always said about Derek Carr. This is why I like Derek Carr so much. He's been here for 9 years. He's missed 3 fucking games, and every week we know he's showing up. Like, that's what I like, knowing that my guy's here.
He's been loyal to the team.
Fuck it. Look at Kyler Murray, okay? Kyler Murray got to be a good fucking example. You go out there, you put in all this fucking money, dude goes out, boom, done. For a whole fucking year now, you don't even know if he's going to be the same fucking player ever again. Because ACL tears like that, running around on quarterbacks probably ain't going to favor too well, even at his age. And then he don't even put the work in already. So now you got
he's a mini-me RG3.
What, $250 million quarterback fucking can't even play ball. So that's all I'm saying is that I would just like to know that going forward into the future that we have our guy that if something was to happen, he's there. And I'm not trying to sit and play this, let's fucking go back to the draft year in, year out. We've already tried that, dude. Like, we've tried that already. So did Cleveland.
You can't
so did a lot
compare
of
that
teams.
to the,
like, that shit ain't. That what?
A lot of quarterbacks now come out more pro-ready than they did in 20 years ago.
Those very facts. I've spoken on that numerous times.
It depends.
But it doesn't matter if they're pro-ready quarterbacks or not. They still have to make the transition to the NFL.
Yeah, they changed the whole college system.
There's still a lot of quarterbacks that's come from pro-ready offenses in college and ain't even made it 4 years. So I
disagree.
There are more now. There are more now, for sure. I 100% agree.
There's still failures, but there's less failures than what there used to be.
Who's Lisa?
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. I'd rather gamble on my dudes now. But like I said, Brady serves no point here. Nobody wants him here. It's probably the most hated motherfucking dude that can even be a fucking Raider. And that's what I'm saying. Dudes would rather sacrifice their whole entire history, their whole entire deal to have a motherfucker. Al would be like, fuck you. Like, straight the fuck up, dude. I don't give a fuck he got Richard Seymour. He would not sign Tom fucking Brady, and he wouldn't have signed Josh and them here either. So, again, it is what it is, but there's no fucking way you're going to bring Brady to our team like that, dude. Like, that's fucking nuts.
And Brady was supposed to retire, and he didn't.
You want to see 75% of that stadium wearing other colors, you bring that motherfucker here. Like, mark that shit. And then watch him boo him, dude, every fucking deal downfield. People think, like, oh, if Brady goes and scores a touchdown, you're going to shit. Fucking shit. Bullshit. I bet he'll boo that motherfucker his whole year here. Like, no doubt in my mind, dude.
Because first
that's
all, as much
now you got the vibe between our
TV,
quarterback, but now we're booing ours.
But at the end of the day, it wasn't Brady that made the call, it was a ref.
It doesn't matter.
It
was in Gillette Stadium.
No, but I mean, put it. Yeah, but what
like
my
us
point,
say.
It's just history, man. It has nothing to do with a lot of things. It's just the history. It's the way that it happened, the way the debacle happened in that time.
Yeah, but what I'm the point that
there's
I'm saying
a lot
if
that went
you're on
into
the other
that
side
deal.
of that, what are you supposed to do if you're Brady? You're going to go up and say, no, if I'm multiple.
Who gives a fuck? It don't matter. Go ask fucking Mike Shanahan that same fucking thing and ask him how he took that when Al fucking booted his ass. So Al don't give a fuck about the what ifs or fucking how. It is what it is. Just like I said right now. If Josh, let's just say hypothetical that Al was alive and he hired and just say Al was younger. Let's just say that Al's fucking back in his 50s, dude, fucking being keen. If we hired Josh and Graham and they played the way they did right now this year, and they seen that Sean Payton and motherfucking Vic Fangio are gonna be on the same motherfucker. Guess who'll be getting fired right fucking now? Like,
Both
guess
of
who's
them.
getting fired?
Yeah, but
And guess who
that
becoming
point is
the
weird because
interim head
that's just
coach?
hypotheticals. We need
And
to.
that ain't
That probably not gonna happen.
hypothetical.
Fire these
How
guys
they?
right now.
I can show you fucking 15 years where that wasn't hypothetical. I can
No,
show
I'm
you.
not talking about 15 years. I'm talking about
Hey,
now.
I'm
It's
saying, let's
hypothetical.
pull up motherfucking deal. Hey, that's what he would do. Mark the
Broncos
bitch. He
owner
won't
would
even do
fire
it. He
him.
ain't
I'm
got
not
the
denying
sack.
that, but the
Yeah, he
point
ain't
is
got
mute
the
because
sack.
Mark Davis isn't out, is what I'm saying. Like, the point's mute.
I mean, owners don't, real
It is
owners do not
hypothetical.
like
You are
setting
right
teams
because of
up
the
for
fact he
failure.
ain't. But I know you'd shit can
Yeah.
this motherfucker in
Yeah,
a heartbeat, dude. Like,
I don't disagree
When a
with some
team's
of what
going
you said.
10-7
If I was
and they
around, things would
lose
be
on
different.
purpose,
But the fact is, he isn't. Like, that's why I was saying it's hypothetical.
yeah, because I just think when you're looking at for us for history wise, and I'm done with all of it, dude. Like, listen,
most owners would have
the
fired.
biggest thing
I'm
about me
sorry,
is in what was it, 2012 when Al passed? It was 2012. Is that what it
Yeah, I
was?
think so. Yeah, I think 2012.
Yeah, 12, 14. Because he
yeah,
took
you never
over.
know.
So
Could be.
anyway, right in there, right? So long story short, he
You're
took
right.
over, and I've said that's when that shit, when the Raider way died, was when Al died. Mark is not fucking Raider way. He don't stand for
No,
our
he's
fucking
not.
deal, and just because he carries that last name, don't mean he's what's best for
Yeah.
the fucking Shield. The motherfucker lived behind one of the greatest fucking dudes to do it as a fucking multiple levels inside of the organization, dude, and in the NFL. And Mark don't even know how to fucking run a team, evaluate a player, how to fucking get players here, how to recruit, how to do any fucking thing. He knows zero fucking deal.
Oh,
Dude's
yeah.
snorting
Hang
coke.
on.
He's snorting coke,
Hang on.
fucking up, dude. Like, the guy
He's
is
King
garbage.
John.
Wait, hang on.
Straight
He's
garbage.
King John. We
No, hang on a minute. The difference between Mark Davis and Al is Al was also a head coach and stuff, man. So you can't really
Of course,
compare
he was.
Mark
apples
ain't
and
done
oranges.
shit. Mark
That's
ain't
what makes
done
him a
Yeah, that's what I'm
made him a
saying.
better owner.
Al was a coach, owner, and a GM.
That's my point, though. When your
That's the
son
problem.
sits behind you, there's reasons that you have Mike and Kyle because they sit behind and they study each other and they know what's fucking best, and that's how it is. You have Belichick and his fucking son. You have multiple people that are inside here by owners, fucking players, or even coaches,
And you
or
can't
anything
say that Mark Davis
that
hasn't
works.
tried because
Mark ain't tried. How
Mark
does
has
he try?
admitted he doesn't know football the way Al did,
That's my
and that's why he
point.
tries to bring in guys that know
That where
football. But
where you trying, bro? Where you should try to sell a fucking team. That's what you should probably be working on.
Well,
Sell
what
a
I'm saying,
motherfucking team,
hindsight is
like
20.
straight up.
Hindsight is 2020, right? Hindsight is
Hey,
2020.
you
What
can
I'm
make
saying
up
is,
all the
you can't
excuses you
say
want for
Mark
Mark.
hasn't
That
tried.
guy is trash.
But what I'm
Mark
saying
Davis
is, you can't say
garbage.
Mark
Shouldn't even
hasn't
be
tried
an
because
owner. What did
I
he try?
disagree.
Tell me, please. Don't say that he tried bringing our team here because it was Kraft and fucking Jerry that got that
was
shit
Mark
done and
as
got
well.
him
It was
canceled
Mark.
out of
No,
there.
it
And so,
wasn't all them. It
how
was
was
Mark as
it
well.
that?
It was part of that.
How come the place in Vegas owns $2.2 billion fucking dollars, the casino, to a motherfucking team? Like, again, dude, his motherfucker only went where the money, so his money, so he got money because he knows he's
Yes, but
garbage
it's
and he
not
knows
just
when
a.
Carroll
That's
dies,
part of.
he
Hang
can't pay
on.
for that team. He ain't paying for that team. He's done. He's out of here. And you think someone gonna go give him that money? Fuck no. Fuck no. Goodell's gonna be like, sucker, checkmate. We're gonna say, got your team now. Like, fuck it up.
The point
I
is,
hope
we
Gruden
could. There's
does
no
win his
way we're going to
lawsuit
stay
and
in
takes
Oakland
over the
regardless.
Raiders. That's what
I
I'd
don't
say.
disagree
No,
about
I
the
don't care
move
about
to
Oakland.
Las
Fuck
Vegas.
Oakland. I can give a fuck about Oakland. They didn't want to give a stadium.
The
Fuck
point
it.
is,
What did Vegas give
we
us?
needed to
Like,
move to Vegas was a good move for the team
Oakland.
because it brings in more money
nobody
to build
arguing
the
that.
team.
Nobody arguing
They got
that.
a nice
But Mark
stadium.
ain't
You
do
can't say
shit.
that
I'm
was a bad
arguing
move
Mark
by Mark.
garbage. I didn't argue about them going to Vegas
I
I said
didn't
Mark
want us to
garbage.
go
That's
out
what
of
I said.
California.
We went on a whole
Yeah,
other journey.
it
Like, we're
wasn't
on a
Mark
whole
that
other
made that
roller coaster.
shit happen. That was fucking Libby Shaft's bitch ass that fucked that all up.
Yeah.
He's
So,
the worst thing
exactly,
that's
because of
ever
some
happened
tax
to us,
bullshit. But
bro. I
anyway,
mean, fuck, sell this thing.
It's the worst thing happening to
and
Raiders.
that's why we brought in what's her
Elon
name?
Musk so he
That
can write
Morgan
fact
lady,
checks.
right?
Yeah, let's get
Well,
Elon Musk
she's run certain things like that Morgan lady we just appointed right recently.
You're saying
one that knows
the
how
Las
to do
Vegas,
business.
that girl?
Yeah, the woman we just
Yeah, she's a baller, bro. She's a baller.
Yeah,
There
exactly.
ain't no doubt.
That's
She's
why
a
we
fucking
brought her
gaming
in.
commissioner, bro.
Yeah,
She's
your
a
gaming
fucking
commissioner. Yeah,
gaming
exactly.
commissioner.
Exactly. So she knows how to deal with that financial business side of things, along with guys. Well,
Hey, like they
she
said,
takes
we're
care of
not
that.
struggling in money,
hang
bro. We're selling tickets
on, man,
even
just
if
let me
it's to
finish,
the
bro.
other fucking team.
Yep.
Hang on.
Yeah,
So
fuck
let
yeah,
me
we're
finish,
still.
let me
not
finish the
Raider
whole of what I
tickets,
want to
though.
say. Just hang on, because you're not letting me finish what I'm trying to say. So Morgan was brought in to deal with that part of the business. Ziegler and Champ Kelly were brought in as GM and assistant GM to deal with that part of business, like scouting and getting players and building the roster and blah, blah, blah. Josh McDaniels was brought in to be a coach and / play caller, because Barty's still learning under Josh as far as play calling goes, right? So what I'm trying to say is Mark Davis is more of the business side. He's not a football mind like those guys, but you can't say Mark hasn't tried to bring in guys that are supposed to be of the football mind to deal with that part of the business. It just hasn't worked out.
Mark's
Maybe this
garbage.
time it will work out. We'll have to. It's still wait and see
Mark
mode,
is
because it's
sorry.
only year one.
Marcus, sorry.
I mean, hey, listen,
Sorry.
people.
Mark
Listen,
is
I
all
get,
just.
I get what you're saying, Ozzy, about him bringing. But listen, just because you bring him in don't work, still means you got to take credibility for you sucking. Like you don't just get to say like, well, at least he tried. Well, he tried
but
and he
like I
sucked at
said,
it.
hindsight is 20/20. But some of the moves he's made, you can't say at the time of making it it's a wrong move.
I know.
Hindsight's
I
always
said
20/20.
from day one. Look, I've been a season ticket holder since 2000
Yeah,
till
he
now.
is 11 years.
I'll say
There's
it just like this. I'll say it just like this. I went to a lot of fuck. I've been to almost every home game until just here a few years ago because of what we're doing season wise, which a lot of people know regardless. So I won't even get into that, but whatever. Long story short is when I went to home games at fucking in Oakland and fucking Al Davis walked into the fucking stadium, when everything's going on in the fucking game, everything, like the whole stadium be looking, oh, hey, there's fucking Al Davis, man. He just fucking come. Like he's on the fucking field down there. Like they noticed him like that instantly.
I'm
When
not
Al
disagreeing
died
with
and
any of
fucking
that, but you
Mark
can't
came in,
expect Mark
when
to be
Mark
out.
came
Al's
in,
one of a kind
Mark
kind of
ain't
guy.
never acknowledged, dude. You know what Mark's acknowledged for a meme on fucking social media, eating fucking chicken wings up there or hanging out with hookers now. You know, like that's all I'm saying is that when you look at the presence of what we stood for and what we stand for, Al stood for it, and every person in there knew it. Every fucking person knew it. Like I said, big game, fuck, didn't matter. Al walks on the field, it's like boom, you gravitate to him even with the game going on. Mark,
I'm not
nobody
disagreeing about
acknowledges
that.
Mark, and that's
My
what
point
that's
is,
your fucking leader. That's your fucking leader, dude. I mean, what's that dude in the Saints, man? That ugly motherfucker drooping down and down. He still gets the respect because that's what you need as your leader. That's your fucking team. That's my shit. Like when I walk up in that motherfucker, I'm representing who the fuck I am, dude. That's why Al was so great because he represented him to the T. Tell you straight the fuck, I don't need your fucking approval to move my shit. It's mine, motherfucker. And if I can get
well,
the
they didn't want
stadium
the
down
Raiders
there,
to originally move from
I'm gonna
Oakland,
fucking
but
do
Mark
it.
still did it.
So again,
I'm saying they didn't originally want the Raiders to move from Oakland, but Mark still did it.
Nah,
What's
let
that?
me shap.
Because they originally, I think he wanted to move back to LA, but we ended up going to Vegas. But
he
anyway.
did. He wanted to go down there when they were doing the Chargers Rams
Yeah,
deal,
when
but
they did
fucking
SoFi, yeah.
Jerry and fucking Robert Kraft blocked him. They blocked him because of the fact that they wanted to make the move to what happened here, Cortez?
He might have got disconnected or something. Oh, there he is. Oh, nope.
Let's move that one. It might be the other one. I don't know. But
my
so
point
what
is,
I'm
like,
saying
the
is
move was a
it
good
was
idea.
Robert Kraft and frickin' Jerry Jones that blocked that trade down there in LA because they wanted to put the team in Vegas for gambling purposes with FanDuel and so on. So that's why they wanted to make
that's because
that
of the
move right
business
there.
side, because the Raiders is like
Which is fine. I'm not
represented
arguing any
franchise.
part of the stadium. They can get great. Thank you for the stadium. Baddest motherfucker out there, Mark. You suck motherfucker dick. Straight up. I don't care. You're not a good owner. You're not a good fuck. You just stand back, collect money. You have zero
But you can't
shit in
expect
business.
Mark to be like his dad. His
I
dad
don't
was
respect
like a
him for
coach
shit.
I know, but if he can't do the job,
back
give
to
it
my
to someone
point.
else.
Here comes back to my point. You say that, right? But you sit behind one of the greatest to ever do it, and he knows jack shit. Why does Kyle Shanahan know what his daddy fucking did? Because he paid the fuck attention? That's why.
Yeah.
So you want to give Mark an excuse, give him all the fucking excuses you want. Where I come from, motherfuckers like that don't deserve to be there because motherfuckers like us work for that shit. He didn't. God give him to him. He don't know shit.
Not to mention
Motherfuckers like us sit behind. I sit behind my dad just like the next guy, and we earned our shit because we watched what our fathers or
back in our day, it wasn't even
did
declared
before.
yet as an entertainment and not a sport. It's declared as an entertainment thing, like WWE.
Yeah, how old is Mark
Davis?
Davis?
That's that.
Ain't he in his 60s, Mark Davis?
Well, hopefully he kicks a
Something like
bucket
that.
too.
Yeah, he should have
later,
learned. He should have learned. If he's in his 60s,
Man, he
or
got
even
all
50s,
time. He's had all time.
But what I'm
man.
saying
I mean, he's a
is,
senior. He's at
Mark's
least an
still a
early
businessman.
senior.
He's a businessman. He's not a GM and a head coach.
I don't
And
think
that's
he's
why
a
he
real
guides
That's
you
good.
guys in.
Hey, listen. There's a difference though. If Elon Musk bought the team, one, he ain't businessman in the NFL. He's gonna hire motherfuckers. Then he's gonna be like, hey, whenever you need to give a guy a signing
But Elon
bonus, so
Musk
we
is a
can
business guy, though.
when we can play the Jerry Jones game, just let me know so I can come in here and just take everybody's contract to half. Like straight up, you're fucking 40, here's 20 million. Fuck it, what's yours? Fucking 35. Let me give 15. Like these motherfuckers. That's where we're outplayed. That's where we're outdone. And again,
to answer Al's
Jerry,
first
okay,
question,
let's look at it like this. Let's look at Jerry. Let's look at Kraft. If they got put in a situation we are right now with the John Gruden and motherfucking Josh McDaniels, right? They can scrap them and get off because they got billions of fucking dollars. They move them and wash them because Sean and Vic is the fucking dude. Like,
yeah, but they got money from other businesses.
There's nothing to prove with them. They've already done it.
Businesses that create more revenue for the Raiders as well.
Yeah, well, you better
because those families you're talking about, the Kraft family and all that, they don't just have only businesses in football. Like the Raiders is like primary football, and then you got the A's or whatever he just bought, right? Like basketball team or whatever. So those other families.
Mark didn't buy the Oakland A's.
I mean, not the A's, the other one, the basketball team, the women's one.
Yeah, he bought the Aces in frickin' Vegas.
That's it. Yeah,
but that's women's basketball, bro. Like
the point. Wait, you missing my point. Let me finish. You guys are talking over me before I finish my point. My point is, you're talking about the Kraft families' money to do this and that, but they own more than just their football team. Their football team is not their main business. They have other revenues.
What's their main business? What is it? Because I know what Mark's network is. Do you?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if you look up the Kraft family, if you Google them, they have multiple other businesses.
They own Kraft fucking macaroni and cheese. Of course.
That's my point. So they have.
But now go look up now. Look at this. Now look at this, because I know you're implying because they own Kraft that they're rich. Go see where he got his revenue from. The NFL from his team winning Super Bowls. His company went from fucking only billion to like 15 or 7 billion. Some crazy.
What I wanted to say. Hold up, that proves my point.
He gotta win a fucking Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And when your team is winning, hold on. When your team is winning, that brings like sponsorships and merchandising and advertising and this and that. That's where the real money is at.
You gotta win first.
The real money isn't selling jerseys. It's at the food stand. It's at the merchandising. It's at the level like of all the commercial crap, right? That's where the real revenue comes from. Yeah. But when you have a losing franchise for 20 years, you can't expect to have that same kind of revenue.
We still have it though.
Yeah, we
still have it
because the reason
Raider Nation like the 5th highest selling merchant in the world,
dude. It's one of the most recognized sports brands.
Yeah, that's right.
California.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what California,
I guarantee you, a lot of the reason for that. Hold up.
It's got the highest Raider fans ever.
Well, I'm saying from
California. Raiders have more fans in
of course it does.
California than anybody else.
Of course it does. That's
California is the big money.
But anyway,
it's big money in California though. Yeah.
But my point being is, when you're a winning franchise, of course you're gonna have more revenue because more people are gonna be buying jerseys and going to games and to watch the team live at the stadium and all of that shit, right? And it goes back to what Al's Ghost was saying about the dollars and 75% red and gold. While we're a losing franchise, Raiders people aren't going to travel to go and watch the game live while we're losing. But I guarantee you, once you start winning games and you start winning championships, you're going to see more Raiders fans in the stands.
Yeah, you'd hope for, and it's going to be that way with the Raiders. I mean, there's no doubt, but you're not going to convince dudes.
Trust me,
for one, people that come from Oakland and LA they're broke anyways. They don't got money to mob up there every week.
Yeah. Here's the thing about like Nevada. They only have 6 districts.
Hey, Al, you should hop back on here, bro.
Nevada. I'm talking about people traveling from Oakland to Las Vegas.
I don't know if you grab that link up there. It might be up there.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
People aren't going to travel that. People aren't going to travel that much if they were not.
They're not going to travel all the way to Las Vegas if Tom Brady's the quarterback.
Rudy, can you put the screen link in? Where the Cortez, bro?
But at the end of the day, I think that's debatable. Because at the end of the day, I think winning changes a lot of shit.
They hate Tom Brady. You think Ice Cube likes Tom Brady?
fucking hates
Oh,
that.
I've been a season ticket holder since 2000. If Brady comes there, I probably am not gonna be a season ticket holder. At $25,000 a year is what I spend. You think I'm gonna give that a go watch him? Fuck you.
Nobody,
Fuck no.
He's our
no. Hey,
Some people might be that way, but that doesn't mean everyone's going to be that way. I mean, if we start winning and making the playoffs,
the 12. You can't wear the 12. Let's go.
There's
but
more
I'm saying,
Raider fans
for
than
some
there are
people
Tom
that'll be
Brady
true.
fans, okay? Let's put it that way.
Well, it's gonna be for a lot of fucking people.
Of course there is,
Even
because
though
he hasn't
Tom
never
Brady's a
played
winner,
for us. But
it's not always being a winner, though. It's
hey, I guess
how
like you
famous
say,
let
if
me put it
he's
this way.
and it
What do you
wasn't
think?
just winning; it's that
Hold
he
up.
reinvented.
Like,
Cortez.
let me put it this way. At the end of the day,
Put the link
it
in
doesn't
the
matter who the
chat so
fuck
if
is on the
people want to
center.
join
What
up, they
matters
can.
is winning.
All right, then I gotta bounce out and then I'll come back.
That's the bottom line. I
Put
mean,
the link
that's
in
what the
first.
slogan
Where
is.
you
It's
bouncing
just
out for?
win, baby. Like,
I don't have
there's
my
a
laptop.
lot of people who see like winning is the most important thing.
Just get it from the Discord or in the Discord and post it in the YouTube.
Because at the end of the day, I think all of us as a Raider Nation
Just go to the
are tired
YouTube
of
channel.
losing.
You're a
At the
moderator.
end of the
You should
day,
be able
we
to post
just want to
it
win
first and then
football
win.
games, and we want to make the playoffs consistently, and we want to win
Oh, I
championships.
can't
right?
because
That's the
I'm on
main
Discord with
goal.
StreamYard. Let me hop out and grab it.
Wait, I can do it.
Or you're gonna do it, Rudy?
That's the
Yeah,
main
I'll add
goal
the
of the
link.
team. Or the
Yeah, just put
franchise.
the link in
to
the
win
chat.
football games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, like I said, there's nothing guarantees Tom come here, we win. Like, that's all
I'm
I'm
not saying
saying.
anything's a guarantee, but I'm saying whether win or lose, right? Do you really? Let me put it in this perspective. Okay?
Do you think Tom
You want
Brady's
to bring
going
a
to sell
young
seats in the Raiders?
hang on,
I just want to know that. Do you think Tom Brady's going to sell seats to the Raiders?
Let me see.
Number one, Tom Brady in Vegas will sell tickets to make revenue. That's number one. But
So there are those teams.
But nobody's gonna want to come.
Hold up, let me finish, man. I never guess. Just hold up a minute. Just let me finish. And I'll explain. Let me explain to the end and then say all of what I have to say because we're jumping the gun. What I'm saying to you is, it doesn't matter who we draft, right? Whoever we draft, Will Levis, whatever, right? Do you really want someone like Will Levis to be learning behind a guy like Jarrett Stidham, or you want Will Levis to be learning behind a true veteran?
Yeah, but he's not learning behind him. We got to get over that, okay? We got to get over it. He's not learning behind him. Josh McDaniels' job is to teach
that's
him
not true, man. Look
at
Patrick Mahomes and Alex Smith.
Quarterback Tom Brady make. Tell me one quarterback Tom
What is
Brady
the
made.
best recipe for success? Is Alex Smith?
I'm just asking. Name me one. Did you think that fucking Joe Montana built Steve Young, or do you think it was Bill Walsh that went and got him from Tampa and brought him over here and sat him on the fucking bench? I think it was Bill Walsh. I'm pretty fucking sure. Like, it ain't Tom Brady building nobody. Tom Brady don't build nobody. Kyle Trask is garbage. You've been there for 2 fucking years.
That's not completely true, man. Hold up. And this goes for any sport, not even just NFL. No, because think about it from this point of view. When you're watching a guy do things the way he does things day in and day out, whether
why
it's
can't he just turn on the tape and watch
on the
him
field,
then?
that is teaching moments. That you, even if you're sitting on the bench at a game and Tom Brady's playing well or whatever, and you're watching him play the game where you're sitting on the bench, and then you come over to the bench and you're going through the fucking the notebook or whatever the fuck they use, the fucking tablet, right? That is teaching indirectly. You're learning from him whether he's directly teaching you or you're just learning because you're doing those things day in and day out. And then you're also at practice together and you're watching him at practice and watching how he does things, how he practices, blah, blah, blah. That is teaching.
He can go with the tape and watch the same thing.
Do you really want him to learn
more
from
training
someone
than
who's done it
teaching,
successfully?
what you're saying.
Yeah, well, training, teaching, it's the same thing, man. Training or teaching, it's the same thing when it comes to sports.
Training is just
I'm telling you right now, I think that Josh McDaniels will have way more development in the quarterback than Tom Brady.
I don't disagree.
I bet $10,000 cash $100 bills right this second. Not a doubt in my mind.
I'm not disagreeing about that, though, Dustin. What I'm saying to you is both the quarterback and the coach have, like I say, more on the coach, and you're right about that. But the quarterback that you put in front of a young guy like a Will Levis or whoever is also partly a trainer or a teacher. It just happens naturally.
Why does Kyle Trask suck then? Why does he suck then?
Because he sucks, right? Because
Kyle Trask is the third string.
It's always
you can't put it all on the quarterback that's in front of them. You also have to put some of that on the actual fucking player's level of talent.
Dude, it's going to be Jared Stidham if you're rebuilding. Rebuilding doesn't matter.
I'm just saying that you just said you can't put it out there, but I've been saying it's Josh, but now we can't put it out there. And
you have to
that's
take
all I'm saying. Like,
but what I'm saying is,
I know people want Brady. I know people want Brady. If he comes, he comes. I don't
the point
care.
is, you can't
I mean,
say,
I just don't think it's a good. I don't think it's a good business move.
It's that can also be the fact that he just hasn't lived up to the hype, and that Trask doesn't have the level of talent they thought they had.
Brady will go 5 wins with us anyway, because he got 7 wins with Tampa, which is actually a weaker division, but with more talent and more defense. And he's going to come to a team that needs more help. I don't think Brady
would going to make the playoffs with a losing record.
Debatable in the fact it depends how we build in the offseason.
They got 7
I'm not
wins,
debating
dude.
that,
I mean,
but my point is,
they got the.
You can't say that we're going to have lots of talent when we haven't drafted anybody yet, and we haven't gone through free agency yet, and we haven't made any moves yet.
But you're not going to beat the Chiefs. You're definitely not going to beat the Chargers.
Well, you can't say that. You can't, that's speculation at this point. It's speculation at this point, because you don't
then you're speculating too, though. Then if he's speculating, you're speculating. But these are facts. This is facts. This is facts. So I'm gonna put facts. We didn't speculate.
The only thing I'm saying is a fact is that you need a veteran in front of a young guy for them to
There's no way in the draft versus free agency, regardless of either one tied together, that we are going to end up with a better wide receiving core than Tampa Bay. Not happening. You're not getting dudes like Mike Evans fucking. Oh,
Devontae could stay.
I'm not arguing.
Could stay. We could draft another wide receiver to pair with him, or we could bring in another wide receiver for free agency.
I'm not twisting Devontae Adams' words.
Have never been successful.
Look, we're not implying that Adams is staying because we all seen what the motherfucker wrote.
Yeah, so. he might go. He might stay. Like even that at this point is.
Well, we can think that. We can think that, but that's not.
Yeah, you can think. But what I'm saying is, until it actually.
I'm not thinking it. I didn't write it. I didn't go out and say, Devontae, please take my post and post it on your shit. He wrote it. I didn't write it. I didn't write
it. At this point, but anything can change between now and then. That's the point you guys are missing. Anyone can say any shit.
I don't think so.
I've seen it happen on other teams where guys have said shit and then they've stayed on the team.
What other team have you ever seen a quarterback and wide receiver that went to college? He's the godfather of his kid that ever did this. So name me one example in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
We can't take what one individual. We can't take what one individual may do versus one that literally posted it out there to basically tell you to fuck off. Like basically, straight up. He didn't just basically. He did tell you to straight fuck off. That's what he said. And if you don't like it, oh well.
God, hear me out. Regardless, if Devontae, let me put it this way: if Devontae trades, whatever the fuck happens,
what are you doing,
up with a better receiving core because you don't know who we're going to bring in to replace him. You don't know. So you don't know who we're going to bring in to replace Devontae. You don't know how next year's going to go until it actually happens.
That's you can gauge it pretty easily, and I can gauge it. I can tell you exactly.
It's all speculation.
Yeah, but I can tell you. No, it's not, because I can tell you exactly who's going to be there. I know 100% fact, because if I go to the draft,
Waller might say then have a breakout year
there, and I can go to free agency and find out there.
But Waller might have another 1,200-yard season and like 10 touchdowns. We don't at wide receiver because we're moving from tight end to wide receiver and bringing. No, I'm not with Stidham. I'm saying like if we bring in a Tom Brady, whatever. Because what's Brady good for? Throwing to tight ends, right? So what I'm saying is, if Waller could be healthy next year and have another fucking 1,000-yard reception season, and hit double-digit touchdowns for the first fucking time, because he's had 9 so far.
What's the difference of Devontae having 1,300 with 12 touchdowns? What's the difference?
You know what I hear? Chris Jones go in the middle and then flattens.
I'm not debating that, but the point is, if we move on from Carr, we move on from Devontae. Let's just say hypothetically that happens. We get a bunch of draft picks, whatever. We cut the cap. Like we save some cash, whatever. Hold on. We bring in Tom Brady. We still have Waller. We still have Renfro. Fuck knows. Maybe Gronk comes out of time. Who the fuck? Whatever the fuck we do, right? It doesn't matter.
I think Gronk comes 100% if Brady comes here.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. So
he signed a deal with FanDuel, bro. Like he'd probably come here for sure if he ain't already here.
But what I'm saying is, let's just say hypothetically we bring in some new guys, whatever Gronk, whoever the fuck it is. We can't say how well they're going to play until we actually see them play. You get what I'm saying?
Well, Well, you know, if
So
you're
we
going
can't say
semi
that next
or
season
veteran,
might be better until we wait and
I
see.
ain't taking the risk.
you
I
can't.
mean,
If you're gonna rebuild, you got to go.
hey, again,
all
listen,
the
we
way.
don't make the decision. You're right.
Every
If they bring him,
successful
that's their
rebuild
choice.
has had
I
a
mean,
veteran bridge quarterback
but
in
I'm
front of
just
the young
gonna
guy.
state it
Yeah,
here.
but it
What
could be
today's
Tom Brady,
date
though.
is? Today the 30th. I'm gonna say on
Yeah,
fucking
today's the 30th.
on
Yeah.
Friday, December 30th,
And that comes down to
2020,
drafting as
that
well.
if Brady comes here, our team's gonna be trash, and I'm just letting you guys know that right now.
Yeah,
I follow that
that's your
guy. I
opinion.
follow
That's fine.
stats.
That's your
I
opinion.
follow stats. Nah, hell no. They're factual truth. The NFL is done off the stats declining and everything. It's not my opinion. It's the NFL's
can be
opinion.
inflated.
I just
Stats
take their
are
opinion.
always correct.
I
Yeah.
take their opinion and then I translate it to our deal. And all I do is repeat what they put out. I don't make my own stats. I don't make my own
There's also a lot
theories.
of intangibles when it
I
comes
don't
to
do any of that. I take factual truth the way that the NFL is regulated, and that's how I regulate my information. I don't never go out and say this hypotheticals. Everybody knows I say I do not believe in hypotheticals. I don't believe in what is or what is. I do
But
believe
it's
in what is.
hypothetical if
What
you're
is
saying
now.
that Brady won't come in and have success. That's hypothetical at this point.
No, it's not.
It's not
No, it's not.
hypothetical because
It
look what he's
is
doing in
because
Tampa
you're
Bay.
only
It's,
yeah,
but
exactly.
look at
But you're
Tampa Bay.
saying
They have
Okay,
more
hold on.
weapons there. It's a weak division.
You're missing the point of what I'm saying.
I don't care about the
Next year
division. I
hasn't
don't care
happened
about
yet.
any of that. Hold on. I just want to ask one
So it's not a
question.
fact until it happens.
You're
That's the
saying
thing.
that
Anything
I
that hasn't
said
happened is hypothetical.
you said, oh, yeah, but you can say it, right? But you can say it, but it's not hypothetical. So how is that not
But what I'm
contradicting
saying,
within the
anything that we
same
say right now,
conversation go
myself
from
included,
you
is
to me?
hypothetical. But what I'm
Fuck,
saying,
you've
anything
been
I say,
implying
you say is
hypothetical for an
hypothetical.
hour and a half over it for
That's
easily.
what I'm saying. It's
Hypothetical.
all
It's not
hypothetical at this
factual
point.
anything. But that's what I'm saying too. It's just
Hypothetical. That's my
unfactual
point.
truth. Listen, it's unfactual truth. It's
The only
hypothetical.
thing that's
I'm not
actual.
doing hypothetical. I'm not doing hypothetical. I'm doing what the
Because
NFL does. And this is what dudes get paid a lot of money to do. It's
that's
evaluate
this year. You
motherfuckers'
can't say that what's
progression
happened
and
this year will transpire
regression.
next year on a different
Show me
team. You can't
show me
say
why
that
he would be
factually
here.
because the facts aren't in existence yet, right? Like this is the point that I'm making when it comes to stats.
The facts
The
are
stats
in
are for
existence.
this
He had
year.
Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, motherfucking, I've told you 15 different fucking receivers there. He's had them there for 2 fucking years after the Super Bowl, and they've only done this. They went down. How is that not fact? How is that not
That is
fact?
fact.
Look up the stats. Go look
It's
it up.
facts for
Promise
this
you.
Look how he
year.
throws
You're
the
missing
ball.
my point. It's facts for this year.
He's
You're missing my point.
he's
here.
not
It's
better
not
than
That's
Derek
facts this
Carr.
factual
year.
for
It's
this
facts
year for
last year,
2022.
too. It's
It's not
facts last
factual for
year, too.
2023 because we're still
Oh,
in 2022.
Derek
bullshit.
Carr had the same weapons as Tom Brady. He
That's
would be doing a lot
hypothetical
better.
again.
Way better.
It's
No, that's
fucking guys.
hypothetical again.
Fuck you. Fuck
Yeah.
you, Jeffy.
Oh, Jeff says, I know the Death Star. You
Well,
did that
Hefe,
before.
Hefe.
But my point is, what you saying that Derek Carr will be better than Brady with on Tampa Bay, again, that's hypothetical because until he actually
Not
goes
really.
to Tampa Bay and actually does, yes, it is. Because until
'Cause
he
throws
actually
the
goes
ball
to
way
Tampa
better
Bay
than
and
him.
actually
He's
physically
accurate
does
passer
it,
than him.
hold up.
Brady
You're missing
has
the
a
point of
weak
what I'm
ass
saying.
arm
No,
too.
you're
Ball
going by
goes
stats,
quicker
right?
than
I'm going by what is like common knowledge and science, okay? Until something actually happens, it's hypothetical. It's all theory, right? Because when you're talking science and all that and what's theory and what's practical, everything in science, because analytics is also a science, okay? So what I'm saying, in the fact that it hasn't happened yet, it's anything we say at this point on this panel or any show, or myself included, it's all hypothetical until it actually happens. It's
only to an
opinions until it
extent.
actually
It's
happens.
only to an extent because math comes in and math has been played through the NFL from the beginning of time. And if you don't believe that, I don't know what to tell you because
It
math
hasn't
is
been since the beginning of time. It
100%.
changed in like
It-
I can't
it-
remember
I
what
said the
era it
beginning
was
of
when they started
football
bringing in
time.
analytics,
And when
but
they
it
started
wasn't.
recording it in the
It
AFL,
wasn't.
it started
AFL
being
There ain't
in
no
there in
fucking
the
way going to
recording.
playoffs with Tom Brady.
Again,
It wasn't
listen, I
from the
don't
very
go off
beginning. They didn't bring it in
hypotheticals or
until
what
whatever
ifs
years
or
it was.
not.
But yeah,
The fact is
next
you
years or
have a
something.
declining rate and you have a progression rate. That's fact. That's what's in there. That's what a lot of fucking GMs are supposed to fucking do because that's their job.
Yeah, but there's
Evaluate
also guys that
player
can have a
declining.
bad year or
No,
whatever reason, and
it
then
doesn't
play better the
matter.
next
When you
year.
look at the
There's-
statistics of Tom Brady's career, when you look at Tom Brady's numbers and career, and you draw out a fucking graph, and you do it by year because
You know
it's
how
what
I
we're
can
talking
debate that
about.
right now? Wait, hold up. I can debate that right now. Go look at his
He's
last year in the
fucking
Patriots
46
and what
years
happened
old. What are you
happened the
debating,
following
man?
year.
What are we debating?
Brady
When he was with the
statistically had a
Patriots, he
worse year
never
than
had
Derek
those
Carr.
kind of weapons either, though.
What?
When he was with the
Saying is
Patriots, he didn't have
They
those
had a
great
better O-line
weapons.
there, right?
They had a good O-line. They had a great defense. and they were in a weak division, and they beat everybody out in their division. They beat their ass, always getting the number one
NFC to me is weaker than the AFC.
The AFC is stronger than the NFC. NFC is weak as fuck, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. When he was in the
Tampa
Patriots,
Bay is weak as fuck, and you bring him into a high competitive division, he's gonna get fucking eaten alive, dude. Derek Carr, if you put him in a weak division, he's gonna be a great looking quarterback.
But what I'm saying, anyone's gonna obviously look better in a weaker division than a stronger one. That's a given.
Yeah, but and you're gonna bring a weak, an old, depleted quarterback into our division when you got 7 wins with a lot of weapons, like Dustin was saying. He had way more weapons than the Raiders did, better defense than the Raiders.
I disagree with that.
He's going on a default, and he has familiarity with Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels is not the New England Patriots.
I don't think Mike Evans or went better than Vontae Adams.
He was their best OC.
You're playing 2 people as one. You can't do that, dude. You can't fucking do that.
And you can't say that because hold up. Better weapons. We have the number 1 running back in the league, a top 5 wide receiver in the league. We have arguably a very good tight end when healthy and Darren Waller. Even Foster is a middle of the pack tight end.
The Chargers had the number 1 offense and defense and fucking lost. What's that have to do with anything?
He went nowhere. He didn't have a defense or offense, just a running game. Barry Sanders was one of the greatest running backs in the NFL, and yet he never went anywhere. That's where, Josh Jacobs, he had a great defense right now, a decent defense. We'd be in the fucking playoffs right the fuck now.
If Carr had Chris Godwin as his second receiver, would be in the playoffs.
You know what?
We'd be in the playoffs. If Carr got Chris Godwin, just give him one. Just give him one. Fuck him, Julio Jones. Fuck him, Russell Gage. I don't give a fuck.
The point I'm trying to
listen, I'm just going to say, I've heard tonight that you guys have said,
predict the future.
I've heard you guys say tonight that fucking you're implying 1 receiver as 2 for 1. You can't say Adams and
that's not what I'm saying. I just said
that Mike Evans is a 1,000-yard receiver every year.
You didn't hear what I said.
Weapons, fuck, there's no way that. Oh, here, let's just say Devontae. Here, let's just do this. I'll prove it right fucking now. Listen, Mike Evans is the equivalent of Devontae Adams. Mike Evans is the equivalent of Devontae Adams. Boom, they're gone. Go take Leonard Fournette and Jacobs. Boom, boom. How is he not? How is he not? My fucking guy has been in the league for 7 fucking years. He's a 1,000-yard receiver every fucking year. How is he not? Like, how is the fuck is he not?
Adams is better than him. I'm saying still.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care. They're the same fucking player, same deal.
I say Evans is like top 10, but
long story short. I don't fucking care.
It doesn't make a difference, though. It doesn't make a
My
difference.
point is, I'm going receiver for halfback off the board. Now, after that, after you got Mike Evans and the Devontae, you have Leonard Fournette and Josh. Who the fuck is left? Okay, here, let's go.
And what do you need to establish the
fuck matches on our team? Here on our team, who matches the Chris Godwin? Not fucking anybody. Not anybody. So
if
there's one
receiver, he would be just as good as Chris Godwin, in my opinion.
Yeah, you got to be fucking healthy and play the game. Got to be on the fucking field. We ain't talking about you from the sideline walking with your woman at the fucking back.
In my opinion,
He is not fucking. But again, whatever. And again, so now let's go to the next guy. So now we're still over here with Holland. We're over here with Holland still. Don't forget Holland. Now we went to fucking Chris Godwin. Well, he's way better than fucking Mac Hollins. Well, okay, here goes fucking Russell Gage. Here goes Here goes Julio fucking Jones. Here goes Scotty Mills. Here goes Scotty Mills. Here goes Cameron Bates. Here goes fucking Oten. What the fuck are we even talking about here? What are we even talking about?
Pretty weak.
We got here. Let me name our receiver for you. Holland and motherfucking Holland and no hand Cole. Thank you. End of the conversation. Why are we even talking about it? It's not even a fair conversation. It's not even fair debate. We're fucking taking one team that's super stacked and another team that's fucking minimum. We gotta a special teams player that's played in Philadelphia in a Super Bowl, went to Miami, special teams captain, comes to the Raiders second fucking wide receiver. I just showed
I
you.
haven't
You say
debated
that
about Holmes.
Brady over here. Holland got 588 yards. Good job to you, bro. Pat on the back. Good job.
It's logic too.
Again, you're gonna sit here and say that Brady got this roster with the receiver, but he's gonna come over here and take one. Adam ain't gonna be here, so he's gonna take.
But the point that I'm making is we're not gonna have the same roster next year.
Even if they had Devontae, he still wouldn't take the AFC West. You'd be maybe if you let's just say at the
You don't
best,
know that because
you might go
you don't
second.
know that.
I definitely know that. Andy Reid will outplay.
You don't
Justin.
definitely know that because it hasn't.
Andy Reid's the king. He's better than Josh McDaniels. That's the way it is. He's better than him.
But that's not
He's
the point.
King.
It was better than fucking John Gruden, but we
king?
still beat them in 2020.
You're not going to outplay the king. The king's going to win. If we go second place, then that's an accomplishment.
We beat them in 2020 with lesser talent.
I guarantee you that.
Ours only beat them 3 times, and we can't look.
Exactly.
Guys probably couldn't even name.
But
you couldn't even name when Carr probably won against the Chiefs. So say that he had lesser talent ain't even the beginning of the truth, because Carr beat him in 2014 when he was drafted, and it was actually one of his first fucking wins in Week 11. And then he beat the Niners right after it, and he sure the fuck didn't have no talent on that fucking team. So to sit and say Carr's beat them even with nobody on there. So
but
again,
2014, that was a lot to do with the defense. Even though
the
overall,
defense wasn't it was okay.
Because that's when we still had Mac. Yeah, what's okay?
But
I'm saying a lot of it had to do with that.
And at the time, the Chiefs, they were just beginning to work on their. I mean, they weren't like.
Yeah, they were not the same team they are now. The defense in the Chiefs is way better now than what it was back then.
When Patrick Mahomes was just barely.
When Patrick Mahomes started, the defense of the Chiefs was shit. That's why Jacobs ran all over the fucking Chiefs in the first year.
They were 12.
That's not true. That's not true. Alex Smith was here. Alex Smith was here and put up the same fucking record, and no, it's not. He already had his defense intact and started. So it's not even true.
That is true, because if you go back and look at the defensive stats for the Chiefs back then, it was nowhere
All right,
near
I'm not
what it was in 2020.
Yeah. But you know what? We never got to my topic.
Which one?
It kind of relates to. Let me see.
Yeah, I got ahead of guys. But I just wanted to say one last thing is that we cannot predict the future until it happens. We can speculate, and we can have opinions. That's fine.
Yeah, I say
we
this
just
all
cannot
the time.
say anything's definite until it happens.
I know for a fact I didn't bring Tom Brady here and talking hypothetical wins. I know for a fact I never said that.
Yeah, it's all hypothetical. I haven't disagreed. I'm saying it's all
Brady's
hypothetical.
An intelligent guy. Look, he's an intelligent guy and everything, but look at him. He's 40.
Hey, like I say, I always appreciate you on here, regardless of the conversation. So that's how
I was just saying, like scientifically speaking, logically speaking, no one can predict the future. We can only assume or make assumptions or opinions or whatever you want to call it.
That's
but I could tell you one thing: if you're rebuild mode, you don't want to bring a veteran. You're going to rebuild. You're rebuilding. If you get rid of Derek Carr, you're
all rebuilding teams have always had at least a vet on 1 year deal. That's generally how it's been done.
But the rebuild teams were in sorry divisions. You know why
Jacksonville there's been teams that's done it both ways.
But
so it's been done both ways. And yes, we can sit here.
Generally,
I bet you I can name more people.
More successful rebuilds have been done with a vet though.
But I bet you I can sit here. I bet you right now, if we were to sit here and bet on that, I bet you I could name more quarterbacks right now that had better successful, as equal successful careers as other people that we're talking about. That's been done like 4 times in the history of the NFL. Like 4 or 5.
Most of them didn't start year one, or not fully. They played some snaps, but they didn't fully start year one.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what? There was something I didn't say.
And that's why I say we can't get it like a Will Levis and then throw him in the fire. That's going to fuck up his career.
He has to get.
I don't know, man. Some guys again, that's up to them. I don't know his mental capacity. I don't know. Listen, I won't argue with you about doing that. Listen. If you've heard me long enough, I preach about that shit all the time. Putting a quarterback behind a person, and I've said it. But me personally, I would way rather. So look, if we were to do that, I'd rather keep Carr. I think Carr helps out quarterbacks more than Brady would ever. Can he win?
The only reason I say we can't do that is because of the contract situation. The only way that happens is if he restructures.
35 or older, I definitely.
He can restructure, and even at $40 million, you keep him for a year and cut him. What's the difference? Like I said,
what's
if
the
we
difference?
looked up his
The point is,
contract,
generally, bridge quarterbacks aren't $40 million. That's my point. Look at most of the guys. They
bridge
use guys like
quarterbacks
Teddy
don't win
Bridgewater.
either.
Be a bridge
Bridge
quarterback.
Bridge
quarterbacks are
quarterbacks
guys
don't
like
win either.
Jacoby Brissett or fucking Teddy
He don't win.
Bridgewater. Or
He doesn't win.
yeah, but it's not
Bridge
about winning.
quarterbacks
It's
don't
about just
win.
having a bridge.
We got a guy here that got the bridge already.
Not
Yeah,
at 40
And
million
he's,
though.
hey,
They don't
hey,
pay guys
look,
like
hey,
Bridgewater
hold on,
40.
hold on. Hey, hold on. You even made a good point here.
Oh.
You said, who'd you say again? Kobe Brissett? And then you said,
Yeah.
who was the second one?
Teddy Bridgewater.
Ted Bridgewater. Stedham's the same fucking guy in that same group as
Not
those
really.
guys. So,
Stidham's
fucking
throwing
T.A.
61
is the
passes
same fucking
his whole
guy.
career.
Who?
I mean, we could use Stidham, but we'll see what happens. But what my point is, you generally don't pay a bridge guy 40 million. Like, just don't do that.
Stedham ain't making $40 million.
I'm not saying he is, but what I'm saying is
And
most
Carr ain't a
bridge
burb
guys have been in
quarterback,
the
so
league.
he gonna
Like,
get
they're proper
$40 million.
journeymen. A bridge quarterback is a journeyman. They've had multiple starts.
I mean, what do you
backup
think Brady's
starts.
gonna come here and sign for? I mean, that if we're
Like
talking, you
Stidham's
have
barely
to
ever
have a
played in the
number.
NFL, to be honest. He's
I'm
sat
just
behind
wondering,
guys.
what do
He's
you
been on
think Brady
teams, but he
signed?
hasn't actually had that much time on the field.
Brady
What's
would want
Brady
to get
signed
big
for?
money
Hold
just 'cause
on,
he's
man.
hurt.
I just want to know what he thinks Brady's gonna sign for the Raiders for.
30
I reckon in
million at
Vegas he
least.
could sign 25 to 28 million.
He ain't going there. He's going 30 at least.
Especially if we can bring in some players around him that we're going to keep for like the future as well.
Yeah.
Why did
Like
he
3-year
take 25
deals.
when he came here the first time then, if that's the case?
Brady's taken 25 in the past at the Patriots and other fucking
They
teams.
didn't take 25. He had over 30 and took signing bonuses that put him in those numbers. But Tom Brady
but
never
overall
had
his cap hit
contract.
was 25. That's how he
But
won so
maybe
many Super
back
Bowls,
when he
because he had
was
a low
fucking,
cap hit. Because you need a low cap hit on your quarterback to build around.
again, when your name's fucking crap and you can go and give a guy a fucking $10 million or $15 million signing bonus, then you can do those things. So Brady has always been around $30 million. Maybe back when he was just coming up in the early 2000s, maybe at the 25.
But what I'm saying
Brady
is
always
those
been
times
at
where
30, 35.
Not really, because those times where you're saying it's been at 30, it's been more at 25 because they take like 5 mil off or whatever
The
signing bonus.
Yeah, the signing bonus, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
so
I
it
said,
ends up
it
being
still does it.
on the actual cap hit, it's 25.
But it does it. But it's on the actual salary. It's still at the $30 fucking million.
Yeah, but that's the thing
you,
with contracts, though. The cap is different to the signing bonuses. Like when you
no, the cap hit is so when you look at a player's salary, right? When you so you're looking at it the wrong way. For one, you're looking at it on a yearly base by that player, what he's doing right now. So if we go into this season and he's on the books for 30 million and you give him 5 off, he's on the books for 25. But if you go to the actual salary, that never fluctuates. That never stays. It never changes.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that other money is in like
million.
future years. Yeah, but the other money will be in future years or whatever. It won't be.
But it doesn't change it. The money's the money that year. You just chose to give the money out of your pocket.
But what I'm saying is by doing it that way, it helps you build your roster that year or that offseason.
Hey, Jerry Jones has been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, of course.
He's
a lot
been
of
doing
teams
it
do
for
it that
years.
way. That's what I'm saying. That's how you build successful rosters. That's my point.
Yeah, but it's not a lot of teams. There's really only like, I mean, there's not a lot. It's literally like
New
Jerry
England's
Jones,
done
Robert
it.
Kraft.
The Miami did it. Like a lot of teams to build like
Miami did what?
You kind of had to. The way they structured their contracts, drafted well.
They weren't giving signing bonuses away over there. Russ ain't got that kind of money.
No, they did.
He wasn't just popping off signing bonuses.
I
to
said
those
Miami,
guys,
not
but,
Seattle.
I said Ross. He's the owner of the Miami freaking Miami
I'm saying
team.
the way they built the roster was a lot of their other than bringing like Byron Jones and guys like that, a lot of their defense was drafted as well.
Yeah, well, like I said,
I would say defensively,
yeah, defensively a lot of
because they had Byron Jones, Xavier Howard, Mika Fitzpatrick.
Yeah,
they had Christian Wilkerson, dude. They had multiple people inside there.
Prior to them coming in, a lot of the defense, the guys that were there when they came in were drafted.
No, they weren't, because they had Robert Quinn and all these other dudes. And then what happened
that's what I'm.
Brian Flores,
usually you have
when
2 or 3 guys.
Yeah, Brian Flores came in and actually dispersed a good amount of those players.
Yeah,
and then
that's
we
what
were
I'm saying.
in
When Flores came in,
yeah, we were in that Byron Jones
when
deal,
we were,
but he ended up going with them. Pissed me off.
With them, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the year I'm talking about. Is when Brian Flores started building that defense. Yeah. The way he
Yeah.
built it, that's how you got. That's kind of like the formula you have to do to build a defense.
That's how you want to do it, because I hear people all the
Yeah.
time. They'll say, "Oh, they spent 130 million in the offense and only 50 million in the defense." That's been going on for a long time, man. A lot of teams build through the draft in the defense because they're not spending that type of money like they do in the offense, and that shit been going on for 20, 30, probably 40 years if I was to look back. But I know for the last 20, 30 years, that's not uncommon. You can go back and look at offenses and defenses salary caps. They're always massively in fluctuation. So
Yeah, sorry to cut you
very
off, man. I'm
seldom
kind of
do
gonna
you
go.
have them
I gotta go
being
just because
right
I got
about it.
work at 6. I gotta start work at 7.
All
It's
right.
now 6 for me,
All
so I
right,
gotta start heading
hey,
off to
dude,
work.
you're more than
Nice,
welcome on. You're more than welcome on the show anytime, man. I appreciate you always
No, it's all
popping
good.
up or in the
It's all a good
comments.
debate. It's all a
Hey,
good
yeah, I
debate.
love it. Hey, I always love it,
We
man.
got
Like
no
I
problem
said,
with
it
that.
always makes you think, man. So I appreciate you,
I don't
bro.
agree with
Fucking,
everybody.
hey, I
I
don't
mean,
know if you guys
it
do.
doesn't matter how we do it at the end. They just gotta, if they're gonna
It's all
do this
good.
rebuild shit, they just gotta do it
Do
the
you
right way
guys
this time.
do New Year's in Australia?
What's that? Yeah, it's
Do you
New
guys
Year's
do New
tomorrow.
Year's in Australia?
Tomorrow? Yeah, it's New Year's Eve right now.
Well, hey, happy New Year's, man.
It's
Don't drink and
yeah,
drive,
I
bro.
think it's
So
like
stay
it's like
safe.
six hours to New Year. It's a New Year's Day for us. 6 hours away.
Hell yeah,
6
hell
hours
yeah.
from
Happy
Stay
New Year's,
2023.
safe, bro.
bro.
Stay safe, man. Stay safe.
Stay
Cheers,
safe,
bro.
bro.
Cheers, man. Cheers. All right, have a good one,
Cheers.
guys.
Appreciate you, bro. Hell yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Bro.
I'll be in the chat.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Later, bro.
What, Rudy, what topic you want to switch to?
It was that one about like with
You got two of them. You have the DC with or without, or it's the other one with DeMonte.
Yeah, I'd rather do the first one with DC and without DC.
All right, there you go.
It's a two-part, but it's one topic, and I'll say it like this. The little first part is I'll go with the no. I'm gonna go with the no Derek Carr because it makes me want to say it more, and I'll go with the one. What would happen if we keep DC? This is what I say. This people always like to rush and bet. I mean, look, Josh McDaniels set Derek Carr up to fail. He made complicated plays, bad plays, and Derek Carr audibled a lot. And you know, we know that Derek Carr got chewed out and everything, especially with that Seattle game and everything. Because Derek Carr didn't like the plays, but then when they tell him to do a running play, you think Derek Carr's going to change it? He'll change the running play to a different running play, but they're going to keep running the ball, and set Derek Carr out. That's not his fault. They went 3 and out in the Rams game. That was all Josh McDaniels' fault. We had a lead. That was his fault. That's a coaching thing, not a quarterback thing. Everybody thinks that it's always a quarterback thing. Well, here's what happens when you get rid of Derek Carr, who actually is a big part of the offense. The quarterback is always is. I mean, he's very crucial in the passing game for the Raiders. Very crucial. He's not Tannehill, where he's not really like involved in the passing game that much, you know. But Derek Carr, with him gone, you're rebuilding, you know. And Devontae wants out, then you lost a wide receiver. Okay. Now, some guys may not like the idea, but may still stay on the team. Maybe Renfro stays. Maybe he might go. Because let's just say Derek Carr, you know, team that wants him the most is either the Jets or the Colts. One of them get him. Okay, they get him. They're doing better. They're going to the playoffs. Derek Carr may not win a playoff with that team, but they're going to go to the playoffs. The Raiders rebuild. You're not expecting the Raiders to go to the playoffs. I'm sorry. You can put a veteran like Tom Brady. They're still not going to go. You're not going to compete against Patrick Mahomes and them. You're not going to say, "Oh, we're going to be successful," then we're going to slowly build and everything. You know, it's not going to be a winning game. And like I said, when Justin, when you said interesting of when we play the 49ers, they're going to play all out. They're definitely going to play all out with Jared Stidham, so they can get more leeway to get rid of Derek Carr. And what's going to happen is, I'm going to say this. This is my prediction. You can disagree with me, but if we go with this route, this is all Josh McDaniels, all him, and Ziegler, you know. They do this. They're making all the players to get rid of everybody that doesn't fit the system. They're going to get rid of everybody. And then maybe Josh Jacobs supposed to stay. Darren Waller might stay too. But Mad Max stays, and they rebuild their defense a little bit. But then all of a sudden, though, everybody figures out who they are. I mean, this is not the NFC. I mean, the AFC East. You know, this is the AFC East type of game. I mean, it still doesn't do anything. You can build up on a quarterback that's going to have to learn a complicated system. You know, it's not going to be easy. He's not going to get it really quickly. I don't care how intelligent he is. It's going to be tough on him. It's going to take him 2 years at least, at best. But does that mean that he's going to be a great coach? That's another thing I also question about Josh McDowell. He's a great play caller, but he's not a great manager. You know, his staff. Look at Patrick Graham. He plays shitty, but all of a sudden, does Patrick Graham's defense play a lot better? They're not going to get rid of him. Keep that going. The defense is like still ranked 24th or 30th or whatever. Raiders will not go to the playoffs. They will be third at best. And I'm going to say this: if we're going to be better, Derek Carr knows the division really well. You bring an unfamiliar guy like Tom Brady or anybody else except for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has the talent-wise and everything, and he's smart, and he's not a yes man. And Josh McDowell would not go with Aaron Rodgers because he doesn't want a guy telling him off or anything. And I don't think he would get Tom Brady either. I think it's going to stay Jarrett Stidham. So they have a losing game. We're going to go dead last next year, okay? So we're building up more on the draft. So we get more on defense, adding more linebackers, adding a little more offensive line. And in 2 or 3 years, we'll determine if Josh McDowell is a good head coach or not.
I think that's his exact plan is to go the next 2 years through the draft. Like, I 100% believe that's what his intention is about to be.
Yeah. Now,
the Patriots did this in the early 2000s, and the Patriots did this later on in their career. And I think they ended up with the Super Bowl in 14, 16, and 18 doing it. So they did it in 2001 to 2005, the same strategy, and ended up with 3 Super Bowls in that time span too.
But the thing is, though, will that work for the Raiders? That's the question. In my opinion,
I mean, if you're looking at, so if you're just looking at right now, he has 12 or 15 picks right now this year. Then you go next year. I think we're already 10 or so. He has multiple fifths for next year. I think he has another. So yeah, I bet you he's probably up to 6, 7 picks. So 7, 8, 9. So probably 9, 10 picks next year too. And I've always said, dude, if you keep your draft cap low when you're going into your draft, you have a higher success on hitting on picks. You know, like, you got to remember when you're trying to hit on dudes in the first round, 26, 27, you're not going to find JJ in every single draft. So that's not going to happen. And you're not, the odds of finding those types of players later on. And I mean, as in, you can go Josh Jacobs and you can go Justin Jefferson. Both of them were drafted later on. So, but what I'm saying is the time span in between drafts that you're seeing those types of
we don't
players
know how
pick.
good the drafts are.
I think when you're trying to hit on your picks, you have a better chance when you're doing it in the top 10 for sure, and you're doing it 12 and 15 times over. Every round, you're top 10 pick, every round. So you have a better chance of hitting on your picks by far.
You know, the Browns have had great draft.
Al goes, I think that shit's all funny, bro. I don't want to see that shit either.
But, you know, the thing is, though, it's a gamble, but it's not going to win championships. I mean, could it possibly the Raiders be a good team within 2 to 3 years? Yeah, there's a possibility. But I think
it's the only way to go, in my opinion. I think, like, look. I get that people.
It's the only way you go if you're rebuilding, and it's going to be.
You have to, and I think that's where we're at. Like, if we're just going to be honest and just cut it to cold hard facts on the team, man. Listen, everybody on every channel, every YouTube channel, everybody's going to all have these different hypothetical deals. They're going to say, you know, if we bring in Brady, if we bring in this, if we get that, if we get this, what makes the most logic sense for actual team isn't about if we go here. The logic sense is to say we need to break it down and build it to us here. It's no longer what we've been doing for the last 40 years. It's going to be what Josh and them are doing now, right here, right now. They're not Raiders, dude. Like, they're not like every coach that's been through here that's had that Raider mentality. These dudes had to be taught it when they came here, like, straight up. So when you're sitting there listening to your head coach tell you that, oh, we're learning it as how do you not know where most of the Raider greats here, period, just because of them, what they've done in football, period. Like, that just tells you right there, he's not here for what we've done in the past. He's here for what is now. And I said, if you're going to go with that mentality, if Stidham goes out and shows that the system will work with him, regardless if Carr's there or not, I think you just have to, at that point, you have to just say, okay, look, we got to get rid of Devontae. We got to get rid of Carr. We got to get rid of whoever. If you want to keep Waller because he's not in the bias, he'll go with Stidham. He's not going to complain about. He's getting paid $13 million. What does he give a shit about? So
he doesn't care.
Stay. You'll have Jacobs. You can sign the contract. Then you got you have freaking Nate Hobbs and Max on the opposite side. You're able to start your team over with it, and you can move off a lot of people. I've already said this, man. You can get rid of fucking Chandler. You just give him to another team at $10 million a year. You eat $7 million. People do this shit all the time. So you can always move around the deal. And I've even said, when you go in and rebuild the whole entire team, you're creating a non-biases now. Because now everybody's going to be like Josh Jacobs, Max Crosby. So now you're really only back to square one, but you still have your two superstar, one defense, one offense. And then you're going to go get your young quarterback. Then a lot of people love young quarterbacks, dude. So he's going to get a lot of praise. And then you see what I'm saying? Now you're starting to change the whole entire outcome of the Raider Nation because they're not faltering back to what's been there the last, 10 years. They're like, okay, this is all new to me. This is all, I got to pick a different guy. Most of us would go with JJ just because we were here when he got drafted. We know other people that come in that are going to be more current fans ain't going to have that same knowledge. So they'll start picking other people. I've said, if you want to get down to where you want to have an actual truth about our team is you can't create a biasness within either side. You got to be able to sit down and have people look at the game as a non-biased deal where you're not favoring an individual. You have to call it how it is. And the way I've heard a lot of people after games where they'll tell me, oh, Carr fucked that up. And I'm like, what the fuck are you even talking about, man? And he's like, well, he didn't get over 300 yards. Motherfucker, he ain't been getting over 300 yards his whole career, It's just weird conversations, and I think they're pointless conversations to me. Like I've said, football is a team sport. It's played both ways. That's why you have offense, defense. I mean, it's not one player. That's why they have, 11 on each side. That's why they activate 46. That's why there's 53 on a roster. There's multiple reasons. So the thing I look at is to just stop it all. Like to say, if you're going to give Josh a fair evaluation, if you just can give Josh and Ziegler a fair evaluation, they need to take what was Gruden and dismantle it and go to what is Josh and what is Zieg and go from there, in my opinion.
To me, if I was most owners, and I'm not saying Mark Davis, I'm going to say most owners, they would not like what they're doing because most owners would say, you know what? You're there to take over on this team, and you're going to take this team and do your best to get it to the playoffs. That's what your job to do. Most owners would say this. Now, if they saw what he was doing, I mean, even Denver's owner, the Walmart guy, he would have fired. Walton would have fucking fired Josh McDaniels. And he would have
fired fucking Hackett, so goddamn right he would have fired that fool.
And what other owner would do that? There's a lot of teams. And even the Pittsburgh Steelers owner.
The difference is Walton got more money than Mark even think about, so fucking he can afford that shit.
And Mark Davis, he's weak though, is like we're all agreeing on that part. Now here's the part where is my strong opinion where I'm saying where this is going to be a disaster. He's getting all these systematic players, but it's still not working. This is a different era. It's not the Patriots, okay?
Yeah, but I can argue that point because we've even had the conversation ourselves where I believe his system will work because we've all talked about it. I've talked to you in private, and I've even asked you these same questions, and you've told me yes that adding Tillery to the line has made a difference. Getting Tyler Hall to the team has made a difference. Those are systematic players. They're playing to their section, their area. So that's already Jerron Harmon. These are people that come through these systems and play systematic ways. They just play in their area. That's it. and
if
it's
they're
already been
successful, it'll
proven.
be within 3 years, maybe 3 to 4 years, and they go
I say
second
3
place
years.
in the
I said
division.
it. If you have 3 years, I look at it. Or if he has a 4-year contract, by year 3, you should already see, because Gruden's year 4 was already showing the team was already on a massive change.
Yeah,
So
because I think
if you're
he would
looking
be
at
able to
him, you want 1 year
coach.
evaluation. You want 1 year evaluating talent. They came to the team, which he's already found the divide already. So he's weeding them out. Boom, Carr, fucking Devontae, fucking whoever they all are, just gone. And then he's going to come in the draft, and they're going to say, these are our guys now. We're going to draft these guys. We're going to get these dudes. Boom, bring them over. Now we're going in free agent. Now we're going to pick up these dudes. Now these become our core here. Go back in on your second year. Okay, these guys know the terminology. These dudes know the system. Now we just got to teach it to these. Bam, year 2, you see progression. Now we go from 6 wins. Now we're moving to 9 wins. Then he's like, okay, 1 more year in that draft, man. We're going to solidify our team for the long run, which is going to be 5 years span, which you're probably looking at like a 6-year span, because you got to remember, you got a team on 5-year contract, next team on 5-year, then a 4 or 3, and so on as the draft goes. So you're actually locking yourself up for a good long time that way. So I think year three should show Josh and Zeke's actual fundamentals on the team. That's their statement, their players, their deal. If Graham's doing such a great job right now, he should have like top 1 defense by year 2, 3 in that draft. So I just think, like I said, I would just be a straight goat, walk out there and hand them both their walking papers, and I would go get fucking Vic and Sean right this second.
Yeah.
So look, hold on. Al, you're 100% right, because listen, Stenham is not like a Purdy or other guys that are young that have the arm going down. Like, hey, Stenham got weak ass arms. But I believe Josh would work phenomenal with Stenham, because of the fact that Stenham could also drop and run too, which makes it a different deal when you're always bleeding in on Jacobs, because you're like, you've got to always watch where he can go hand off and just straight turn around and run off the other way. Like, Stenham will do that
I don't think that's
so
going to happen. I think
I'm going to bet it right now, $100 right now, that we'll watch do a fake handoff and fucking curl around and take off. Like, I guarantee you, or he going to fake handoff, look up, and take the hell off. Like, I watched him do it in the preseason.
I don't think Illuminor can block Nick Bosa at all. I think he's going to line up.
Oh, I didn't even say that. I mean,
Illuminor is going to come after him, and he ain't going to run on that. If he's going to run towards his left, the safeties and all them, they're going to run towards there too, and they're going to know he.
They better not do that, because what if he play actions up? What are they going to come down the line, play dumb football?
You do not want to do
D'Amico Ryan ain't going to be bringing them down the line like that.
But it makes sense to do it on your right, play action. But if you do it on the left,
he's blind to his left side.
He's going to throw an interception.
He's blind. Why would he throw? Why is he throwing the ball? I just said run, fool. I said run.
Yeah, they know he's gonna run. You know when you.
But either way, they don't know that Stenham's gonna run. How the hell are they gonna know that?
You know, he's not. I mean, people try to say, "Oh, he's more mobile than Derek." I don't believe he's more. I think what it is they set.
He ran more in the preseason than Derek Carr run all season. What do you mean?
Derek Carr leads the Raiders in rushing, second.
The fucking 88 yards, like, get over that, bro. Fucking, he said leads them in rushing. Hey, you guys in your twisted ass fucking conversations sometimes. God damn that Derek Carr out there proved down them rushing yards, baby. How many you got, man? How many that guy? Oh, motherfucker, 88, bro.
I guarantee you.
You doing it, bro. You got this.
I mean, the only way he's, in my opinion, that Jared Stidham's going to do better is if.
I think in Al's conversation, the halfback feeds a better need than the receiver, in my opinion. With Stenham.
Well, this is the thing, though. It's unfair to say, "Oh yeah," because Derek Carr doesn't know the system. He was learning it. You have to be patient, even with a veteran quarterback. And a good head coach would not just get rid of him. Any coach right now, any good coach would never, ever think about getting rid of Derek Carr. But
you can't look at it like that anymore.
We can't
look at it like that no more. So look, I get this. So look, this is how I bet coaches are looking at it now. Okay, like I agree with you when they first came in the first few years, because They're like, we don't know what we have. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know what's going on. So, like, when you entertain that question like 3-4 times, and then you're entertaining the coaches that come along in that. And again, I've said I'll argue the fact I'm blue in the face. Gruden obviously showed what Carr can be, so I don't even know why we're even having the conversation now. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I would say. Is it doesn't matter about any other coach. It doesn't matter if this coach want to take them. Listen, they put in the contract. Okay, so maybe we're not concepting this. They are very smart in what they do. They're very smart. They got good valuation. They put in the contract to cut him on February 15th. They knew the Super Bowl was going to be then or later. So they already knew that they knew the possibility that they were going to let him walk. So look, J.C. Jackson, man, same fucking thing. Just let the motherfucker walk, best in the business out there, and they just walk. They don't care because they say, hey, if he ain't doing here and this, he ain't going to do it over there and there. Now, I don't agree with that, but I'm just saying, to them, they don't fucking care. They're not here like, what would other coaches? They don't care what other coaches say. They say, and when Mimi talked about this the other day, they care about, they don't care if you're a first, second, third, fourth, fifth round, sixth, seventh. They don't care what round you're picked in, and they don't care that your name is this person or this person. They don't care if you were picked second or if you were picked second round or if you're picked sixth round. Sometimes the sixth round player is gonna be better than the second round player, and that's all they're looking at is what fits their system. So at that point, all names get washed. You're washing names. The reason you keep Josh's is because the way Josh McDaniels halfback is, or the way Josh McDaniels offense is that he is a fucking power back running scheme, dude. He's always had good backs back there that can fucking tandem beat. I think in here he's obviously gonna have to emerge as second back to be able to save Jacobs, especially if you lose the caliber of Waller or Adams, because listen, the Raiders have been here for a long time, and Adams is the first damn receiver outside of Antonio Brown and probably frickin' Randy Moss and Tim Brown and frickin' Bryce. I mean,
said that because the Patriots play a multiple running plays, and yet Josh McDaniels didn't really do that with the Raiders.
Because I don't think he had the people to do it. I think he brought in Hulk in them, and I think he went for Zamir. Yeah, but I don't. When he got here, he probably found out real fast that shit.
Because he has familiarity, that didn't work.
Right.
And then, the guy that did look like he's good is, and I still think he's good. Scat back, Amir Abdul, he was good. Zamir White.
Salute, Reese. Appreciate you showing up, bro.
Zamir White, I think, I think something happened, and it's either. If he wasn't,
I'll tell you what happened. He runs in the back of every fucking line. That's exactly what happened to that motherfucker.
They should have done their, and it happens with some good coaches where they get a running back they thought he was good and it didn't work. And I'm not going to get it on there, but this is where I get on Josh McDaniels. He did not play all out at all. I think if he played all out with Derek Carr, they would be in the 10-win margin at least. They didn't go all out. There were stupid plays that Josh McDaniels set up for Derek Carr to lose. He was setting him up, and it's about. I know it's evaluation on his part. He could say, "Oh yeah, I'm evaluating all the players and Derek Carr, everybody." That's what he was doing, and we don't. We do feel strongly now, as much as I hate saying it, feel like that Derek Carr is going to be either traded or released. We do feel that more so than we did before, but we don't know for a 100% fact, but we strongly feel it though. And
I tell you on that one, Al, 100%, bro.
Yeah,
I've been listen. I
agree.
I just want people to understand, and you can ask anybody on this panel. I have been saying Sean Payton since week 3, and I've been saying Vic Fangio the whole entire time. I've said this all year, and then they end up on the same coaching staff, man. Come on.
I mean, that's how you would challenge the Chiefs, though. If you're going to challenge the Chiefs, you got to have it.
You go get them. You don't change your roster. So, are you done with your topic?
One more part. This is what if they kept DC. Now, I have no faith that it's going to happen. But if they were to keep DC and work things out a little bit, work on that defense more, draft on defense, the Raiders will at least be second in the division. I mean, I believe they'll go second division. They'll throw out the Chargers. It's just that they won't dethrone the Chiefs. And it's because they'll have to get Derek Carr a little more systematic. He's a veteran quarterback. He's getting it pretty
I won't
good.
say that he can't beat them. It was 21-22 in the first time they met, and they ain't even played a game, and they're benching them.
And yet that's because they went
and we
all
did
out.
that with some of our players not even on there, and I don't even think if Waller was in. Waller
or we
was
could be
no,
close.
I think Waller was out already.
We could be close with the Chiefs. We could be either within them, like they just barely got us, but we beat them once. They beat us once.
We got bitched on a fucking straight up UFC headlock from their guard on Malcolm Kuntz. Like we got bitched on that play, big time.
Yeah, he got neck tackled.
The phantom play, the fucking phantom play.
But like I said, though, we would have a better chance. We'd have a better winning column. But the only thing is that this is it. If Josh McDaniels puts a lot more effort and gets his team together a lot better, stop making stupid plays, make the better plays. He makes good plays. He does. But he set up Derek Carr with bad plays. Like the one game we did with the Rams, running the fucking ball with Josh Jacobs when we didn't need to. We needed to throw the ball a little bit. We didn't do that. And we went 3 and out and then gave it back to the Rams thinking, the defense will hold off and then play man press. They knew that the defense was going to lose. They set them up to lose on purpose in that game. We should have never lost to the Rams, should have never lost to Cardinals, should have never lost to the Chiefs. I won't even say that. But the Titans, though, we played too conservative there. There was those games, and those games, you can even take the Texans out, and we're still a playoff team, but no longer. Reese. Derek Carr definitely won't be traded. It would only be under Derek Carr's terms. If Derek Carr is going to be traded, it will be on his terms. And Derek Carr will not be traded. He will say no. And just like Dustin, I do believe that. And I'm going to make this really quick and short. What would happen, in my opinion, is Derek Carr gets released, and then Devontae, then they said, we're going to have to use Devontae as the trade because they were thinking of getting 2 first-round picks because Devontae Adams doesn't want to be on the team too, but they're thinking maybe we could trade Derek Carr. No. And then here you go. Derek Carr gets released, and then a team says, you know what, we're interested in Devontae Adams. And they're willing to give a first-round pick. And what does Josh McDaniels and Ziegler do? They queef. They give in. They did that before. They'll give in for a first-round pick. So the Colts give up a first-round pick for Devontae Adams, just 1 first-round pick. They make that deal. And the Colts have Devontae Adams. They got Derek Carr. And, maybe they might try to get Hunter Renfrow. Maybe they do or maybe they don't. But they're a playoff caliber team now. They're more complete. They got a good line, good running game. Their defense is pretty good. Not great, but it's pretty good. Good enough that they'll go to the playoffs. They could challenge both Jacksonville and the Tennessee Titans now, or they could go to the Jets. And I think if they go to the Jets, they could still be a playoff team and be in 3rd place, or they could go 2nd place to the Buffalo Bills. They could dethrone the Patriots. But
You're gonna beat up on that motherfucker all day.
I think Buffalo would be a real tough team. It'd be like facing the Chiefs.
If if Bill O'Brien comes back to the Patriots, then I don't know. I'd probably think different at that point.
Yeah, I do think that, and and who's the winner? Derek Carr, Devontae Adams are the winners. The losers are Josh McDaniels and Ziegler. And sure, maybe they rebuild, they get draft picks, but they don't get the win column. And the people will say, all these Derek Carr haters will say, you know what? Yeah, I'm glad Derek Carr is gone. And then they said, we're losing. And then all of a sudden, they're still losing. Got a franchise quarterback, and he hasn't won. He goes, oh, he's just another Derek Carr. Then they'll start saying shit. And Josh McDaniels has a complicated system.
That's fact, bro. Fact.
Complicated system. Very complicated. Just like, Paul Gunther has a complicated system on defense. The only thing with a head coach, what he has to do when he transitions, he's got to make changes. Things like if he ends up being, what Josh McDaniels kind of reminds me of? He reminds me of the New York Giants old head coach. What's his name? Former Jaguar coach. What's his name? I had his name in my head. Tom Coughlin. Tom Coughlin is a guy that said, it's my way and I don't give a fuck. That's what Josh McDaniels has, that attitude. He doesn't care. He wants it his way no matter what.
If he can back it up, then good. He's the coach. That's
He
what
ain't
you got to
backing
do.
shit up right now. I mean, Tom Coughlin earned that though. He earned it, and then he started getting old, and and everybody, and it didn't work out for him anymore. But Josh McDaniels hasn't earned that, and real owners wouldn't put up with that kind of shit. They would have fired his ass like that. They would just give him a
what I'm
warning.
gonna say. We're gonna move into this one. So this is my topic, and I've said, does Mark fire Josh if he can't win with Stenham in these last 2 weeks? And I believe he should, because the fact is that I guarantee that he's over there in Mark's ear telling him that if we were just to run the system the way I wanted, if Derek would just throw the ball the way I needed, if he would just see the field that I need, if you're making those type of accusations over there that you need the system to be tailored to your way, and you go into these last 2 games, I don't know how the hell you can't be. And then let's say this. Mark over there are making the accusation that Mark's the one that wanted to bench Carr. I don't buy that shit. When Mark ain't fucking watch paint dry, bro. Like, and he's over there gonna bench Mark or Derek, but he ain't done that ever in any time that he's been here, one time whatsoever. So he didn't do it when it happened with Todd Downing. He didn't do it with any person, but he's gonna do it right now, right? After the year he just come off, after the stuff that he's done. So me personally, I would say like this: if Josh goes out there and gets the shit kicked out of him with Stenham, and let's just say in this Niner game it's 35-7 or 35-3, and then he go in against the Chiefs, which probably going to be playing their backups, and let's just say that game is 21-10 or 24-10. How do you keep Josh on your team at that point? Like, obviously your shit ain't working. You're about to just get rid of our quarterback that most definitely don't get beat up on games like that. And what's Josh Jacobs gonna say when his quarterback ain't even putting up the yards that Derek Carr's been putting up all year? And you think you're just gonna go win every game now? You got equal touchdowns to Devontae. So without Devontae, you wouldn't even be where you're at right now to begin with. So to sit here and just make these claims like all of a sudden this dude's gonna be the next greatest dude winning all, you ain't winning the games already. So it doesn't matter if you think you're a superstar, because even with Derek there or not, you still didn't take games over and say, let me go win this game. You didn't go to your coach and tell him, hey, coach, I got this. Let me go and see Pittsburgh. You didn't say that shit. You didn't go do that shit. So you're not even showing up like you're going to be that guy. So, again, I think if he goes in there and gets his ass beat with Stenham, you have to fire him. Like, you have to fire him, man. And you have to go to Vic and Sean and be like, bro, I'll give you whatever in the hell you want because the team's set up for you right now. I can go apologize to Carr. I can suck him off, do whatever the hell. Mark's probably good at it already. And we'll probably fucking not even lose anything that we have in play right now. That would be the best scenario for me, because I believe that Sean Payton and Vic Fangio on this team would make this team excel massively, and especially with all the players we have right now. He would just go add 2 more receivers to give them a better core and build up on that defense. But me personally, man, I don't know what they got going on. I don't know why that Mark's like, oh, well, he's going to be here in the future and be so solidified with the guy. I mean, I get that if you're looking at rings, but you're looking at rings that other people did it together. It wasn't just one guy. Like, he didn't just go do that all himself. It was a tangible of a lot of things that made him successful with Belichick. And again, they did it for 3 years in the beginning and 3 years in the end. And then they went twice in the middle and they lost both of them. So I don't know, man. I've always said, like, I don't think Josh is that bad of a coach, because, I mean, I've seen a lot of the plays, a lot of the stuff. He's done pretty well in a lot of categories. But to sit and just say, I don't want else to do, but I don't like Graham. I don't like a lot of their shit. If we're going to give him year 2, we should give Carr year 2. That's all I'm saying. And if Carr sucks year 2, then move on. But what's the difference if you're cutting Carr and putting Brady's old ass up over here? I hate fucking Tom Brady. I don't want my fucker in our uniform. I don't even want him in the home locker room, let alone fucking talking to our players and contaminating them with that bullshit comes out of his mouth. So I really don't care. And I'm a diehard ass Raider. Fuck that fool. I don't care. Like, I'd rather lose than have him on my team. Like, I'd really just rather take an L that year than have that motherfucker on our team. Straight up. I'd rather pay season tickets to go watch Stenham play than I would ever want to watch Tom Brady. So I don't know. A lot of people, again, have mixed feelings on this whole deal. I'm just saying, if it was any other coach, and you made a point a second ago about the Broncos. I mean, Nathaniel Hackett, I called that shit. I called that right in the beginning. Did I not? I said numerous times, Nathaniel Hackett's ass is going to be fired by the end of this fucking year. Mark it, dude. Like, and if he got fired, why isn't Josh getting fired? Like, straight up, dude. Like, straight up. Man, he fucking Carr went out and had 24 fucking touchdowns when what? Wilson only had fucking 9? And we're fucking getting rid of Carr, right? But they're gonna keep on Wilson's fucking depleted ass, and we want to go get fucking broke Dick Brady over here now. Like, I'm not concepting this shit. Brady don't even have as many touchdowns as Carr does, and he got way more weapons. Like, that don't even make no sense. That don't even make no sense.
Where
you know?
We agree. And like we were telling Down Under, I was saying you're bringing a guy. This is what some people don't understand. I know he's from Australia, and I'm not making a judgment call calling that. It's just the American sports and European and even Australian sports are different. It's completely different. You can look at things, but you have to experience the game a little bit more and watch it a lot more. And it's really hard to understand the game. The NFC East is one of the weakest divisions. Tom Brady was smart to go there. He had a great defense, a very talented offense. He went to a team that has the weapons ready. Only a few adjustments to the team, and it's ready for playoffs. That's the smartest thing. John Gruden went to Tampa Bay, got traded there. They traded him because they needed offense. Oh, salute, Turbo. Because they had great defense. They got a good running game, but they lacked wide receiver potential. So what does Gruden do? He adds wide receivers. He got Keenan McCardell and Keyshawn Johnson, added more weapons on offense. And he turned that team into a fucking Super Bowl team. You see, if you want to win right now, you add. If you're going to get rid of Derek Carr, you're not adding. You're really taking away. And then you put a depleted quarterback, even though he's a winner and all that. And this is like a move of, I go with winners just because I got 7 Super Bowl rings. Well, he's an older quarterback, and he's showing slow progression. And he's going to get eaten alive in that AFC West. And
hey, Reese, Mark should probably go start working these jawbones right here then if he's fucking broke. Better go start sucking some dick, get some more money, because that motherfucker need to be paying somebody else.
I think the Kardashians, he's saying the same silly Kardashians saying Carr's notable crime for Brady. I don't know.
He said mid-Daniels.
Mid-Daniels.
Yeah, like some mid-grade fucking bammer.
I mean, look at Josh McDaniels is I think he's not a good head coach. I think he's a great offensive coordinator. And, his system's too complicated and he doesn't know how to manage it. If you can manage it, then he's a complete head coach. But I feel like he's doing it on purpose, losing. He set Derek Carr out to lose.
Look, Reese, I've said this a lot, dude. Like, people are getting the misconception that Tom Brady's a great quarterback, that he's training all these other quarterbacks. Like, Tom Brady ain't training them, dude. He's just out there doing his job, and fucking joshing them or training them to get up to their level, dude. Like, again, I think when you're competing against a guy of Tom Brady, it's going to only make you better, because that's why you have the competition, and that's what makes Brady as good. But to sit and have this concept that Brady's making all these quarterbacks, I mean, I've used the Kyle Trask deal numerous times. You can't say that Brady's making quarterbacks when the dude sucks, and even the second string quarterback, whatever the fuck you want. I can't remember his name. I know who it is. But he's still playing garbage, dude. Like, that's the thing is we're taking a misconception because of what the player's name is and stuff, and then we're putting labels behind him now, like he's the one over there, quarterback coaching all these dudes. I get like what Ozzy was saying earlier about, you have the guy out there you're training. You get to see, you're seeing certain. I get that, but that's stuff you can grab on tape and learn too at home. So
Brady ain't
I would
training
say you
nobody.
don't have to be in there. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't buy that shit in a second, dude. I mean, if Kyle Trask was not a bad player, he was not. I even mocked him to Tampa Bay. I mocked him last year. I think last year I mocked him to Tampa Bay, and I knew he would be good fit there behind Brady, and he never went to shit. Never did nothing. What about Brian Leftwich, man? I mean, everybody talked about that fool old head coach, blah blah. Motherfucker ain't even teaching his own quarterback. So again, listen, Brady for me, man, has to be no. I mean, I can tell you, just go watch the tape. I don't got to argue it. I don't got to debate it. I don't say he comes here, he wins. Nah, bullshit. You got to change so many things to tailor him. Got to give him a defense. Got to change the line. Got to get receivers. If you're doing that, why don't you just keep Carr? He's already there. So to me, it just makes zero concept to me. What makes concept is fuck Brady, blow the bitch up, go get a young and start over. Boom, man. 3 years later, we'll be up there, and we got our Mahomes of the deal. If Josh can do his job at training the damn quarterback. And again, if you got to take a year with Stanham, who fucking cares? He's a bridge quarterback, because that's what people use the word, is bridge. He can sit here. He can teach the system. He can go play the system. They can watch him. Watching a guy play the system, if he knows regardless of what his fucking name is, that's still the system. So for me, I would just stay with Stanham if we're moving Carr. I would just draft. Like I said, I'd go CJ Stroud or Levis. I would rather go Drake or me personally. I'm a huge USC fan. Even went there. I'm taking fucking Caleb all day. Caleb Williams all day, dude. But I don't know if we'll have that chance by next year.
No, so. I don't think so. I think that whether we get rid of Carr or not, if you're going for a quarterback right now, or if you decide to go wide receiver and you have no Derek Carr, it's still going to be a heavy, ugly tank. And then you're going to say, oh, we're going to go quarterback. You know, that you might have a chance. I think you might, but I think if you're going to get rid of Derek Carr, you're going to
draft Al. That's fact. You know, hey, this one's even more. This is even more. He said Brady isn't training QBs. Belichick hasn't been training head coaches. So fact, bro.
No, he doesn't.
Like, so fact.
I mean, a lot of his head coaches haven't been successful. I mean, his staff been successful head coaches. Though, I mean, there's Brian Vrabel, former player and everything. He's close to being a successful head coach, but you know, he's for the Tennessee Titans. But everyone else, they've all failed. But you know, Josh McDowell's
people saying like if Brady comes here, the NFL is going to help him. The NFL ain't helping him over there in Tampa. No. What makes you think they're going to help him here?
You know, and this is what I don't like about Mark Davis. He's a fucking pushover. He gets pushed over, and I don't like that shit.
Mark's a bitch, because if he was anything like Al, he would have told Goodell to fuck off when they tried to fucking get rid of Gruden. I would have laughed at him and been like, yeah, tough shit, bitch. He would have been like, Gruden gonna go out there and coach the rest of this season and the next 6 on his contract. And if you have a problem, you can do it. Because like the minute that they said that they weren't gonna do nothing, it was up to the man. That's a perfect Al move. He would have been like, all right, cool. Then they'd have been like a week later, be like, what are you gonna do? All right, cool. Fuck them up. Like he didn't give a shit what they think. So
yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you.
This guy's a pussy, man. This guy's so weak, dude. He's weak-hearted, dude. I mean, I don't want him getting Carroll chairs and owning. I don't want him having the team, man. Like, I'll be honest. I don't want him having the team.
I really thought at first, because it seemed like Josh McDaniels was getting the guys together, you know. He put up the players. It looked like this team could go to the playoffs. That's what it seemed like when we first saw the players that he put around. You know, it seemed like that. The only thing I worried a little bit more was the right tackle position. I worried more about that more than anything else. But then all of a sudden, it's like bad play calling on offense and defense, both sides. And, the players were struggling. There was miscommunications.
Dude, I think through like the first 5 games or 6 games, we were only points difference was 14 points or 15 points.
Yeah.
And we were competitive as shit in a lot of those games.
Oh, it's not.
Didn't go the way we were.
The players are competitive. The players are definitely competitive, but they're trying their best to understand the system it's a very
Listen,
complicated
you can
system.
tell that they're tanking because when we played the division, mark
Yeah.
my words, go back, watch the tape. When we played the division, we played for 4 quarters. When we play in the
Yeah.
division, we play 4 quarters, dude. Like, there's
Oh,
no
I
doubt. The
believe that.
Chargers game, the second time around, both Broncos games, even
Yeah.
the first game in the Chargers at their house, dude, all the way
Yeah.
down to the end. Could have had a fourth quarter comeback, didn't
Oh,
get it down
I
there.
don't doubt that.
Look at the Chiefs game, man, fucking 21-22. I mean, we were competitive in the division. If anything outside the division, man, it's just fucking pissing in the wind.
Yeah.
And I think that shit's intentionally. You don't just go, look, you've been saying the whole time, the AFC West, one of the hardest divisions, blah, blah, blah. Well, he just about dominated that division in his first year with mediocre players that weren't even on the damn team. So if he's looking to win within the division, well, guess what? Josh got that down. I don't think that's his problem is winning in the division. I think he's going to win in the division just fine. He came in his first year, even with Patrick Graham, and the way that we were sucking and still damn near beat their ass at a pretty.
Yeah.
We were 17-0 on those motherfuckers starting that game. So
Yeah,
again, motherfuckers talk about the defense being some motherfuckers were 17-0 and just give them back the game. Thank you. Here you go. You can. Don't worry, we don't play defense. Take the ball, go the other way. Fuck it.
It seemed like we could beat the. I mean, but then I'm looking at it and it's like, why are we playing good against certain teams even when we lose? I think we played our best against the Chiefs even though we lost. Better than our wins that we won. I mean, it's because Josh McDaniels is setting. I don't think he originally sent Derek Carr to fail on purpose originally. I think he was putting the whole team in a situation, which is what head coaches should never do. And the owner would say, hey, don't do that fucking shit. We came here to win. Don't put up plays that are stupid, that are not going to work. Don't do it for evaluation. Make some plays that are going to work. I mean, Josh McDaniels got too fucking comfortable. And when you give someone a lot of space, they take a lot. And he took as much space as he wanted, did whatever the fuck he wanted, and didn't give a shit if we won or lost. It didn't matter.
Yeah, but that's why I always say that we don't hear the whole contrast of what the deal was when they hired them. Like I said, you got to remember, no matter what players are here or not, these are not their players. This is not their scheme. This is not their shit. They don't play this scheme. We were in a power scheme when Gruden was playing zone scheme. You're changing a lot of things. And when you change the zone to power, that means some of the players don't work there because it doesn't fit. So a zone player in a power scheme don't fit. So you got to change a lot of moving pieces in there.
I know some people say, well, Derek Carr doesn't fit. Derek Carr can fit any system. It's the coach who decides if he wants them to be a part of it. Derek Carr could fit that system if
I think it's just
worked
the
with
narrative.
him. They weren't working with him.
It's just the narrative that people keep saying this. Go draft a young quarterback. You have 5 years to put the money elsewhere. It's the same narrative over and over and over. And then if you go back, it's been that those type of dudes have been winning Super Bowls. So the narrative like this one right here, he says now the pursuers, it says will be on the Raiders now that they have to win a Super Bowl next year or bust. But why do we have to win a Super Bowl? But why do we have to win it? It's in our house. Is that the only reason why? Like, believe me, if Gruden was here, I'd say we would have had a better chance to go to the Super Bowl and win. But if Josh and them can switch that team around that fast with their players in 1 year,
it ain't gonna happen.
I mean, if they do, that's fucking balling. I'll give them that.
That would be genius, but that would be like me growing a full beard like Aaron.
No, hell no, Reese. They ain't motherfucking fuck them bitches. They ain't fucking coming Patriot nothing here, motherfuckers. Like,
that's what it seems. If Tom Brady goes there, that's what it will look like.
Nah, Brady will get fucking booed right in our own end zone. Even if he does score a touchdown, they'll boo his ass right there in that end zone.
Yeah.
Brady is a
I don't
bitch,
think Tom Brady
dude,
wants there.
What's he gonna go with his walker? Oh, guys, how you doing?
Maybe he'll sell like
bring over his walker over there.
Yeah,
he's got his life support on IV. I'm gonna meet you down there.
Now you make me want to do a meme and put like the Tom Brady's jersey on Herbert the pervert, and he has a walker and everything. He goes, "I'm going to Las Vegas to beat them boys," or whatever,
Oh, that's fact there, Reese. That's fact.
Ziegler. Yeah, they're definitely patriot. Yeah, they're from that culture. That's the thing, though. You make an interesting point because they're changing the culture, the Raiders' culture. It's changed already. You know, it's changed because we used to be the
Well, they
fucking
want
all.
to change it because Carr and all them had it the Raider way last year, and we can see where they're going to get rid of that culture. Just like when Josh Geyer, he said, I didn't build this culture. They already had this culture intact. He said that right in the presser, you know. Now he's dismantling that culture that Gruden built, dude, like straight up.
And a very good owner would say, you're not here to fix culture. You're here to win the fucking games. Fuck the culture, win fucking games. That's what an owner would. Any owner, good owner would say.
I just think I don't know if I would agree with that because your owner is going to back your hires, and if your owner backed your hires, look, if you're set in stone like the Steelers or the fucking Green Bay or things like where that's been for 50 years, then I would not disagree. But I've said this when Al Davis died, man, that's when it died with him, dude, because it ain't been the same. We don't have the same fucking mystique. We don't have the same mentality. We're carrying an emblem, and people are still going behind that because we're loyal to our team. But there's no Al here that's left. Like, you want to put up a flame, you want to build great, dude. But when you're looking to the team, John Gruden was the closest thing to Al Davis we're ever going to have because John Gruden thinks just like him, and that's his mentality, and that's why he did deny that fucking trade with that contract with Tom, because that's not what we would have done. And people sit here and say like, oh, if Al's here, he would. No, he wouldn't. That's why Gruden denied that shit. Because Gruden could have hopped up off Carr right that second and been like, well, see you later, bro. Peace out. Yeah. But he's like, bitch, we going to fuck you up. We're going to go fuck up your team. No, we ain't doing it with you.
Yeah.
Like, and then we're over here. We're like, yeah, let's bring him in. And Mark's like, oh, dude, I got a good bag for you. Come over here and stay the night in my house. You know, like, he's a bitch. He's a bitch. He's like, I'll take you to an Ace game and put you in the VIP box. What, in your fucking 2 chairs with your little cubicle around you? Like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I think Tom Brady, I don't know. I think Tom Brady needs to retire. I think he'll decide that after he wins a playoff or loses a playoff. That's when he'll realize, you know what? He's going to feel it. He's feeling it already, but, you know, can he go
Mark don't give a fuck about the Raider mystique because he was never part of it.
A guy that doesn't realize it.
That's what I said. Mark ain't part of the mystique because he was never part of it. Motherfucker been around the greatest person out there in probably NFL history, and this motherfucker don't know a goddamn thing about it. How do you hang out with all those greats and all those badass motherfuckers and not know football, dude? Like, that's sad. That's sad as fuck. And, you know, just because a guy comes out and says, hey, I don't know football, I want to designate it to other people, don't mean he's designating them to the right people. He don't fucking know football. How the fuck he know if he's designating to the right group, man? Like, Mark is a joke. Just sell your shit, bro. Like, sell that shit, dude. Give it to Gruden. Just go sign it over to Gruden. Like, Gruden show you how to run motherfucking, like, I'd love Gruden to be our owner, dude. Like, you want to talk about bringing the Raider way. Man, you want to see, man, I don't even give a fuck if he does or not. What I'm saying, like, if you're looking at a guy that is a true fucking Raider, you want the Raider belief, the Raider mentality to carry on within the organization, you sell the business to John Gruden. John Gruden is a die-hard loyal Raider, bro. Die-hard loyal Raider, dude. Like, I would love for him to be the fucking owner of the Raiders. He don't got a coach. He don't do shit. He just run the fucking team, or run the organization like to just Mark or Al walking. Man, John Gruden would demand bigger presence than Mark Davis on the field at any given time. So, I don't know, man. I've always said I would love Gruden to just own the Raiders.
Mark Davis just goes with the flow. That's his problem.
He's a bitch. He's a bitch.
And
I don't care what anybody says. Don't like it. Oh, fucking well. That guy's garbage.
I agree with you. I know he's a weakling. I always said he was an inexperienced. I know they say he's a businessman. Well, he's not really
How's he a
successful
businessman? He only
businessman.
worth $300 million, and he's failing on fucking getting the money to fucking build the
Yeah,
team.
he didn't build businesses though.
Where's his success at? Where's his success? When his dad died and handed him the money, like where the fuck is his success at?
He got his money from his inheritance. It wasn't a giant inheritance, but he
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Reese, that's
business.
fact, bro. I've been saying that, and I've said, watch if Gruden wins that court case against Goodell, gets like fucking $500 million. Like, fuck.
Come on, buy the shares, buy all the shares out, and then put
$500 million, man, would pay off that luxury tax for fucking Mark Davis if Carroll passes away. So, man, boy, be amazed what something like that would do to our organization having him. I'd take him in a heartbeat.
How old is Carroll Davis? I mean, Al Davis would be like 90.
Fuck, he's probably got to be like 90 fucking something years old as dirt. He's probably as old as the fucking grass in fucking in Oakland, dude, at the Coliseum.
Because I know, Al Davis, when if he was alive, he'd be about 92, 93 years old. That's how old he would be. Let me see, Carroll Davis. Al Davis's wife.
He said Carr's never had a good old line or a decent defense. He pulled many games out of his ass. I hope we play our second stringers Sunday except Bosa. Hey, I mean, look, your Niners are stout, bro. I mean, they're stout, so there's no doubt. So, I mean, fuck, then I'm going to run for his fucking life. So we'll see how that's going to roll down.
Well, she's 91 or 92. They're just giving an estimation.
If I was your Niners, I would 100% play your backups, dude. I mean, he had no reason to play fucking your starters against us. I mean, we're going to walk in there fucking limping, like straight up. He said he's getting paid from the NFL, and it's not facts, bro. Facts. Hey, I think Gruden gonna get a good chunk of fucking money, massively. He might dethrone Roger Goodell at the end of this shit. So Roger Goodell tried to have this passed out like 10 times. He's tried fucking having it passed off 10 times, and every time they deny him, man. Most powerful man in sports, dude, and they just denying this motherfucker. They're like, nah, you're going to go to court. You're going to come bring it. The attorney general, dude, in Washington, he's like, bullshit. Their motherfuckers are bringing that shit here, dude. Like, that's why I say these guys are about to fucking probably smack a wall.
Yeah.
He said we'll send you guys, Trey and Jimmy, for some cheerleaders and a guard. I don't want either one of those motherfuckers, dude. I mean, Trey at this fucking he had his Achilles, fucking Jimmy will never make it here in the Raiders. That guy don't even throw touchdowns, bro. Jimmy ain't never making it as a Raider ever in his life. We don't even have a defense. You guys got number one fucking defense, man. This guy, hell no. No. You keep Jimmy. Well, you got two motherfuckers with ACL tail. You fucking keep both those motherfuckers. And you can't have our cheerleaders because they're fine.
Yeah, Mark Davis is 67 years old.
Yeah, fuck. Cortez, what happened? Did he just fucking wake up? Oh, I'm still on there.
Yeah, I just woke up. I passed out.
Yeah, I know you did. You were like, oh, fuck, they're on there still. Fuck, shit.
Fuck, man, I got too fucked up. I gotta take some.
I believe me. I know. I heard you over there snoring.
I was
Yeah. Trey is a bust. I wish we had
Chargers.
Carr.
I love Justin Herbert. I heard you saying that the whole time. You love Herbert. We get it.
Well, we don't know if he's gone totally. We just have a strong feeling that Carr should be gone.
Yeah, facts. Hey, listen, dude. If Carr went to your guys' team, you need to win Super Bowl probably for 100% sure. Like 100%. Especially with McCaffrey, fucking Debo, what is it? God, I always get his name with Adebayo, but Ayuk fucking, he got good ass fucking talent over there. So I think you got fucking Kittle, dude. I mean, you got good fucking people over there.
Oh, Derek Carr would love it, man, if he went to the 49ers.
Oh, facts. What is that?
And he can still live in Las Vegas and still be in San Francisco.
You're going to pass right back out again, dude. Fucking, this time he's going to pass up on the wall with Joel coming down the side of his fucking mouth.
I'm about to eat another one, too.
Carr gave his heart. Oh, hell yeah, he did. He's like Tim Brown. That's why Derek Carr is one of my favorite players. And, I respect Derek Carr. I don't care what anybody says.
Derek Carr, for right now, will be the Raiders all-time in almost every category.
It'll be a long time before they break his record.
It's just like he says, Carr is a beast, dude, from Fresno, dominated. He's loyal as fuck, dude. I mean, and again, if he was to go to the Niners and Kyle was to have a quarterback like Carr, he'd be winning Super Bowls back-to-back. He'd have back-to-back.
There with their weapons that they got.
I would love Carr to go to the Niners just because Kyle Shanahan with Derek Carr, I think, would kill it. I think he'd kill it, dude.
I'd have to fucking watch the fucking 49ers, too, because Derek Carr will be my guy no matter what. If he goes to the 49ers, I have to see the fucking 49er game.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that is what we got. Jacobs is killing it, bro. I mean, but let's be real. Christian McCaffrey and your guys' system next year, he'll be killing it too. So I wouldn't be too worried about it.
It's gonna be rough for for Josh McDaniels now because of Devontae Adams saying, "Hey, if he goes, I go too," and it's gonna be.
I'll be right back.
Because then
don't pass out.
Yeah, if the owner was like saying, "What the fuck's going on? We gave up 2 first-round draft picks for Devontae Adams, and now he wants to be gone. Like, what the fuck, And then you get rid of him, and then you're lucky to get a pick from Devontae. You might be lucky and get a first-round pick for Devontae. Some teams might. I mean, if the 49ers, if Derek Carr goes to the 49ers and all that, it's going to be very difficult for them to get rid of Devontae Adams. They'll have to not give up a first-round pick. They'll end up giving a second-round pick or something.
Well, I just want to know, do you guys think it was one of the topics, but do you think that there's a realistic chance that the Raiders could package Derek Carr and Devontae Adams? Do you think that could be a real possibility that they put Derek and Devontae together and ship them at the same time?
I think it's possible, but I don't think it's likely, though. I mean, he'd have to talk to both, they have to talk to both their agents at the same time and everything and say, hey, we could put you guys somewhere. We don't want to mess you around and everything. And, and we want to get 2 first-round picks, one for, for 2023 and then one for 2024 with a team like, say, the Colts or the Jets or, the 49ers won't do that. I think the Jets or the Colts would be one to do that probably, but
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard. Like when I've spoke on this before, you're demanding such high draft capital. It would almost make sense that you had like in basketball where you're doing like a 3-team trade because of how much cap you would kind of need here. Because there's no way that they can say Carr ain't worth it. I mean, first or second. He 100% has to be a first, in my opinion, especially depending on where he's heading. Devontae, I mean, you have to get 2. Even if they want to say so-called down year, motherfucker had 1,300 yards and 2 touchdowns, and 12 touchdowns. We're not even done with the season, and he's not sitting out, so he's still got 2 more games. So Devontae has to demand 2 first rounds. And if I could, you don't want all of them in the same year anyways. Like I think like 2 first rounds in the same year is plenty good enough. Like 2 first round picks because then you're asking, like with those 3 picks, you're asking that every first round pick you have is gonna hit. The odds are it's not going to. So what I would want is like 2 firsts this year, offense and defense. You're probably going to hit because it's 2 separate areas in the first round that you're probably got a pretty high chance in hitting on both of those picks, offensively and defensively. But then I'd push the other ones to the next year. Again, another first and 2 firsts because we'll have ours. I just think you don't want to put too much cap in one year because I think you're going to go to waste. Where I think where you have a better chances is spreading out that cap for draft cap for like 2-3 years. That way you're getting every year going forward 2 picks, one of theirs and one of ours, kind of like what the Rams did, So I think that kind of mentality kind of works a little better when you're sitting there and getting like Detroit, you're getting repercussions year after year for it. So to me, I would like to or Devontae and Derek traded at the same, because I want to see what Derek can do with Devontae in a good system like Sean or somebody, or Kyle, or even frickin' what's his name down there in Sean McVay, but somebody of that type, because we already know he ain't going to go to frickin' Andy Reid, so that's just not even going to happen. But long story short, I just want to see like Kyle Shanahan. I mean, can you imagine, dude, if you got Devontae and Derek over in the Niners? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, with Devo there, it would be an unstoppable team. I mean, they would be
you'd be going Super Bowl for probably fucking back to back years.
They'd probably go 6-0 in their division too, probably.
His guarantee was, if he got hurt in the last 2 games here, was his $34.8 million on top of the incentive, which I think came out to like $40 million total if he got injured. Yeah, he would get paid.
Yeah. I think right now though, it's going to be hard because people. Derek Carr, I believe he doesn't. Derek Carr doesn't want to go, but I think David Carr and maybe some other family members are going to say, Derek, you got to play still. You got a lot of game in you. You're still a young guy. Play. Derek Carr is like so loyal that he's willing to say, you know what, if they don't want me there, then I'm just going to retire. I mean, that's a lot, and for somebody like fucking Josh McDaniels not to get that, that's loyalty. You will never find a loyal player like that. I mean, that's what some people just don't get. When a team wants to be there. I mean, Al Davis respected Tim Brown. Tim Brown said, I don't care about the money. I want to be a Raider. And he didn't go for big, high pay money. He stayed so fucking loyal that Al Davis said, you know what? I like this guy. He's staying. He could have been gone, but he ended up being gone after North Turner, took over on the team, became the head coach, and he let him go. And Al Davis was like, oh, okay, because he was saying, because Tim Brown was declining and everything, but, which is the most logical thing, much as I hate to say it, but, and then the Raiders, they loved Tim Brown. They stayed loyal to him. And, but those were the old Raider fans though, and they even said, we miss you.
Yeah, but you even got, so that's even something else. You got Tim Brown coming out saying, I don't know what the hell is going on with the Derek Carr fiasco, but it must be looking like Josh McDaniels want to be getting fired, like straight up shit like that, bro. Like,
yeah, because that's because what he's saying is that's
he's like, hey, this is some bullshit, man. Like,
that's the
and you're right. I mean, hey, but Kyle made some good picks, bro, and he's done pretty good. But you're right on that fucking pick for Trey, I think that was dumb as hell because I said it, 3 first-round picks for that fool. That was hella dumb.
Oh yeah, that was
Trey
Deshaun
Lance
Watson.
for the Niners. Trey Lance for the Niners. They traded back up into there, and I think they ended up giving up like 3 first-round picks, if I remember right, for him.
Yeah, well, for Derek Carr, if he doesn't get traded and he gets released, then he goes. Maybe the 49ers might go after him, but if they do that, they could trade Trey Lance because
Miami got some fire picks out of those 3 fucking first rounds.
Miami,
they got fucking Waddle. They got Waddle. They got Waddle, Tyreek, and frickin'
Tyreek Hill. Yeah.
Oh man, who the hell else was the other one? Waddle, Tyreek, and frickin'
yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
but I mean,
and I don't want to say Christian. I don't think Christian was their pick that year. Why am I spacing? I just had that shit the other day. But yeah, you're right, dude. Miami did capitalize on that shit. Fat, bro. Fat.
I think even the Eagles did great in the draft too. I mean,
Hell yeah, they drafted good. They fucking got, man, the motherfuckers are picking up every guy they can to make sure they stay competitive and make it to the Super Bowl. I mean, motherfucking anytime a player let's go get the next best fucker on the. I don't even know how they even affording it, to be honest. I don't know how they afforded it. I don't know how they got it. I don't know where the hell all the money came from. But it's like every time something happens, they didn't just go, we were over here just talking like, oh, let's hope we can get Donegan. Them motherfuckers were like, let's get Sue, let's get Joseph, let's go get this fucking guy. Oh, hell, we need to trade over here for Robert Quinn, dude, when we already got our guy. What the hell? These guys aren't messing around, dude. Oh, hell, we ain't good enough yet. Let's get Bradbury, dude. Like, they weren't joking. These dudes did their shit, so. I'd probably just say, like, from the get-go, Josh and them didn't want to do that because they could have went out and they could have traded and they could have moved players to help Carr get better receivers or better defensive cornerbacks, and we never did. Not one fucking time. Not one time. Let them all walk. Even let fucking Gilmore walk, dude. I mean, we let all kinds. Fucking didn't even entertain the Jason Jackson, dude. Didn't look at dude over there in the Washington. We didn't look at shit. We didn't look at Bradbury. Didn't look at nobody. So fucking dudes are jokes sometimes, man. Like I said, they want to do it to an extent, but I don't know. When teams want to win, you see what they'll go put out there to win these days. So. You just can't be like Jerry in Dallas because we can't all afford just massive checks. You know, we can't just afford to write massive checks to anybody and everybody. So, but let's speak on these Niner game one more time, and then I think we'll head out for the night. We've already been almost 6 hours. So we'll speak on the Niner game, see about what we think is going to happen coming up with this game this weekend. Where do we realistically see our team? So on.
I think the
Bradley Chubb. That's who I was gonna say. Yeah, fuck yeah, Bradley Chubb, fucking Waddle and Tyreek. Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
I think. What were you gonna say?
I fell asleep again, guys.
What?
I know, believe me.
Dude.
No.
He fell asleep with this. He fell asleep with this Peter in his hand like this.
Nah, I went to go warm up a tamale.
I'd eat tamales.
I'd eat the fuck out of a tamale right now.
I love tamales.
I have a feeling that Carl's Jr. probably closed right now. So
yeah.
Fuck, it's almost 1.
That looks like a little chub right there, dude. Is what that looks like. So.
No, it broke on me.
All right, man. So I'm gonna speak on this Niner game real quick.
Okay.
I think, like I said earlier, the benching of Derek Carr is my deal. Because again, they've never come out and said why. They just said that they mutually agreed that it was what was best. Yada yada yada. I agree. Like if you're sitting them because of the money and so on, that you don't want to get him injured, then great, whatever. Outside of that, I think if you're taking Stenham into the number 1 defense in the NFL, he's never even played an NFL game. He's been active for I think he's been active for a total 64 games, I think is what they said, but he's never played a snap in the NFL outside of preseason or something like that. So for me, I've said I think it could favor Stenham because of the fact he has a weaker arm. He's not going to try to push the ball downfield. I believe if he gets in those drags, those slants, those curls, running Josh Jacobs, and running off of play action or things of that, I do believe he can probably put up a little bit. But let's be real. The Niners have been dumping on everybody. It doesn't matter who they're playing. Don't matter. I think there's only been one game here in the last few weeks where I think it was pretty close to both sides for the whole game. And I keep trying to remember what game that was, and I can't remember the fucking team they played. But long story short, the Niners been pretty much
was it the Dolphins?
It to people. I don't know if it was or I know one game just recently they were back and forth for the whole. It could have been the Dolphin game, but nah, because the Dolphins got their ass beat. So no, it wasn't the Dolphin game. Frickin' They played somebody else. But long story short, the Niners are a real deal, man. They got good ass offense. They got good defense. They got great defense and a good
What is
offense.
the Denver game?
Nah, Denver got their ass beat too. So
Denver beat them by like.
Denver beat who?
The Niners?
Yeah.
No, they didn't
Did
beat
it?
the Niners.
Yes, they
Oh, wait,
did. It was like
let me check.
13-10 or some shit.
What was it?
What? Oh wait, yeah, I think so.
13-10.
I think you might be right. Let me see. I think you might be
I don't
right.
know.
Let me check though. I think you might be right.
Let me go look. I'm gonna go look up their roster right now.
All
I
I
mean, all
gotta
you
do
gotta
is hit
do is just
schedule.
put in Niner versus fucking Bronco. It should pop up.
You know what? I think they. Let me see. Where's the win?
But long story short, the Niners defense is real deal, man. And
yeah,
Bosa,
they won
Nick
11 to 10. Yeah.
11 to 10. So it was.
Nick Bosa
They
is
should've
playing
lost.
really good off of their that it was a game like that, and it probably was that game where, but that's only one because the other games these guys just been beating on dudes. So I just think going into this game, realistically, 75% Niner fans here. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are going to the playoffs, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to travel. I've spoke on this 100 times. Raider fans come from a poor environment to begin with, dude. We donate all our money to Raider gear and shit, but it doesn't mean we can donate, $1,000 just to up and go out of LA, Oakland to go to Vegas on New Year's Eve, dude, where you'll have to be there New Year's Day, so the odds are you're renting a room here today, dude. Those rooms are going to be normally $90. They're going to be like $300 to $400. So it's going to be a lot of money, man. So long story short, they're not going to travel, and sure in the hell I'm not going to travel to go see Stenham. Again, I think this is just for Josh to showcase that if his system works with Stenham, he can easily move off Carr. I believe if the system doesn't work, man, he's gonna eat a whole lot of shit, like straight up. He's probably gonna be over on his knees at Derek's door. So, but again, man, I mean, realistically, if we're just being realistic, I don't think we even stand a chance this game. Like I've said this the whole year. I've said this the whole year that this was gonna be a tall tale game because it would determine on the NFC for Super Bowl games was gonna be between the Rams and the Niners. And both the games, I mean, the Rams game was disappointing just because of the team where we were. The Niners is a real statement game. Like, that's a real game. That's where you can tell where you really stand against the team.
They're number one against the points.
The Chiefs, man, that should have been like this season should have been one of the greatest seasons going into a playoff because you're getting like the best of all the worlds. One, you're fighting the Bay. Two, you're seeing if you stand competitive against the NFC team. Then three, you're going to get to finish out with Kansas City to finally give them that W, give them that L, give us that W, man, and make our playoff runs on a legitimate stand. But it fell flat on its face. Now we're sitting here saying like, we still have a statistical odd. It's it. Nah, motherfuckers, we can go win both games and we ain't doing shit. So we'll be packing up, heading home the same way. So, again, I think we screwed the pooch, and I don't think it was just Carr. I think I've said, I go back to our lives. I've been saying the defense all year long. These guys are garbage as hell. I don't give a shit what do people want to you want to microfy your freaking stats where I don't care. I don't like that shit. But long story short, I think we better just get ready for next year. Like, in my opinion, I mean, this Chiefs game, look, if we go in and beat the Chiefs, what's it really fucking matter, man? You're playing their backups, dude. You're playing Stenham. Is that really a win for us to brag about? Like, oh, we got the Chiefs. I mean, I know some Raider fans want to.
With their backups.
I know some of the Raider fans want to, gloat on it, but man, you know what a Chiefs fan gonna turn? You know what fucking Hefe over here gonna fucking say? The first second that happens, he's gonna be like, "Play the backup." Hefe gonna play. Oh, you played that backup, man. So I don't like that shit, and I agree. I'm not a fake fan, man. I agree. What the Hefe would say, I would agree because you did beat up backup, so you didn't beat up even anybody on the starting deal. So me personally, I want to get ready for the off season. I want to get ready for the whole fucking look it. I want the rebuild. Like, I'll be honest, I don't want all this fucking band-aid shit. I don't want, hey, you get this guy, get rid of that. Just get rid of them all.
I hate
Fuck
rebuilds.
it, dude. Like, I hate it, but I think it would be the best thing for us, period, dude. Like,
I just don't trust
truly
Josh
believe it would
McDaniels,
be the
though.
best thing. It ain't Josh building the team, it's Zeke, dude. So
Well,
Josh will
them
get
both.
his idea. Josh will get idea to put in on players. Zeke's building the team. He's building what he thinks is best for this team. So, I agree. I agree that nobody likes a rebuild. But let's be real, man.
I
Like,
believe
the
it's going to be a
divide in the
dark day for the
nation's hella
Raiders.
hard, bro. The divide in the nation's hella hard. We need to get everybody back on the same page. And I think that's what it's going to take is to break the team down. Fucking everybody a bitch. Who cares? You've been bitching for 20 years. You've been bitching for 3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 35, 40 years. You've been bitching a long time as a Raider fan. So the way I look at it is that knock it down, fucking get it to the ground, fucking bury that shit, go next door, put up a new concrete slab, and start building the foundation in a home, dude. Like, you got to build shit that works, dude. We keep going off of like what Al gone. Al's fucking gone, man. Like, he's gone. That shit been gone a long fucking time, and it was actually gone when he was still alive, dude. So it been gone a long fucking time. It's time that listen. I understand that they come from the Patriots. Like, I get that, dude, but they're not Patriots. They're fucking Raiders. They're here in our uniforms, in our fucking building, in our fucking house. That's a Raider fucking house. Now, I don't care if they come from a lot of teams come from, or a lot of coaches come from other organizations to begin
Bill
with.
Coward
dude.
was
So
a
every
Cleveland Brown. He was a Cleveland
exactly,
Brown.
and every person that would jock Andy Reid, Mike Holmgren, John Gruden, all come from Green fucking Bay to begin with. So you'd just be calling every time a guy went to another deal, he's a Packer, or he's this, or he's that. But that's not it. He was that there, but he's this here. So for me personally, I have fucking all the faith in the world of Zig being able to rebuild. I've said it and spoke on it, and the way this guy's been trained and the way that he's gone through the system, he didn't just get he just didn't get taught like some backdoor dude. He got taught the real way. So for me, I just think I wouldn't have a problem with it. And I trust him, dude, because he's already shown you. He's already shown us, dude, picking up these key little. This is what Patriots do. They pick up these key little motherfuckers that end up contributing big ass ways, dude. Like, they've already done it on numerous ends. So I'm not against them doing it, man. And I don't care if people listen. Nobody wants to just say jump in and rebuild. Nobody wants to do that. But sometimes that's what it needs to be. It's not at the end of the day. At the end of the day, all of us on this panel, every person in the chat, every person that does a YouTube channel or any fucking kind of content, it's just an opinion. We have an opinion. We're going to put it out there, what we think. At the end of the day, when Josh and Zeke, it's Zeke. I hate saying Josh because I fucking do that because of Gruden. But when Zeke sits down at the table, he's going to say what's best regardless of what the fuck we think. Because obviously he's doing it already, so he don't care. And if they thought that benching Derek Carr was going to cause this debacle, maybe that's what they want to see. Maybe they want to see that shit in social media. They want to see how hard it pings, how the way that people are going to view them, how the projection of it, and then watch them come out in the end and say, "Oh, we were never going to cut him anyways. We just been benching him because of that." You know. But again, if that's what we're sitting here hoping on, man, maybe it's not the best thing. Maybe it really is time for a breakdown and rebuild. Let Carr go somewhere else and do what he should. He should do it. Come back and retire as a Raider. You're going to go down as one of the greatest Raiders. But listen, a lot of Tom Brady should be the fine example, dude. He was with the Patriots his whole career, went somewhere else, dude, to play again. It's not uncommon for players to leave a team and still be a Hall of Famer for us or come back to the Hall of Fame and retire. It's not uncommon. So for me, just to finish up on this deal before I let them speak, before we hop up out of here, I think we're going to get our ass beat. So that's where I'm going to put it at. And we should, because Stenham garbage. And if Stenham comes out there and puts up 28 fucking
They stopped the run. They're number one in stopping the run.
Dude, I will straight jump down over that. If Stenham puts up 28 or 35 points, I'm going to hop over that wall and kick him right in the nuts, bro. Like, I swear to God. Like, I'll be so pissed. I'll be so pissed.
Yeah. Like I said, the 49ers, the only thing that's weak on their defense a little bit, and it's not real bad. They're only ranked 16th in the passing defense. That's their only weakest part, and it's not that bad. And Jared Stidham throwing shorter passes, I can see the Raiders going 3 and out really quickly, and he won't make a lot of mistakes. But if he starts to try to throw those deeper passes, like say it's 3rd and 14 or something, Jared Stidham's going to go 3 and out real quickly, or he's going to try to throw a deep pass, get sacked, or throw an interception. See, I'm just saying that with Derek Carr, he's a better situation guy for 3rd and 14 than Jared Stidham, you know. I mean, Derek Carr's gone for it on 4th down he needed only 10 yards, and he got like 12 yards, you know. I mean, in those situations, and they're going to find out that it's going to be a rude awakening for all us Raider fans next year if Derek Carr is gone. It's going to be ugly, ugly. And sure, we're going to get good draft capital and all that, but, you know, the question is, how good is Josh McDaniels' system? His management
what
as a head coach.
He said hold up Hall of Fame. What is he talking about?
I have no idea. Hold up.
Did somebody say Hall of Fame son? Or were we talking and said Hall of Fame player, or what? Did I
know he said something, but I don't know. I don't know who Hold Up is, or if that's a name, or, you know.
No, he's saying we must have been talking. Did he say something about Hall of Famer, or did I? I don't remember if I don't think I did.
About Hall of Famer. Yeah, the corners would eat shit against Carr. Yeah. Well, I think Derek Carr would have a better chance.
What he said is, like, what he means by hold up is, like, we're talking, and he's like, hold up, wait a second. And then he said Hall of Fame. So.
Oh yeah, I believe you, the Carr gods. I do agree, Derek Carr. I mean, he has his flaws. Everybody does. But, you know, when someone is not the exact problem, I mean, if his numbers were like top 15 or even top 20, and I can understand the change, but he's better than that. Most good head coaches, even if they don't fit their system, they don't get rid of him, or they trade him for another quarterback that fits their system that's of equal value or greater. That's what the smart coach would do. That's what, and it's not real question. It's not.
That's what I thought. I don't know. Where,
I mean, if you're trading Derek
Hall of Fame.
I know. I mean, if the Raiders were trading a quarterback for another quarterback, you know, that this is just logic, not by my personal belief. That would be the more logical thing to do. You know, that would be more logical than just saying, oh, we're going to go draft a quarterback because we're going to win a championship. But you're not winning a championship if you get rid of Derek Carr, you know, which some people think, oh, you know, the Derek Carr haters, they think that's going to make the team better. It's not. And they'll say, well, it's time. Derek Carr's time's come. It's not his time to come. It's Josh McDaniel who's deciding, or even Ziegler, but he's not the problem. I've been saying that anybody would know this. And the problem is, though, is I don't care if someone doesn't fit your system. Replace him for a player of equal value, and it's not Tom Brady. He's not of equal value, you know. Just because he knows the system doesn't mean that. People think Derek Carr's not doing good because he doesn't know the system. He does know the system, just not as well as other quarterbacks, but he's still effective, you know. It's just that when you're a head coach, you have to make changes to what you really want to do. If you're doing something that doesn't work, you know, you got to change it. But I don't believe it's that. I think Josh McDaniels is just playing around with the play calling and wants to see, like, he's evaluating. I mean, there were good plays that we did that were very effective, and then all of a sudden we played stupid ball game. I mean, you know, I've never seen bad play calling, and Josh McDaniels is a great play caller, you know. And he's like doing it on purpose.
I think he's doing it on purpose, 100%. I mean, I've spoke on it. How do you have numbers like they do? Look it, dude. Just go back to the beginning of the season. Go back to that same game. I spoke about this in our live. I brought it up numerous times that we were averaging like 27.2 points. Everybody was talking about it on every single network, ESPN, Good Morning Football. Everybody, they were at us right there in the top 5 with them saying, like, look, You have the Eagles. You had, I fucking think it was the Giants
Yeah.
at the time. Then you had us, dude. Like, they had 3 winning teams out of the 5, and we were the
Yeah.
3rd or 4th, averaging that high of points and not. And then it's just coincidence that we went into that same game and got dubbed on. And then then after that, it's like, oh, we go back in against the Texans and kick the shit out of them. Put up 3 touchdowns in the 4th quarter, which we never fucking do. And then all of a sudden, again, there we go. We fall off again. We just fall off face of fucking earth. Nobody can pass. Nobody can do.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. Go look at the Colts game. Look at multiple games. When McDaniels wants to score, he will score. He's made it fucking perfectly, dude. Colts game, they went up 10 points on us. They were about to go up 17 or 14, 17, I think. Then Josh ended up getting possession. We go down for 3 possessions and burnt on them. Back to back. Boom, boom, boom. No problem. Then all of a sudden, once we got the lead, what happened? We fall off face of the earth again. Just do it all over again. Just fall right off the face of the fucking earth. And we've done this too many times under Josh. I mean, I started calling it in the beginning, or right in the beginning, probably like week 3. I think it's by week 3, I was already like, yeah, this dude's fucking not, he's taking shit, man. Like, there's no way that I've watched this guy for years under them Patriots. You don't fucking, this guy got more fucking football knowledge and history in his fucking 20 years than most dudes have in their whole career. In their whole career, in their lifetime, dude. And this motherfucker got more of it, and he got it more in the first 20 than these guys have ever had. He's only 40. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy as fuck.
Yeah.
And that's why I just said, like, it's not, the guy didn't just come over here and forget how to call plays. He did not forget, dude. And I think it was Al that just said this a little while ago in the chat. Watch if this fool doesn't show up over here and just fucking, instead of just start calling all kind of different plays that fit Denham but don't fit Carr. Like, that shit would piss me off, man. I hope someone beat him upside the head with a bottle, dude. Like, that shit would piss me off, you know?
The 49ers are going to expose this BS, though, if he's trying to say, there's no way that, like, common sense that Jarrett Stidham is better than Derek Carr. I mean, they put Derek Carr in bad situations. He puts Derek Carr in bad situations, you know, or he runs the ball more so he doesn't throw the ball that much, you know. I mean, running the ball 3 times, I mean, that's stupid, though. You go 3 and out, you know. And
to be the kind of play caller he's been in his career to do that type of shit.
That's not him, yeah.
Hell no.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, oh, yeah, how come he's not doing, you know. I mean, if he was playing at his best, we would be doing better. I mean, he would be doing better than what than Gruden's system. But the thing is, though, he's doing it on purpose, is what it is. But he's going to find out how hard it is when you lose some good players and try to replace them, you know, especially against a very tough AFC West division. I mean, and I understand like what Down Under was saying. You got to have a quarterback though that could mentor. But you know, Tom Brady's not going to mentor nobody. The only guy that's going to mentor the young quarterback is going to be Jarrett Stidham. You know, and Jarrett Stidham's a yes man too, just like Derek Carr. He's not a true starting quarterback. He never will be. You know, that's just the way.
Hell no. Bill Belichick said out of his own mouth, Stidham ain't option A, B, C, or D.
Yeah. I think he was going to be the water boy last year. He decided to trade him to us because the only thing he was going to be is instead of being a backup quarterback or a third string, probably water boy, you know.
Hey, you know what the thing about Kyle is in that deal? He at least acknowledges that he needs to run him out of that formation where Josh don't acknowledge that shit.
Yeah. I think Josh McDaniels likes to be arrogant, and he shouldn't be liking to be arrogant. You know, you've got to be more cautious when you're back as a head coach. And to me, he's still considered like a rookie, even though he's had coaching experience when he was with Denver. But he acts like he's this great shit of a head coach when he's not. You know, he's got to prove it. He feels like he doesn't have to prove it, and he could do whatever the fuck he wants, and that's a bad thing. And you know, that's what's going to lead the Raiders to darker
days if he's going to be like that with this whole team. No matter how great of a play caller he is, you know, people they get pissed off, and you know, and people, you know, I mean, like Devontae Adams, his morale is very high. He's going to play. He said he's going to play the entire season, but you know, he's real pissed off. But you know, he doesn't know if Derek Carr is going to be gone. He has a feeling he is, and if he's gone, he's gone. He let everybody already know that. You know, he already did.
Damn, or what's up?
Yeah, they're putting the pressure.
No, heck no.
Okay.
So you ready to take my order?
Yeah, I can.
All right.
What are you ordering? I fell asleep again.
What? Hey, dude.
Fuck.
I know it's 1 o'clock though, but you know.
That's what that weed does to you.
Yeah, it is a downer. I never smoked, but you know, I've been around weed before you were born.
What is he
too.
getting? Carl's Jr. again?
Carl's Jr. Is it Carl's Jr. or Jack in the Box?
I'm a good motherfucking Carl's Jr. Motherfucker. I'm over here on that side of town. Jack in the Box on the other side of town.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I
Whenever
said
I'm on this side, it's Carl's Jr. Whenever I'm on that side, it's fucking Jack in the Box.
Yeah, we always call it Jack in the Crack in the Box.
I gotta get me some food, man. I'm freaking starving.
Like I always drive past. Say again? What'd you say?
What you gotta go get?
Fucking double bacon western cheeseburger, baby.
Cheeseburger. That sounds like Carl's Jr.
Yeah, I was fucking starving, man. I wouldn't even lie. Brian Greasy, are you talking about wasn't he the fucking quarterback for the Suns?
I'm gonna have you go forward to that trash and I'll bring it right out to you.
Hey, can I get my this fucking baby? You know, it's women like this motherfucker or people like this that
is that Royal Crown?
Hey.
Is that the Royal Crown? Oh, the apple.
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, he's got that nasty shit, bro.
Oh, yeah,
I love Crown Royal. I fucking hate apple Crown Royal, dude. It is like dude. That shit's like drinking fucking fire, dude. You can't freeze it. Man, it got that harsh fucking hit on it. That shit's hard, dude. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm fucking ready to drink my food because I'm
I tried
starving.
that Fireball stuff. It's sweet but rough too.
Fireball's fucking like drinking fucking candy, man. That shit right there is like,
I use this for my cooking right here, Jim Bean.
Yeah. I love
this one too.
Nice. Hell yeah. I love peach, man. Peach Crown is like one of my favorites. It says, are you going to the game? Hell yeah. What is that whiskey?
Well, that's bourbon.
Hey, dude, for the Niners fan, bro, I think you're cool as fuck, man. Like, I appreciate you showing up to the live tonight, man. I really appreciate it. If Cortez can, man, throw out the Discord and shit one more time, and then let's look if you want to see it, join up. Hey, we got a Discord, Instagrams, everything, man. I mean, like I said, we like you guys to be part of it, regardless of what team you like or not, man. I love the conversation. I love coming on here with our panel, man, and always being able to combat with all kinds of different people. So, I've always said we are Raider fans. We do talk Raider news here, but we are very knowledgeable on all football across the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm about to be knowledgeable on this double bacon western cheeseburger, man, here in a minute.
Yeah. I had 2 corn dogs.
I have this feeling this lady's probably
like
spitting
Molly,
in
guys.
right now.
Jim Bean is a bomb with Coke. Yeah, Coke is good with like
Jim
whiskey
Bean,
or rum. But I'm not a mixed drink person, though. I'll just drink it straight up. Tamales and whiskey. No, that'll just put you to sleep a little bit.
What is it? Which one?
We said tamales and whiskey.
So if you guys are just thinking, man, going forward, what is like your guys' expectation going into the off season? Like, do you really think in these next 2 games, playing Stidham, that we even have a chance to win?
Oh hell no, we have no chance. We're going for the first pick of the first round.
We don't have no damn chance to win, bro. Our season's done. Our season's been done for a minute.
We're gonna go 1-16.
What do you think about these Raider fans that are like, we still have a chance? We still have a
You're
chance.
fucking retarded. They don't know football.
Yeah, we have a chance, but I'll just say it like this: the chances of us going to the playoffs would be me growing a beard just like Aaron. That's how I play that.
Man, I don't even grow one, man.
Hey, that's how I feel the
I got
same.
nothing right here. I just got
You're
goatee.
just about like, what, a week or 2 ago? Fuck, that shit pops out that fast, dude.
Shit, bro, it's been like a month.
I know it don't pop out as fast as this lady's supposed to bring my food, but hey.
Fuck, bro, she's lagging it still?
Dude, I'm telling you, man, these motherfuckers in Oregon, dude, I've never been to fast food where it been take 20 minutes to bring me my food, man. Like, straight up.
Hey, bro, over here at Burger King, bro, they only got like 3 or 4 people working.
Oh yeah, the Burger King's slower, but the food is hotter though. I've had Burger King; it is good. The fries are nice and hot. Whenever I drive, I start eating the fries sometimes.
I like Burger King fries and stuff. They ain't bad, dude. But I don't know what it is about Burger King lately, but dude, you can taste like the fucking oil in their food, man. And I don't like
that. Just depends on who cooks it, though, too. Real
Yeah,
oily food is McDonald's.
Hey, like I say, man, you guys are free to join up on our Discord, man. This is our Discord. We have over 200 members, a lot of YouTube content creators in there. I mean, a lot of big name YouTube content creators in there. But long story short, you know, our Discord, man, is more just family-based people. We do a lot of things in there, put a lot of Raider content in there.
Tomorrow, if
once
you're not
we get
busy,
back
we
to
need
the off season, we're gonna do movies. Nights like
we gotta figure out a day for movie night.
Yeah, we have a lot of things, video games, movies, dude. I mean, we try to just interact with as much with our people as we can. So, like I said, if you guys want, feel free to join us, man. We always looking for new people to come in and kick it, man, and just talk football.
Yeah.
Look at his dumb ass.
Wait, who is that?
Stupid JJ.
JJ.
Watch,
What, smiling?
No, bro, this is the one. I'll play it back.
Even the Patriots, honestly. But I don't know. Let's see how it play out.
What about if we can get Tom Brady out to the Raiders?
The fuck?
Look, hey, you know I can't speak on that.
See, I told you about that.
That's gonna be an interesting.
Okay, that was Dana White.
That was when they were trying to get Brady.
But I don't know. Let's see how it play out.
Listen, I'm a Patriots guy, man. If the Patriots don't take him, he's got to come to Vegas and play for the Raiders.
That's how I feel. So if he want to leave,
That's how he feels. See, he already turned his back on Carr before.
Oh, that was yeah.
Vegas the first year.
So fucking asshole.
The first year in Vegas, he turned on Carr.
Wow. You know what the funny thing is with Derek Carr? Derek Carr is wouldn't even. You could get pissed off. I'd be pissed off. I'd say, this motherfucker, I'll send this motherfucker out to get dried or something, or out. But, you know, that's one thing you don't ever say about your quarterback. You're a running back. That's your general. You don't do that, you know?
I don't know how he can just be like, oh, we'll see about how, like, you got to stand up for your team, man.
Yeah, Derek Carr stands up
for your dudes. You can't just be like, oh, yeah, fucking left on time. I'd have been like, yeah, fuck Tom Brady. We're fucking Raiders.
Yeah, bro, but like that's what made me lose respect, bro.
Yeah. You know what the crazy thing is now?
Quarterback.
There could be a karma where the Raiders just franchise tag Josh Jacobs, and then trade him for a first-round pick or a second-round pick.
That would be funny.
That could happen too. They say, you know what, we like you, but we want to get more out of you so we can build
I don't know
more
if this is true,
around the team.
But since we've been on, I heard a rumor. It's not on the offensive side.
Well, let's hear what this next one is.
Supposedly, there's rumors that that Mad Max wants to leave.
What? But he's already guaranteed a contract. He's got a big contract. That'd be hard for him to leave. He's got a big long-term contract. He's
That's
got the
crazy,
biggest
though.
contract.
If that's how he feels about this organization,
If he feels that way, then
there's
I think
some shit happening.
Josh McDaniels needs to change his fucking tone and
Who
say, you know
said
what?
this? I gotta hear it.
No. It was up on Facebook. I don't know if it's true. That's
Yeah, that guy
probably isn't.
Fucking fake, bro. That guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Max Crosby. He's just gonna go with his
That kid
contract
made,
and everything.
bro. And I understand he made things, but that fool got his whole family, his kid, everything there.
Yeah,
he
he's not
ain't
going to do
that
anything.
route nowhere right
And
now.
his parents just moved there recently.
It's a business, and he's going to say that. It's a business. I don't like how it goes, but it's just the way it is, and that's what he's going to say. And I don't blame Mad Max. I have nothing against him for saying that. Yes, Carr definitely bleeds silver and black. But you know what, though? Yeah, he should have retired. You know, that's why his woman left him, because he didn't retire. He retired and then didn't stay retired, decided to go back in. You know, and this is what my dad said, and he says this as a married man. He said that, you know what? You got to think more about your family than yourself, you know. It doesn't matter how great you are.
A brand new newborn baby kid. You've already put yourself in Vegas. You're not looking at that ship.
Yeah, definitely. Mad Max isn't going to do that. He's going to stay with the team through good times and bad times.
That's not even that. There's a difference between Max and Devontae. Max is a franchise player for the Raiders. Devontae was already a big name when he came here.
Yeah. He came to win. That's what he came to do.
Max is Raider from true from the beginning. I'm not saying Devontae ain't.
Yeah.
I'm just saying when you draft your player and he's here, I think he has a little bit more substantial ground on that end than it would be for Devontae by far.
Yeah, because you know what? It's really bad for Josh McDaniels now, because it's not good for him. It's bad publicity. I mean, he's looking really bad. A lot of people are now starting to look at him a little bit like, you're going to really get rid of Derek Carr, and then Devontae Adams is going to leave too. You know, it's like this. What's going on? Do you really want to win? That's what people will say. You know, I'm not even saying me. I'm just saying anyone else. I don't even like the idea, though.
These last few games, man.
Yeah.
He's going to have a lot to fucking speak up for it. I don't care if it's Mark or not. The Raider Nation will bash that motherfucker all off season like no tomorrow, every chance they get.
Yeah, well, you know, it's going to be not good for us. You know, it's going to be like, I do agree with what Al's Ghost said. It's going to be a dark omen, and he believes that Carr's going to be gone and then Vontae's going to be gone, and it's going to be a dark days ahead for the Raiders. And much as I hate to say it, I hope it's not true. I really hope it's not, but I have a feeling he could be right, and I just hope this feeling is wrong. You know.
Who is this?
Al's Ghost.
What'd he say?
No, I mean, he said that to us before. He says, I have a feeling that Derek Carr is going to be gone, and then Devontae is going to be gone, and it's going to be a dark day for the Raiders. You know, it's going to be really bad. You know,
I remember when he said that, yeah.
Yeah.
Who says, who do you guys think will go all the way in the AFC?
In the AFC Championship, I'm. It's really hard to say. It just depends. If Buffalo could stay healthy with Josh Allen, I think they're favored to be going to the Super Bowl, win the AFC Championship. But if Cincinnati could beat Shocker, they could take out Buffalo, and you know it could be Cincinnati or the Chiefs. If the Chiefs face Buffalo, I think Buffalo's got them. That's what
I think New England wins.
Oh, New England? What? New England winning?
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I fucking Mac Jones is garbage. If Max Patricia got them to the Super Bowl, I would. Oh, dude.
I'd say Buffalo and Eagles in the Super Bowl. That's a crazy one.
As much as I hate to say it, man, I wouldn't be surprised if the Bengals ended up back there again.
That's a good possibility. I mean,
they're
they
just
didn't
playing
look
good
like they were
football at the
coming
right
back.
time.
They were like going down and then they went right back up. I mean, the Chiefs went that way too last year. They were going down, and
I'll pick the
right
Bengals
back up.
for me. Bengals Super Bowl against
Bengals
Philadelphia.
and Eagles. I think the Eagles are very favored to go. I mean, they could drop, but I don't think they're going to drop. I think it's going to be Eagles definitely going.
I think what'll happen with the Niners, like I said, they're a good team. I think they're going to hit a game somewhere along this line with the Cowboys or with the Eagles where the points aren't going to get put up. That's all. That's the only reason why I think they'll end up getting weeded out is that Purdy. I don't think Purdy's going to go up against them and put up 35.
No, he's not. It's going to be a low scoring game.
And the problem with Jalen Hurts,
13-10 or something games.
He does make a difference over Gardner Minshew by far. And Dak, I think the Niners can beat Dak because he just throws interceptions. This motherfucker, all he's been doing throwing interceptions all year. But I think Philadelphia is going to be the team, man. I really do.
Yeah,
I think they just got so many weapons offensively, defensively. AJ Brown and fucking Smith are coming on. You got Miles. You got a lot. I think for me, it's going to be the Bengals versus the Eagles.
Yeah, it could be Bengals, Eagles. I mean, it just depends. Bengals have proven they could beat either the Buffalo Bills or the Chiefs, but I think the Broncos though would be more favored. I mean, the Buffalo Bills would be favored to beat the Eagles better than Cincinnati. I don't think Cincinnati could beat the Eagles though. I think the Eagles would.
I think Cincinnati would give them the best chance because of the offense.
Yeah, well, I think what I'm saying is, I mean, any other game, yeah, but I just think the Eagles' defense would be too much, and they would put a lot of pressure, and they got a pretty good secondary too, the Eagles. But Buffalo, they look more complete on their offense. They got a better O-line. They can run the ball. They pass the ball a lot more, but they do run the ball pretty good, despite the stats and everything. But I think they're more of a complete team. They look more complete than any team in the AFC. And the Eagles, they look really complete. So I think it would be a monster fight between the Eagles and the Buffalo Bills. I think that would probably be the better game. But I think if the Eagles face Cincinnati, Cincinnati will face another loss again. But, because Cincinnati does have its flaws too,
Every team has their flaws.
Yeah, they have their flaws when it comes to, I mean, they did beat the Steelers this time, but, my dad would say, oh, but TJ Watt wasn't 100%. But they did improve their passing game a little bit. But when you come ballsy, though, that could get, because if you put a lot of pressure on Joe Burrow, even though he likes to throw the ball on Lamar Chase, all you got to do is just double team Lamar Chase, even if it means the other receivers getting open. But if you outscore them in an outscoring match, it'll be a close game. It might be a great game, but, it'll be a tough game. We'll just have to see. But it could be either way. The one thing that could surprise anybody is they're going to go to the playoffs, but I don't think they're going to go any further, and that's the Baltimore Ravens. They look.
Cortez passed out with the bottle in his hand.
Yeah. I think the Ravens are the one team that don't belong in the playoffs, but it's because of injuries and,
I've always said those NFC games when you're playing Niners, Cowboys, Eagles, shit, that's history right there. Those are always good games, man, and they always have been for all the NFL.
I think the Eagles and the Cowboys would be a good game to see them, and if it goes to a playoff fight or something, I'd like to see that again. But I mean, the Cowboys, I think their defense is a little much. It's improved a little bit better, but I think with Dak, he's not real mobile, and if you put pressure in the middle, it's like he's a pocket quarterback. He's not a balance or scrambling quarterback like he used to be, And I know people trash on Dak, but I think Dak is just not the same he used to be. That injury he got, it's messed him up, and he has to be.
You're just saying Dak has his best season yet.
Yeah.
He didn't start until week 6. He got fucking 20 touchdowns and 14 interceptions. Like, what the fuck do you mean it's his best season yet?
Yeah, what it is the teams are like blitzing the middle, and they want to. They know they don't respect him out of the pocket. They have no respect for him, and they're just going after him, taking chances. Even though Cowboys do run the ball, but they just have no respect for him.
Yeah, but they moved to Pollard being on the outside, being the fast back, and then they're using Zeke as a power back now down there.
Yeah. Pollard outside and Zeke is in the middle, but Zeke doesn't do too well. I think Pollard's the better running back, in my opinion, over Zeke, though.
I agree. I agree with that right there. They are going through an injury patch right now.
Yeah. But yeah.
Cortez.
Hey, Cortez, wake up.
They passed out with the bottle, guaranteed.
Yeah. Maybe he's having a dream he went to the Playboy mansion or something.
Hell no, he's having a dream he went to fucking gay midget porn, fucking, what is it, gay midget donkey porn. That's what he's dreaming of right now.
I wouldn't have gone that bad. I would have just said he went to a Chippendales. That's just me being nice.
He's down there in San Fran, dude, checking out them gay bars, dude, easily.
Oh, the Blue Oyster?
Well, he went to that clap your cheeks fucking bar.
Yeah. But,
no, man, I think we got a lot of good football coming ahead, dude, especially playoffs. I love the playoffs, man, even if we're not there.
Yeah.
I just love watching good teams play, man. I mean, I've always loved it. That's why, like I've always said, I'm a fan of the NFL first, dude, as my team. So
yeah, I think my brother's a Chiefs fan and all that, and I don't like the Chiefs. Still don't care. But I was chatting with him a little bit on Messenger. He's like saying, "Where's Derek Carr gonna go?" and all that. He jokes around, likes to pull my string a little bit, but and I was like, yeah, I was telling him, yeah, we're gonna suck real bad. You guys don't have to worry too much,
Because Brock Purdy was waiting for this opportunity, saw his will at Iowa State. Dak Cam, he chokes every fucking year. He's garbage, dude. This ain't first time they've had good records and just fell out in the first game of the playoffs. So I think what he did just last year.
Well, Dak does have weapons around him and stuff, but
Purdy can be that guy. I'm not going to argue that Purdy can or can't, because I do believe he has the talent, he has the willpower. I've always said some players play differently when they get in the actual game versus being in practice and so on. Malcolm Coops is one of those dudes. So, Purdy could be the next dude to step up. But, the problem with it is, and I know you didn't say this, but I'm just going to say, like, what people have been saying about Purdy is they're like, he's the second coming of Brady. Like, that's what people are always going to rate dudes. But you can't say that, dude, because... You can't say that because, one, people are saying this about Mahomes. And Mahomes may be good, but he still ain't. I don't think Mahomes winning 6 Super Bowls in his lifetime.
No, it ain't going to happen, no.
I don't think it's any
player. I don't think it's going to happen because it's the game's a lot different now. It's very difficult. It's a lot more difficult. It's very difficult to win one Super Bowl. If you win one Super Bowl, be the fuck happy like you struck platinum. Not gold, but platinum.
because that's going to mean something for a long ass time. And you can't just say, "Oh, we're here to win multiple Super Bowls." It's not going to happen. Be lucky if you win a ring. Just be lucky. In this era with these new players, they got to be lucky if they get that bling. They get that bling, be happy. To say, you know what? I went to the motherfucking Super Bowl. And then, you know what? If I don't go to any other Super Bowls, that's fine. At least I went to a Super Bowl.
Did you literally just wake back up with the bottle in your hand?
Yeah.
He says,
I wasn't asleep.
yeah, you were.
About to take another.
Purdy is a man of faith. He almost died in high school.
Ow.
Who?
Purdy. How do you almost die in high school from taking a test or something?
No.
I've almost died twice in my lifetime, though. I've almost died. One as a baby and one as an adult. When I was born,
Devontae and Carl almost died rafting.
Yep, rafting back in the day when they were at Fresno State.
Yeah.
Who do you guys think wins Offensive Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year? I like this guy. This guy got good questions.
Let's see. Offense. That's
Jalen Hurts.
Could be.
I'm saying JJ, bro. And I'm not saying Josh Jacobs. I'm saying Justin Jefferson in Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, that's pretty close. Defensive of the Year, that might be. As much as I hate to say it, the defense.
It's at the end.
Miles
It's probably going to be Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa. I was going to say that Patriots linebacker, edge rusher.
You're saying Judon Smith?
Yeah, maybe.
Judon.
Both of them are every bit entitled to it equally. They both have the same season right now.
I mean, if you think about it, Mad Max Crosby, if they made some better defensive plays, he could be defensive player if they had done it. But when you depend on him all the time,
too far down. He's just too far. He said Purdy almost died from illness.
Illness? Oh. No.
He said Purdy almost died in high school because of illness.
Illness, huh? Why did he go home? Did he go to school with a fever or something?
Who's this person? Do you know him?
No, he got those cheeks clapped in the bathroom.
Sure, I'm done, guys.
No, he pops up tonight in the deal. But appreciate you coming by, bro. We really do, man. Please like, subscribe, and join us on each Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Oh, yeah, so...
Join the Discord. Fucking do it all. We appreciate everybody.
Hey, Dustin, if we're not doing nothing on the weekends, we should come up with what position that we want to do, and then I'll just get it all set up.
We'll be prepared for a New Year's Day party.
No, Rudy. When we start our Wednesdays shows.
We're gonna scout college
players.
College players. We're gonna start scouting college players.
Yeah. Bosa has a hood chance.
I think Bosa has the best chance.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody out there that's probably played outside of Judon and Bosa. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has put up stats or even had it. I mean, who else would it be? Who else would it be?
No. Mono. Mono. Mononucleosis? That ain't shit, man. I had Epstein-Barr that caused that shit. I ended up having to be in home studies.
If you were to go Mahomes, right? You go Mahomes, you can say Mahomes. But at the same time, if Mahomes wins the MVP, I don't see them getting the Offensive Player Award. So for me, I would say the defensive player. So it wouldn't be Mahomes. It would have
MVP match. Yeah. MVP would be Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or or Joe Burrow. Those guys would be the candidates.
What do you say, Chandler Jones? For what?
Oh, he's just being funny.
For sucking dick. I mean, fucking, that's what I'm fucking missing on a milk carton. Like, that was.
Oh, no, we could take him off the milk carton for a minute, though.
Yeah, bring him against fucking broken ass teams. Hell yeah, we'd take him off it.
Yeah. No, you put the laughing emoji on there, yeah. Yeah. Who's going to get Coach of the Year? Now, that would be a new one.
Who's what?
Who would get Coach of the Year?
Minnesota.
It could be Minnesota.
The Eagles. Have to be the Eagles, man.
Yeah,
Eagles,
the Eagles coach.
Yeah.
It'd have to be the Eagles. That dude's what? Year 1, year 2 coach?
Year 2.
Yeah, year 2 coach. So the way he's turned that whole team around, dude, and not only that, he said in that podcast, dude, that when they asked him about where they see his team, he said, what did he say, 15-2? Like, that fucking guy, I mean, they've done pretty damn good. So I would have to say, me personally, Coach of the Year would go to, I'd say, I'd say it has to be, but I don't know, man. I look at the Giants because of what he's done with the Giants. I'm going to say the Eagles. I don't care. I'm saying the Eagles.
Yeah? No. Oh, the card god said that, for that party, he had mononucleosis, yes, with a bad virus and other BS. I know mononucleosis. It's the kissing
He's
virus.
mono. He's over there with the girls, and the girls give him that fucking blue waffle.
Well, maybe it wasn't a her. Maybe it was a he. Thought it was a she, but it turned out.
That's probably fact.
The blue waffle. Man, I've seen that shit. I went to a nutritional class. They showed us all kinds of genitalia, warts and herpes and shit. Pictures of on genitalia, and they said if you can't see this, walk away from the class. Saw that shit. It was nasty as fuck. Nasty as fuck.
Did you just say, were you in school when they showed you the clap?
Oh, this was at West Hill College.
You went to college? Oh, wow.
No. I saw this shit, and they showed this shit in college. It was a nutritional class.
Yeah, you saw it when the teacher hopped up and spread her legs up and said, "This is what the clap looks like."
No, they showed pictures of people that didn't show their faces. They showed that nasty shit, showing it's just fucking nasty.
They're like, "This is what blue waffle looks like. Come here, assistant."
Maybe or they could say, "Hey, Quagmire, go show him what venereal disease looks like," and he takes.
He's like, "Which one? Which one you need me to tell you? On my left or my right one? Which one, man?"
Yeah, giggity.
Yeah, Nick for sure, man. The Eagles coach for sure. That's who I would say.
Yeah, Family Guy is funny.
Well, who's the comeback player of the year?
Some people might think Josh Jacob because he didn't have a good year last year. I know people don't like. I think he's in that run.
Josh wasn't. He wasn't hurt like that. He only missed 4 games. You got to go with somebody that missed most of the year.
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey, no. His stats are bad. He doesn't even have 1,000 yards rushing.
He got hurt, though.
He's the only fucking halfback in the league that's got 750 yards rushing, over 500 receiving.
Yeah, let me see. I still think Josh Jacob would be a little bit higher. As much as I know everybody doesn't like him, but he got he went even higher. He went 15
guy in a category that he don't exist in.
Yeah.
You can't put a guy in a category he's not in.
Yeah,
you got to go for an injured player, whoever the injured player was that year that came back and had a good year.
Let me go for another guy.
Damian Arnett.
Oh, fuck. Henry Ruggs.
No, let's see. God dang. Some people might say that. Let's see, Mike Williams. I don't know. He was pretty busted up.
I'm gonna say fuck that question because I don't even know who's injured that come back this year. I don't know, man. There's a lot of them. I mean, I don't know. Boy, I don't even know. Think of a guy with ACL or
Deshaun Watson. What? He wasn't injured. Kittle would make more sense. I think he'd been injured.
It must be a Weiner fan.
Yeah.
He is a Niner fan. He was playing baseball.
And he watched our Derek Carr on our team.
And he smacked his hand on a cactus and shit got stuck in all his What the hell? Who?
Purdy? He just played at the. There it is. Like, I got that shit stuck back on his gun.
Kittle.
Some people come up with the craziest shit, though.
I don't know. That's a tough question, man. To be honest, that's a question I don't even know if I have an answer for. To be honest, I'd have to look and see because I don't know if there's any players that were substantially hurt that came back and just balled out this year.
Yeah.
I know people would say Dak, man, but Dak is garbage, and he only was out this year, so I'm not calling him to come back.
Let me see.
I don't know. It's a tough one, man. That's a tough one. But let's move on to a different deal because we got a few more. We already went a whole hour past what we were going to go by.
Oh, okay. He said
Kittle didn't play at the beginning of the season. Yeah, I get that. But we got to look at what player from last year. It has to be a player that was injured last year that is playing this year. And I don't know any off of hand that I can say that are just playing better football than what they did last year.
That's hard to say.
Yeah, like I said, I asked the question, so I probably couldn't even give you the answer to be honest.
Yeah, but
all right, you guys got anything else you want to add to this live? I mean, this was a good live, man. We appreciate everybody that showed up, man. Usually
I'm good.
we have our panel that's out here, but again, like Jeff, you had stuff you had to do. Eric's got stuff. I mean, they're all with their families for New Year's, things like that. Again, we've always said, like, when it comes to Mondays and Fridays, we're going to try to keep the panel right around four to six people, so it keeps it more competitive conversation. Wednesdays, like, we always have a big group, man, anywhere between 4 and 10 people on that show. We can have 10 on here all the time. But, long story short, like I say, man, we appreciate all you guys showing up week in and week out, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I mean, our channel's only growing because of you guys, man. I mean, and we really do appreciate it. We all combat with everybody, man, just so we can talk football. We enjoy the Raiders. We enjoy the NFL. We fucking hate Mark Davis. I do.
We don't like Jacobs right now.
Yeah, I think Jacobs chicken shit just the way he treats after everything he's been there.
And Darren Waller's the same.
Bad.
Fucking Waller go chase plums around.
I can agree 100% Mark Davis, though, 100%. Waller, I think he's just, he just trying to keep his job. And Josh Jacob, I think he needs to. He's young, and I think he needs to keep his stupid mouth shut, though.
Hey, I think Renfro and Devontae had no problem telling what they thought.
Oh, I like Hunter Renfro. He's a hard worker,
They're not pussies, man. They put out their opinion where it matters and where it's meant to be. So if Carr would have had his weapons, man, in Waller and Renfro, then I don't think we would have been talking about Josh as much. Like I said, people get used a lot because other people are injured. And then they pick up the slack, which this year we had a halfback and a receiver that did it both. So, long story short, man, like I say, we appreciate you guys showing up week in and week out, man. We'll be live again on Monday. I can't express enough, man. You guys are going to be on New Year's here on, what is it going to be, Saturday to Sunday night. I always say, man, just don't drink and drive. I've had my youngest brother pass away. I know a lot of people have died in car accidents like that. They got Ubers out there, man. If you feel like you can't afford an Uber and you're just drunk, just sleep it off in your car, man. I mean, go to sleep in your car, go sleep in your truck. You're already heading home, so what's the matter if you sleep in your vehicle? You know, I hate to hear when people get in accidents or end up not getting hurt, them being hurt and kill somebody else, and that could be their family with their daughters or their sons or anything. I mean, I don't like that shit. I think about it all the time because I have 2 daughters and a son, and my worst fear and everything is me. I drive a lot on the roads, dude. I drive semis, I drive tractors, I drive vehicles more than obviously the normal person. And my biggest fear always is taking somebody else's life and somebody else's family. So I just say on a weekend like this, man, just please, you know, drink smart, man. Fucking be responsible, and like to say, you know, maybe let somebody know they might be out there drinking, might need a ride. And outside of that, man, I hope you guys have a great time, a great New Year's. And like I say, we'll catch you next year. And if any of you guys want to say something about the show, feel free.
Like, I got a bunch of things coming up soon, starting this next year. Just follow us. We got things in the works here that we're gonna start doing soon. Like, it's just about to be a good show.
Happy New
You
Year.
guys want to follow my page?
Car Gods.
Is
Even though you're a
the
49er fan,
Nightmare.
but you know it's cool.
I'll drop it in the chat.
Yeah, drop all the links real quick. Drop yours, drop the Discord, drop the YouTube, or put the link tree in there. Fucking link tree probably has everything.
Yeah, just
so like I say, everybody that's on our panel, if you go to the link tree, man, most of them are already inside the link tree on all their platforms, from Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, the Discord, and like I say, we support everybody. You know, in our Discord, we have all the top YouTube content creators in there. They all get promoted right outside when every video goes live. It automatically posts to the Discord. Like I say, we try to keep up on all the news. We have, you know, over 30, 40 Twitter bots inside there that are posting Raider content at all times. We do fantasy football, basketball. We have Twitter bots that post information and reports and so on. Like I said, man, we try to build everything the best that we can in there, man. Try to put up the content we can here. It's not scripted. Every single day, man, we all come up with new topics to speak on the show and just football in general. So I'm going to D&D. What's that? I'm going to D&D. Down and dirty? All right. But again, they'll get the links posted up in here. We're going to pop up out of here, man. We've been live for, almost 7 hours again, man. And, hey, look, you guys stay strong, bro. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised by it, man. Like, so tonight we averaged a really, actually pretty good, substantial view count at mostly all of our lives. And I know we're down to, like, about 4 or 5 people in here right now, but we've been as high as 20 people tonight. So, I mean, I think that's a pretty good night for us.
Yeah, bro, we had some good debates tonight with everybody.
Hey, we appreciate Ozzy popping up in here and putting out his. I always love the combativeness. Appreciate Al Ghost popping up on here and having the conversation. He's got good knowledge. He's just a good knowledge dude about football, man, and he sees stuff the same way we do, and we'll try to keep them intertwined inside our lives going forward, because that's what it's about, is getting people to have good knowledge on it, bringing them up on our show, and then making you part of it. I mean, that's what we do. So, again, we're always going to have these shows where we're going to bring people on. We're going to have any type of football. We're going to be getting into the playoffs, so we'll quickly start talking about other teams. But again, we are always Raider fans first. I just like to make that clear. We are Raider fans. But again, we love football. And just like I say, I don't care what fan you are. If you want to come here and talk football, we'll talk with you. Yeah. So, again, man.
Hey, Dustin, but if you don't go to the game, Rudy, I think I'm going to do a show on Sunday after the game. If you want to pull up, I'll send you the link.
And that's facts right there, bro. It says, I respect all fans. We are all brothers at the end of the day for this sport. You are 100% right on that, bro. And I strongly agree on that. I strongly agree on that.
Heck yeah, true.
Yeah.
If you don't go to the game Sunday, and Rudy, if you want to talk after the game and say your half, how you felt about the game, I'm willing to do a channel.
Oh yeah, we
Game
can
channel.
sure.
I could try and do that.
Yeah,
Wait,
that
Yeah, and then I'll
like
send
I
you guys
said,
the
let me
links.
see.
And like I said, man, we go live on multiple platforms. We have the DSR, which is the Death Star Report. We have DSR Aftermath, which is a sister group of what we do. We have Rick Cortez's platform that we do, Raider Nightmare. He's on there on Wednesdays. We have Twitch accounts for Aftermath and Death Star Report. So, again, man, we're trying to get across all platforms. We want to try to go live on Instagram when we go live on YouTube. We have a lot of things that are in the making that are going to be coming up next year. You got to remember, man, we just basically put all this together in what was it, November?
Yeah.
Or August.
August when we started.
We've been doing this for a long time till, some dude got the bright ass idea to delete our shit. But long story short, we put all this back together. I think it was somewhere around August, October.
It was October after the incident with the idiot.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So we've grown pretty fast, dude. Like I've said, our Instagram over 1,300 people, dude, and we just started that not even a few months back. So we really appreciate everybody, man, on everything. Our Discord's over 200 plus members. Twitter is over almost 900 now. I mean, we've grown really fast. And then, again, we appreciate all of you guys and everything you guys do for us. Appreciate you supporting the page, supporting us on the panel. And outside of that, man, hey, I hope you guys have a great New Year and hope to see you guys next year.
Happy New Year to all of you.
Yeah, happy New Year, everyone.
Don't drink and drive like Dustin said earlier. Just get an Uber, taxi, or just sleep in your car or sleep at wherever you're at. Don't
save a life, man.
It's like, we all want to have a better year. Like this whole year was bad for me. Dustin, Rudy knows, but it's gonna be a better year this coming year.
2023 is going to be a year to look forward to, man. I really do believe that. I do believe it'll be a change for a lot of good things and not the worst. I understand people don't like change because they're not comfortable to it, but sometimes change is the best thing, I've always said people that get stuck in old rhythms are people that get stuck in the past. It's people that are willing to adapt to change is what ends up going forward to be able to see things in a different view. I spoke on this earlier today that when you get coached underneath a certain coach or a certain program and you just take their shit and think it's going to keep working through life, that's not how it works. You take something that they molded and you make it better. That's what makes it better. That's what makes you unique, and that's what makes your team or you going in the history book. So outside of that, man, again, I appreciate every single one of you guys. Every one of you guys showing up here tonight. I hope you guys have a great New Year's, man, and we'll see you next year, man. Peace out. And
later, everyone.
I'll wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world. Was smiling when I turned.
Thinking out about I'm an astronaut. I'm blasted off a planet, rocking cause catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had a part of my wreaking havoc on an opposition, kinda shocking. They want a static with position. I'm automatic quarterback. I ain't talking shit.